Hi, America. I'm Vanessa Broussard reporting to you live from Summerville, South Carolina.
And for those of you in the Northeast, I'm sorry, but it's still summertime here in Summerville, South Carolina. I'm Matthew Alvarez. Thank you so much for joining us here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. You're watching on Rumble. You're watching all over the place. Why don't you go ahead and share this link with your friends, because today, Vanessa, it's going to be quite an awesome day.
Yes, already the crowd of people, they're lining up. They've been here, I believe, since last night. People here eager to see, waiting to see President Donald J. Trump. I just saw on social media from one of his team members that he just boarded Trump Force One. So he is now on his way to South Carolina. Just a cool 80 degrees here. You know, you're talking about fall, not fall yet in the South. But you know what? Let me tell you a little bit about Summerville. It's a small town, and I love visiting. Yesterday after I landed at the airport, did you know Summerville, South Carolina is the birthplace of sweet tea? That's how you know you're in the South.
Yeah, and it's funny, I had some sweet tea in Pennsylvania the other day at a birthday party. The next day, here I am in the home of sweet tea, and apparently Vanessa actually got a photo of the largest sweet tea mason jar on earth. Is that right?
That's right, and it's the largest in the world, and you can find that on my Instagram page. I posted it on my story, so if you're not following me on Instagram, please do so at Vanessa Broussard News. And I think it has about 2,500 gallons of tea in that mason jar. So the shops downtown, they sell everything sweet tea, so it's great to be here in the South.
Exactly, and speaking of sweet, that is exactly what people in South Carolina are. Sweet people here that love President Trump and love MAGA and love their freedom. Let's take a live look right now to your left and my right here at the crowd. You can see a long line of people. We're talking thousands of people once again to see President Donald J. Trump arrive. Now, the event starts at 2 p.m., and he speaks at 3 o'clock, but a lot of coverage today. Brian Glenn will be getting that access with the Motorcade, and it's going to be awesome to see the president land and arrive here a bit later today. So, Vanessa, we have some awesome sponsors to thank as well.
Yes, Birch Gold. Vladimir Putin called the U.S. dollar's drop in dominance objective and irreversible during the recent BRICS summit in South Africa, as Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa formally agreed to use local currencies instead of the U.S. dollar. It's the first shoe to fall, and as demand for the dollar weakens, the buying power of the dollar weakens. That is why Birch Gold Group is busier than ever. Investors and savers are looking to harness the power of physical gold held in a tax-sheltered IRA. Text Trump to 989898 for your free info kit on gold. With thousands of happy customers, an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, and countless 5-star reviews, you can count on Birch Gold to help you navigate transitioning an existing IRA or 401k into an IRA in gold. As the U.S. dollar continues to receive pressure from foreign countries, digital currency and central banks, arm yourself with information on how to protect your savings. Again, text Trump to 989898 to claim your free information kit.
Thanks, Vanessa. I just met Ann here just moments ago. Ann, where are you from?
Charleston, South Carolina.
Awesome. I have not been to Charleston yet. I know it's a gorgeous town. How long is it to get here? And then also, why are you wearing that hat?
Well, I'm wearing this hat because I know this guy can fix everything, and I'm here to vote for him and hear him speak and tell us just what he can do. But I already know what he can do. He's a problem solver. He even identifies problems when other people think everything's okay. He's the one to say, wait a minute. And we say, wait a minute. And so we need somebody to give our voice to the government to take care of the problems, the border, the illegal immigrants, housing them in the hotels that are owned by foreign, and, you know, siphoning money out of this country from the taxpayer. Now, too much going on. We need Trump in.
You sound like a leader in your neighborhood.
Well, you know, at this point, it's like you can't help it. I mean, there's just so much happening. You just got to stop it. But the biggest thing is the voting machines. I don't care what anybody says. I don't know who's taking care of those, but that's got to be secure for sure.
There's a number of people, a number of great patriots, including Mike Lindell and Professor Clements and others out there looking at those kind of things. But talk to us about your passion right now. I mean, in the sense of years ago, right? Is this the most serious and critical time you've ever seen in your existence?
Yeah. Well, it started way back in the 80s, maybe, 90s, maybe. And I'm starting through when they sent all our companies over to China. I'm thinking, this is a Pandora box. Before you know it, they're going to know what we're doing, and they don't need us anymore. So I'm starting to throw a shoe at the TV way back then and saying, whoa, 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 to this and this. So through the years, there have been so many things going on, both with foreign policy, economic policy, that it just built up to the point that you start, boom, 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 and you start seeing all these things. So we've been through that. We know what was and what could be. And we know that this is organized to bring this country down. I mean, this is just, people are ignoring the facts. So we keep telling them about the border and everything, but they're not listening. So we know this has got to be on purpose at this point. So we need somebody who's going to put his foot down and stop it.
And finally, it takes a lot of courage to speak out. You're on live right now. This stream can air anywhere throughout the United States and anywhere around the globe as well. Do you stand behind everything you just said?
Oh, you bet. I mean, truth is truth. Right?
Amen to that. Ann, thank you so much for talking with us.
Thank you.
That's Ann from Charleston, speaking some truth right there here at Right Side Broadcasting. Once again, we're on Rumble, of course, and on the app, so go ahead and share this link with your friends. Let's send it over to my colleague, Vanessa Broussard, who is right around the corner.
All right, I'm here with my new friend, Renee. She has great sunglasses on. Love those glasses.
Aren't they wonderful?
They are. I need some of those. All right, so you are from where?
Charleston, South Carolina. But I live in Monk's Corner, been there 49 years.
Okay. So what brings you out here today? We know you want to see President Trump, and what is it about him that brings you out here?
Because when he was in there before, everything was wonderful, and when he left, everything went to hell.
Literally.
And I never been to Raleigh, and she got tickets for us, so I came.
Great. So it's your first time seeing President Trump?
Oh, yes, but I've been, wanting to go to some of the rallies, and I've had people say they pay their way, but my health's been bad.
Well, we're glad you made it out here today. You're kind of at the front of the line. What time did you get here?
We got here
10.
10 this morning. Okay,
Yeah.
so what's the vibe like? Do you see all of these people here? How does that make you feel about the support behind the president?
Wonderful. And
Nice
and we
people.
need more people that believe in the good man. And I want them to take America back.
So whenever, talk about South Carolina, what are your friends and family members saying about the current administration and how we need to take this country back? What is the feel around the country?
All the time. They don't have anything nice to say.
Some of that may not be good for TV, right?
Yeah.
Well, we are glad that you made it out here today. I'm going to try to find some of those glasses online. I like those. I need those for when I go back to tech. No, ma'am, you keep your glasses on. You'll need them. It's a very sunny day here in Summerville. Thanks for being
I
here.
bought them.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, so it's their first time to see President Donald J. Trump pretty much at the front of the line, Matthew. These ladies here, they say that they need to do something to take this country back. So they came out here today to support the president.
And that's what it's all about. It's speaking truth. It's correcting and shifting the narrative, right? The narrative from the left. They keep trying to say, no, it's this way. And they've got all of big tech and the big media legacy stuff trying to push their false narrative. But this is what's real, right? When we're here, we talk to the actual people. We the people. This is we the people. Just like you and I, just like our camera guy, like everybody, right?
Absolutely. And when you talk to these people, just a moment ago when you were conducting an interview, a man came up to me, and he's just one of many that we hear on the ground all the time when we come to these events. They are saying goodbye to mainstream media, and they're turning more to networks like Right Side Broadcasting Network because we show the crowds. We tell the truth. We report the truth and what's really happening in America. And we talk to the people, no matter what city we're in or what state we're in. We talk to the people just like Renee said just a minute ago. What is it like in your area? I know what it's like where I live, so what's it like in your area? And everybody has the same answer. People are struggling, and they see the demise of this country, this failing nation under the Biden administration, and they're ready for a change, and they have noticed and they have awakened that the fake news is exactly that.
Exactly that. And I was thinking about South Dakota just a second ago when President Trump was speaking there, and at the end when the music started playing, he took about 40 seconds to pause and to kind of really experience what he's saying there. And I would like to ask him that, or if Brian or someone else can ask him, what was going through his mind at that moment. Really, because that was a very powerful moment for the country. And I even think the left saw that. that this guy is for real. He's strong. He's an alpha male. He's getting it done, but he also understands on a balanced level that this is a very emotional toll, that people are discouraged around this country. But these people here are smiling. They're having a great time. It's going to be 88 for a high today in South Carolina. Sorry to some of the folks I know, my wife and others in Pennsylvania, but it's summertime still down here.
It's hot, but that's okay, because no matter the weather conditions, people come out to support President Trump. And, you know, we were talking about how people are waking up to what's going on. The latest ABC News Washington Post poll shows President Trump up 10 points now over Joe Biden. So huge news coming out just this weekend from the ABC Washington Post poll. You see it all over the place. 10% lead.
And my guess is, outside of that, because I could share my opinion as a free American, I say that's 30-40%. Come on. Like, when we see what's going on in the country, I feel like it's a much larger of a percentage. But let's move on. Why don't we walk around to the front, or the back of the line here. You can see, obviously, there's some people right here, but that's not all at all when it comes to the crowd that's showing up here in Summerville, South Carolina. We're going to walk around the parking lot here, check out a couple boats, and also the line that it started forming last night. There was somebody I met yesterday that said they saw someone over here, about 4 people actually over here last night, starting the crowd waiting for the access to get to see President Donald J. Trump. Once again, it's going to speak at 3 o'clock here in Summerville at the Sportsman Boat manufacturer. There's somebody
we have
over there.
an excited
Looks like she's
fan right now. Yes.
wanting to be on there too. But look at these shirts too. We got some awesome shirts. USA. That's a great jersey. Where'd you get that?
On Amazon.
Amazon, huh?
Yes, sir.
And let me see the back there. Yep, Trump 45, Dash 47, right?
Yes, sir.
First time seeing President Trump?
It is. Yes, sir.
What are your thoughts right now? How do you feel?
I'm excited. We can't wait to see him. We were going to go in 2020 when he was at the Coliseum, and we just couldn't even get close. There were so many people.
And what are some of the things that you would like to hear the president talk about, and also what's concerning you as an American citizen?
Oh, God. I mean, everything, just economy, the border, inflation. I mean, you name it, there's so many. Crime is just, unbelievable. Just all, seeing what's happening in big cities. I mean, it's nice here in the South and everything, but you still see it. You go visit big cities and you see the issues they're having, and it's just unreal to watch. Yeah. It's just sad. It's very sad for, we have kids in college, and, you're scared for them more than anything. So, like, what are they getting themselves into when they get out of school? And it's crazy times right now.
It is. And then also, the Constitution getting, they're trying to tear it apart, right? The freedom of speech, freedom of religion, that kind of thing.
Yes, sir, absolutely. Just gun rights. I mean, the whole gun debate just seems ridiculous to me, but I mean, that's a whole other thing. Yeah, it's scary. I'm a business owner, so it's even more difficult, trying to do that and dealing with labor situation and just increased taxes and things like that. It's kind of a challenge all the way around.
What business do you own?
I own a landscape design and construction company out right here in Charleston.
Go ahead and give the name for a shout out.
It's Islandscapes in South Carolina.
All right, what's your name?
Todd.
All right, Todd, thank you so much. There you go. Vanessa, let's send it over to you.
Eager fan over here of Donald Trump. This is Cindy. How are you?
Fine. How are you?
Are you excited to be here?
Yes, I'm very excited.
Is it your first time to see President Trump?
No, I seen him in Charleston. I went to one of his rallies in Charleston.
Okay, so what is it about President Trump that you love so much?
I love his policies. I stand with his policies.
And so talk about the current administration. How are you similar to the everyday American and the struggles that they're facing?
Of course, the economy, the border, just a lot of things I don't like about what's going on right now in this country.
And what's the feel in your hometown? Do they have the same ideas as you? Do they feel the same as you do?
I think the majority of people do. They stand with this same kind of policies. I mean, school choice, that's a big one. Parents' rights over their children. I mean, it's just getting a little bit carried away, and I think that we need a strong leader in there who's going to actually stand up and try to make things better for us, everybody in the country, all Americans.
Let's talk about President Trump's 4 indictments. When you see that, and then you see poll numbers go up after that, the 4 indictments that he has against him, what do you
The indictments, I think, is a lot of propaganda. I think once it all comes into court, that he's got a good legal team, and they're going to debunk all that.
blow him out of the water?
Yes, I really feel like that's good.
I do too, and I have hope that he'll be all right.
Me too.
All right. Well, it's good to see you here. Thanks for being here, and have a great time.
All right, thank you.
Let's send it back over to Matthew.
Nessa, thank you so much. And Andre, I just ran into you. I saw your shirt, Red Pill, Serious Issues. Tell us about your shirt. Tell us about being here.
All right, so I make music, rap, hip-hop, R&B, different things. And I made a song talking about the 2021 election and things like that, talking about Red Pill, arresting Dr. Fauci, arresting Bill Gates, telling everybody to wake up. We need to fight for each other. We all need to stick together. It's not about racism, not about division. It's about sticking together and fighting as one.
100%. And it seems like the left wants to pit Americans against each other based on anything, really.
I agree. Yeah, definitely do. They try to push race and different things like that when they're the ones that actually created the KKK, if you think about it.
And you think about the president being here. Is this your first time seeing President Trump?
First time, that's correct.
What's your thoughts right now? I mean, you're about to see someone that is the leader of the free world. Even though he's not technically in office, he's still the leader of the free world.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with a lot of things he does. I don't agree with everything, of course, but I'm definitely supporting him 100%.
Awesome, man. Andre, thank you so much. Where can people find that stuff, Red Pill?
Every platform, Serious Issues on Instagram, everything.
All right, cool. Thanks, man. Nice to talk to you. All right, so there's a pretty cool shirt right there. Let's say, yeah, they're laughing. Go ahead and show the shirt at least. You can show the shirt. Never surrender. Very good stuff. Thanks, guys. Go ahead, Vanessa.
I'm Rick Wheeler. I'm with the Bell Brothers. I'm Rick Wheeler. I'm with the Bell Brothers out of South Carolina musical group. There's 3 of us, Ding Dong, and I'm Ding-a-ling.
How cool is that? I love it. So, and you're very popular.
Yeah, I'm very popular. People all over South Carolina know me, too, because I've won the Ugly Man contest in 2021, 2022.
I don't believe that.
I need your vote for 2023.
Okay, we'll have to look that up online. So, you've changed some lyrics to a song, and you're going to just tell us the first part of it. So, let's hear it.
Okay, I wasn't prepared to do this, but anyway, this is how it goes. Goodbye, Joe, you gotta go down to Gitmo. You gotta go pull the pyro down the bayou. Okay, that's all I can remember. I changed all the lyrics at home. I got it on Facebook. I'll give it to you if you want it.
Yeah, go ahead. How can we find you online?
Rick Wheeler on Facebook and YouTube. I have a channel on YouTube, Rick Wheeler.
All right, and I don't think you're going to be in the Ugly Man contest. You stop that. You're doing great.
Okay. Hey, go Trump, go MAGA. Love you, Uncle Donald. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. I look forward to seeing you on Facebook. All right, Matthew.
Vanessa, thank you so much. That was a good rendition right there. This is Dorian and Chandler, and they've got the Never Surrender T-shirts. And what did you ask us when you were walking around the corner?
Is it CNN? You know, I got to be careful with who I talk to nowadays. Can't get clipped what I'm saying and stuff like that, and get the people think I'm saying the wrong stuff. But yeah, that was my question.
Yeah, definitely, and definitely not CNN. Thank God, it's Right Side Broadcasting. So, talk to us about your thoughts about the conservative media starting to step up and match what's going on in the country in the sense of for the people, for freedom, that kind of thing.
I think conservatives need to take matters in their own hands more. Regarding the media, because I mean we're getting blown out here, so seeing the small networks coming forth being here is something that needs to happen more, and if it doesn't happen, we're just going to go down this fascist rabbit hole with the media.
How long have you been involved in politics? I mean, is this something you jumped on the Trump train recently, or is this
no, I mean honestly it was right. I'm 23 myself, so I jumped on the Trump train around before I could even vote, right around 2016. So I've always been a fan of him, and I just like how we oppose, I guess, the mainstream media and everything that they have to offer. I mean, being from where I am from, Massachusetts, it's fighting an uphill battle with a lot of friends that I have these days. So it's just defending ourselves and standing up for what's right.
Why do you think some of the friends you've got in Massachusetts are believing the way they are? Is it because they're upbringing and brainwashed, or what is it?
Honestly, that could have.
Just say. I mean, it's your friends might be watching this.
That could have something to do with it, but I think that some people care more than others. It's really what it boils down to. So you want to do your own research and actually have a intellectual conversation, then that's a different story. But if you're going to just, eat up what you think the mainstream media is right about, then you're a lost cause.
I think what is the main issue is that most people are scared to actually think and actually have their own opinion and actually go forth and live their own opinions. You got your cell phone at your hip, you got the news, you got iPad kids, and all that you're seeing in the algorithms nowadays just leftist propaganda. So it's kind of hard to be rebellious, especially if it's going to cost you your job, being young. It's going to cost you maybe women. It's going to cost you something. So the people don't want to sell themselves and lose out, of those jobs.
And to your point, though, earlier you're saying for conservatives to step up within conservative media, but also conservative healthcare or conservative name and industry, right? Yeah. For us to kind of not worry about the cancel culture, because we already said by coming over to the conservative media side that we're already out of that anyway. So they have no more power if we've got more conservative platforms that are speaking out.
Yeah, and I agree. And you see the conservatives being somewhat nervous to speak up in every industry. I studied political science at the College of Charleston. I was one of few right-leaning people in every single one of my classrooms, but after every single class I would have multiple people go up to me and say, hey, thanks for sharing your opinions, thanks for that, thanks for this. And that's cool, but we're not going to win anything unless we're all speaking up. It's 1v30 with just me. I need at least a couple more guys here,
We need some professors that are on the right side of things. Let's be real, even when I went to college, I heard a number of things, and I also bought into some of it, right? And then you just kind of realize, wait, that wasn't the truth. No. So you got to find that truth by seeking it out. Am I right?
Yeah, no, you're dead on. I mean, even when I went to high school, teachers are still feeding, you're feeding 14, 15, 16, 17, 18-year-olds what you believe to be true and not covering, what people actually need to know. So if you're kind of exposing these people that aren't even of age to vote, that this is the way, this is the only way, then, that within itself is a little backwards to me.
All right, Chandler and Dorian, thanks, guys. Let's send it over to Vanessa.
Have a good one.
One of our other sponsors today, 60% of U.S. pork production comes from one company owned by the Chinese. And their hogs are given something called ractopamine, which is banned in 160 countries, including China. But you can find it right here in your grocery store aisle every day. There's a better way, so I'd like to tell you about Moink. That's moo plus oink. Moink delivers high-quality, humanely raised meats raised on America family farms, shipped to your doorstep from the heart of rural America. The Moink difference is a difference you can taste, and you can feel good knowing you're helping family farms hold on to their land and providing hope to long-forgotten rural America, where Moink ships from their orders. They ship their orders from a town of 97 people. Keep American farming going by signing up at moinkbox.com/Trump right now, and you'll get a free ground beef for a year. Get free ground beef for a year. That's 1 year of the best ground beef you'll ever taste, but for a limited time. Spelled MOINK box.com/Trump. That's moinkbox.com/Trump. All right, so I want to introduce you to two friends here who came. They had a sad situation happen just a couple of days ago. Let's talk about that, how you are overcoming that by still being here today.
Absolutely. My dad, he loved Trump. Love. And my mom actually bought them tickets. And so she was like, yeah, just go anyway, just to give him some support and know that we still showed out, and got her done. And he just loves America, and he just loves Trump. So we're just excited to be here. So I brought my friend Raquel.
God bless America, home of the brave. Amen.
Yes.
And so tell us about that saying. You were telling me a little bit about it earlier. What is so important about that saying?
Well, I don't have the story down pat. This is my best friend Skylar Swan, and she told me that he said it. He was a really funny guy. Randy Swan, everyone knows him. And he was a DJ here in the Low Country, and everyone loved him. And that's just one of the funny things he said, and I thought it applied to where we're at today.
Yeah, one more time.
God
God bless America, home of the brave. Amen.
I like it. Well, I'm so glad that you came out here today. Sorry for what you're going through. It's going to be a wonderful time, and there's hope for America. Yes, ladies, thank you so much. All right, Matthew.
And Vanessa, let me see these glasses that you got there. I didn't know that you got the glasses.
Yes, so the lady that I interviewed at the top of the show, she had these cool Trump glasses on, and I said, I'm going to have to get me a pair. And so she just brought me a pair. She found another pair and brought them to me. So how cool. Do I look okay?
Yeah, no, you look good. So
I don't have a mirror, so hopefully, but it says Trump. You can't go wrong with that, right?
No, definitely. Well, there you go.
Thank
The
you,
camera
yes.
guy just turned the
I like
monitor
them.
around
And then
there.
she also gave me some bracelets. Her family member is military.
Oh, that's awesome.
And she makes these bracelets, and so she gave me 2 bracelets. I'm going to actually put those on right now to support our brave men and women in the U.S. Armed Services.
That's right. And
Love these American-loving patriots here at these rallies.
I know. They want simple things just like we do. Freedom. We want the Constitution to continue to be the law of the land, and we see what the left is trying to do.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So that's what we're up to. So thousands of people here already.
Yes.
We're hours before President Trump arrives. The program does start at 2 o'clock. President Trump is expected to talk at 3, and expecting to hear another great speech.
Absolutely. We're going to hear him talk about hope for America. We're going to hear him talk about what's going on in South Carolina, of course, border crisis. Poll numbers are increasing for President Trump again just this weekend. The latest ABC News Washington Post poll has President Trump up 10 points over Joe Biden in a head-to-head matchup. And so a lot of enthusiasm behind those latest numbers. And Matthew, it's great to see that almost every day when you wake up, his poll numbers go higher and higher.
They go higher and higher, but then also there's a reality behind the polls in the sense of the results are here, and every state that Right Side Broadcasting travels to for the Trump events, and you see what's going on online. I mean, people of all backgrounds are backing freedom, backing the Constitution, backing President Trump. These fine folks say that you're from... Come on, right in here.
My nephew's watching in Tennessee. He
Hello,
wants to see
Dennis.
us here. Hi, Dennis. We're having a great time. Can't wait to see our president.
And you guys are from South Carolina then?
Yes.
Yes.
Talk to us about why you're here in support of President Trump.
Because we love him and we think he's the only one that can run this country.
We love America, and he's our only hope. He's our only hope.
Thank you so much.
Thank you guys so much.
All right, take care. Thank you.
And hello to the great state of Tennessee, Texas, Arizona, California, Pennsylvania. I'm not going to name all 50, but hello to everyone watching here in South Carolina. With Vanessa Broussard, I'm Matthew Alvarez. You can follow us on Truth Social. Before you follow us, follow Right Side Broadcasting at RSBN on Truth Social. Share that with your friends. I mean, more than 500,000 right now are following just on Truth Social. And then at Matthew Alvarez on Truth Social and
At Vanessa Broussard. Also, we want you to go to rsbnetwork.com. That's our website. There you can sign up for our newsletter and get up-to-date information there, breaking news, the latest news, what's going on in Congress. They're in session right now. We are on the verge of a government shutdown. I believe Saturday at midnight going into Sunday, our government will shut down if there is no deal reached by Congress. So go to rsbnetwork.com, sign up for our newsletter, and that way you'll be up to date with all the political news and what's going on as we head into 2024.
a number of exclusive offers on that newsletter as well. So rsbnetwork.com/newsletter. With RSBN, it's great. I mean, Marjorie Taylor Greene in Plainville, Georgia, just the other day, we had live coverage there of her speech to a number of people from Georgia. So this is what's awesome. It's like wherever there's something happening, if the left-wing media doesn't want to cover it, still Right Side Broadcasting is there to cover it. And it's unadulterated in the sense of truth, right? It's not filtered. And we go live straight up and we show the crowds here. We can look at them right here on the right, just all these people waiting to get in. 2 o'clock we'll start the program. 3 o'clock the president will show up. We're also going to be tossing to our colleague Brian Glenn in about 15 minutes or so from now as Trump Force One lands at, most likely it's the North Charleston Airport where we landed. And see the motorcade and see the president on his way.
Yes, absolutely. So Brian Glenn will be there, so we'll be providing live footage as the president lands. He is in the air right now on Trump Force One, making his way to Summerville, South Carolina. Once he lands again, like Matthew just mentioned, we will have full coverage on the ground there at the airport as he arrives. And also, you mentioned Marjorie Taylor Greene. She will be here today as well. We're hoping to get a quick interview with her once we go inside. Marjorie Taylor Greene doing great work. She was the first one to issue the articles of impeachment against Joe Biden. She has been working hard to get Republicans and Democrats alike on her side to make sure that passes. And so that's another issue dangling in the air as we wait for this government shutdown that's looming over us right now.
Right, and we were just hearing word that in about 15 minutes we are going to toss over to Brian Glenn. We'll have live coverage. You know what's awesome about the tarmac is getting that access for Brian, and he's there and he's watching the president come down. The president sometimes, right, we've seen that coverage where he comes over and talks to RSBN and a few other outlets, but it's just great to see that happening in a little bit. But Vanessa, I wanted to ask you a question. We were in Rapid City, South Dakota when President Trump shared his speech there in front of a packed arena. What an awesome time that was. When President Trump was silent for that 40 seconds to a minute, what was running through your mind? How did that strike you?
Well, you were standing right next to me as you are now, and so I just looked over at you and I said, I think he's about to cry, and your mouth dropped because it was at that moment that we were like, is he tearing up? And so then, just minutes after his speech, Kimberly Guilfoyle and people like that, people on his team were sending out social media posts that he did get emotional there on that stage. Because, look, you have a man who loves this country so much, a billionaire who had this wonderful lifestyle, a lavish lifestyle, could be on vacation somewhere with his family, just retired and living the dream, but he is so worried about this country, he's fighting hard. He'll tell you, I am being indicted for you, the American people. He does not have to do this. And so before that pause, when you watch his rallies, at the end he'll talk about all of the problems that we have facing America. And that's a long list. So that pause was right before this long list that he read off. And for him, it's just emotional because this is the state of our country right now, and it's very sad. It's depressing, and he couldn't help but just to take a moment and say, I could be facing jail time, but look at all the problems we have.
Yeah, and one word comes to mind right now. It's simple: freedom.
Yeah.
People around this country and around the world that want freedom are getting oppressed in ways. Big time ways in places like China and of course in Syria. Now I bring up those two countries because the left-wing media is not covering the fact that Assad just shook hands with President Xi of China within the past 48 hours. That's the first time they met, I read, since 2004. So Assad, who killed hundreds of thousands of his own people, seeing that photo of them shaking hands, and then I watched a documentary from Channel 4 out in England. It's a 10-minute documentary. It said the last 10 years. And it was showing the atrocities that were done in that country to people that, if they don't believe the way we do in a sense of their religion, I'm not going to get into that right now. I'm saying they just want freedom. They don't want to be oppressed. And they spoke out in Syria, and you know what happened. They were getting bombed by the Syrian government, Assad, and also Russia connections on that. And then he shakes the president of China's hand, and fake President Biden is shaking the hands of the China president, being super friendly with a communist country.
Right.
So this is the kind of system, right, we're working against. And so the freedom that we're looking for, whether it's President Trump or Carrie Lake or whoever, that's America first. We're about the truth and about freedom. And it happens to be a great man named Donald J. Trump that's leading that charge and leading the free world. I'm going to stop talking. I feel like I'm getting on.
I'm glad you mentioned what's going on with that handshake because you don't see that on mainstream media. Just last week, I turned on a news channel, mainstream, and the entire day, all they talked about was what Fetterman was wearing to work. We have so many issues going on, not right here in our country, but with our foreign policies, as you just mentioned, that the last thing I want to see or care about, we know he's crazy, wacky, not right, something, We know he dresses in basketball shorts to work. We know he dresses like he just rolled out of bed. Okay, that's him, and we don't like it, and that's very unprofessional. But why spend the entire day talking about what Fetterman is wearing when we have real issues? Foreign policy, the border, the economy, all of these things. We're on the brink of World War III. So you'll get that news right here, but you won't get it in the mainstream media because they're wanting clicks, links, for how many shares they can get on social media to make fun of what somebody's wearing. But the real news, you'll have to dig for.
It's definitely not business as usual as the legacy media continues to go on. It's funny. I named Fox News last time. I'm going to say it again. But there's only a few, I believe, that are actual patriots that are still on Fox. But they lead you all the way saying, look at this coverage we're showing you of Eagle Pass, Texas. Yeah. This is what's happening. Immigration. Look at this with the economy. Look at this with what the left's saying, right? But they stop short of saying MAGA, Trump, freedom, the Constitution, and just the raw truth of things, right? Mm-hmm. So that's where I'm disappointed in what they're doing. Oh, look at us. We're great. We show everything. No, you don't. You stop short. Yeah. And Rupert Murdoch, thank God he's gone, but Lachlan's going to be just as bad, right. we're told. But I wanted to say something about Fetterman real quick. I know he had a stroke, and that's why he's speaking the way he does now. Prior to that, I was in the mainstream media and local news, and I actually interviewed Fetterman at an event, and he had the shorts and the hoodie. And as a mainstream reporter, I can't go up to him and be like, hey, Donald Trump, this and that, or MAGA. I could have. I would have been canned at that day. I did leave the mainstream media because of a number of those political reasons. But anyway, it's interesting. He still had these really messed up policies that he was talking about. So pre-stroke with Fetterman, we knew he was way, way, way left. And even some Democrats, I wonder. Do you wonder about this, Vanessa? Some liberals and Democrats in this country, they don't want to speak up, but they are starting to get the mind and heart change of, I still want my freedom. Yeah. I don't want you telling me what I can do with my kids.
Look at the Dallas mayor. Dallas mayor just turned Republican this week. He's a longtime Democrat. He says, no, I support the police. I back the blue. I love my country. I love the state of Texas. I want safer neighborhoods for families. And so here is this longtime Democrat-run city, which now switched to Republicans. And he said American cities need more Republicans because the left is getting so far left that they don't even love this country anymore. They love Ukraine and they love Mexico and Venezuela. Everybody come on over. We don't know who you are. We'll give you IDs. We'll feed you. We'll house you in New York City hotels. We have to take care of America.
Amen. It feels like a Saturday or Sunday, doesn't it?
It does. It is hot.
It is hot as well. This is Right Side Broadcasting. Thanks so much for watching. I'm Matthew Alvarez with Vanessa Broussard. Brian Glenn will be on the way with the president in the motorcade. We'll be tossing to him soon. Live coverage of that. MTG will be here as well. And it's going to be a nice event. Usually they're inside. I thought it was going to be an inside event today, but it's outside, which is great too. Blue skies, sunny time here in Summerville, South Carolina, the home of what?
Sweet tea. Love it. I love it. Tea. I'm from Texas, and so when my mom heard sweet tea, she gave me a list of what to buy for her and bring back. But unfortunately, Mom, if you're watching, I know she is, when I went downtown last night, all the little shops were closed. So I'm hoping after the rally I can swing by there and bring home some sweet tea to Mom. Because she loves, if you're from the South, your mom, I don't cook. My mom cooks. She has the roast, rice, and gravy, and it's always nice to wash it down with a good glass of iced tea, sweet tea.
Some sweet tea. It's good to be in the South. I used to live in Tennessee. I love the state of Tennessee. From the Northeast in Pennsylvania, and I love a lot of the people there. Good conservative Christian patriots. But I'll be real, man. The South, I love the South.
Yes.
I was one quick thing, and then we'll move on. But when I worked as a reporter in one of the stations, the camera guy called. He said, "You're a country bumpkin." He says, "Oh, you're from the city." He said that he called me a country bumpkin. My camera guy is saying I'm not, but I like country music, and I love the
country music, yes. And, usually when I open my mouth, as soon as I say hello, people can tell, where are you from? I got Southern Louisiana the other day. I said, no, Texas. And the viewer said, okay, I was close, but they can tell as soon as I start talking.
I can grow a pretty good beard, but anyway, let's take a live look here at the crowd. Thousands of people, of course, waiting to see the main man himself, President Donald Trump, the man that stands for freedom, and has unveiled a movement that is larger than himself, and I'm sure he's totally down with that. It's called Make America Great Again, and it's going to be around for years to come. And just a lovely day here in Summerville, South Carolina, about 35 minutes north of Charleston. And how far are we from Savannah?
Thank you.
About 2 hours from Savannah, Georgia, a gorgeous city. And by boat, we're told 40 minutes would be a boat ride. So, hey, there's boats here. Might as well just.
That's where we're at. We are at
you want
a
to just walk through a little bit, or?
So just to let you know that they are starting to, it looks like, let people in. People are walking by us. They've been out here in the heat since the early morning hours. This line is wrapped around the parking lot. So thousands of people converging here in the small town of Summerville, South Carolina, to see President Trump speak here shortly in about 3 hours. The speakers start at 2 o'clock Eastern. And then we're hearing that in just a couple of minutes, we'll be going to Brian Glenn as he awaits for Trump Force One to land here in South Carolina.
It was pretty awesome. I haven't seen Trump Force One until the Iowa trip recently. And I was driving to the airport because Brian and our camera person was in the motorcade, so I was going to go pick them up, right? And I thought I was going to miss Trump Force One. Well, as soon as I get to the airport in Illinois, the plane flies right across, right in front of me for the first time seeing it. It was pretty cool to time it out like that. And I remember talking to the people just to the left that were in the car, and I said, you know who that is on that plane? They said, it's Trump. I'm like, yeah, that's right, it's Donald Trump.
And I love when they play the Danger Zone song as he comes in, and the crowd just goes crazy.
Right.
So you're looking at the long line of people making their way into the venue now. It's an outdoor event. We're looking at about 85 degrees right now here in Summerville, so it's hot. But these people do not care. They'll stand out in the heat. And while we look at the crowd, we want to thank our sponsors. We couldn't do it without you. Today's sponsors are good friends at Salute Styles. They are giving away Wanted for President t-shirts as a welcome bonus to join the Trump T-Shirt Club. This is a great t-shirt that you can wear proudly, and also a great gift that you can give to a Trump supporter. Last time these shirts sold out in 3 hours after announcing it, so we don't know how long this deal will be over. So visit patriotshirtclub.com. Claim yours today. These t-shirts are printed and shipped from New York. So you will be supporting a patriotic business by claiming your shirt today. Again, that's patriotshirtclub.com. Select your size and get your t-shirt today.
My, oh my, is it hot out. But I can tell you, I'll maybe loosen this up here in a second. But that t-shirt, like you said, when it was ordered last time, it flew off the shelves. So hopefully, people can get online there and get it done again.
I feel like a lot of people had Trump t-shirts and coffee mugs and things like that before his mugshot, but since the mugshot was released, so many people are buying Trump t-shirts and flags and you name it. And so that mugshot was seen around the world. It's probably will go down as the most famous mugshot of all time. So when you can go and purchase a shirt, that website I just told you, that's the place to go to. Make sure you get one for your family members, your friends, because we all need to show support for America.
Exactly.
Here in our states.
Right. And it's interesting, the music industry alone, I mean, from all communities, whether it's country music or rap or whatever, are starting to come out and sing conservative and patriotic songs, but of today's issues, right? And so that's obviously very popular. It's cool to see that a lot. That shirt there, Let's Go Brandon, is pretty cool. We got South Carolina for Trump. We got Infowars.com. Trump 2024.
The mugshot we were just talking about. Yeah, never surrender.
Let's go, Brandon, USA.
Let's chant. Let's go.
Let's go, Brandon, USA. 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 Let's go, Brandon, USA.
There you go. That 1776 shirt, you got that from TPUSA, yeah? Tell us, just about the fact that in 3 years it'll be our 250th birthday for this country.
Correct. What would you like to know about it?
Well, the fact of you just wearing this as pride for the nation. Your thoughts about the country right now?
Absolutely. I did get it for pride for the nation, and really proud of this country. And it's just, it's going in a different direction, and we're hoping to get it back on track. And Charlie, Kirk, Trump, those are my guys.
All right. Thank you
Real
so much,
quick,
sir.
before we toss it to Brian, I want to show this little one right here. I love when the kids come out and support President Trump. Hey, love his hat. Trump 2024.
And now let's send it over to our correspondent. In a few seconds, we're going to send it to Brian Glenn, who is watching the president land. Let's send it over to Brian.
So who are live there. What an amazing crowd. And, of course, we're here at the airport awaiting President Trump. He is about 12 minutes away from landing here just outside the main terminal here in Charleston. And we appreciate you guys joining us for today's very special coverage. We're going to start here at the airport. We're going to get the president getting off Trump Force One. It's going to be right behind me. He's going to circle around and park the nose of the plane looking at the camera that you have right now. And then we're going to climb into this press vehicle where we're then going to travel around the backside of the plane to get the president to walk off. Perhaps we'll have a few remarks with the president. I know he's going to greet a small crowd here of South Carolina local and state officials. We'll have a few words with them, and then we'll be back in the motorcade, and we're going to head to kind of an off-the-record stop and have you guys join us as well as we are live here in Charleston, South Carolina on this Monday. And of course, a very busy week ahead for the president, not only here in South Carolina, but he's going to transition over to Detroit to meet with some United Auto Workers strikers and talk about what's going on there on the automotive front, as that you might not feel the effects of it right now, but as we move further and further into this strike, it's definitely going to put a supply chain issue on the manufacturers there around the country. So we're going to start to see that trickle down even on a local level. Then the president is off to Southern California for the Orange and into Orange County, Anaheim there for the California GOP. He is expected to speak at a luncheon there for that event. So we have a full day ahead up until then. I want to bring in Congresswoman Margie Taylor Greene here just for a second. We'll bring her in as we're live, as we're waiting for President Trump to land. You're here, I'm here, we're waiting for the president, because you know what? South Carolina, from what we understand, this is definitely Trump country.
It is Trump country, Brian. I'm so excited. I've been talking with everyone here. There are thousands of people that have been lined up since early this morning coming out to the boat manufacturer. And you know why? People want President Trump back, and the polling is showing it.
Okay, we saw the latest polls last night that show Trump head-to-head with Biden, almost the biggest gap before. It's always been 1 or 2 percentage points, which we all think realistically should be a lot higher than that. But now we're starting to get in that 10 to 11-point gap. That is a little bit more realistic.
Well, they don't even want to admit that their own poll may be real, but we know it. We're on the ground all the time. Everywhere I go in Georgia, all over the country, in the airports. I mean, it doesn't matter whether it's the grocery store, the gardening store, or just going out publicly. People are constantly coming up to me and saying, we got to get him back. We got to get President Trump back. And so it's no wonder that we're seeing his polling numbers go up and up, because Joe Biden is a complete failure to our country.
Yeah, he's put America last, and some of the fiscal policies obviously have trickled down now even worse with inflation and everything else. Let's talk real quickly about the war in Ukraine. I know the president has spoken many times that he can solve the problem fairly quickly through a peace ordeal. Let's get your thoughts on Ukraine and what you think the president might talk about today.
Well, let's remember President Trump's policies. Under President Trump, we had world peace, even though they accused him every day of being the president that would start World War III. But actually, Joe Biden is the president that will start World War III, and they're trying to do it right now with this proxy war with Russia in Ukraine. The American people have made it clear they do not want their tax dollars going to a war in Ukraine, funding the murder of people, funding weapons, funding 57,000 Ukrainian first responders, when our own country, our border is being overrun every single day, and we have less than 19,000 border agents.
Yeah, just a few days ago, 60 Minutes did a spot. Is that might be him? I don't know. Let's go ahead and keep our eyes. Let's step aside and keep our eyes in the sky. That might be President Trump landing now, as we might be moments away from that. It is 12:19 here locally. Thanks for joining us right now. We are live here at the airport here in Charleston, South Carolina. We will continue to throw the coverage back over to Matthew and Vanessa when we leave here and wrap it up. Now, let me get confirmation. Is that confirmed? I can't see it from here. Might be. If it is, it might be a tad early. It looks like it could be. I see it is him. Confirmed. President Trump has landed in Trump Force One here at the airport. You've been on this plane. What an amazing aircraft that President Trump flies in on.
Oh, it's such a beautiful plane. And, you know, President Trump, he's done an amazing job, pays close attention to detail, and that's why we loved having him as president. Customer service is always #1 with President Trump, and the American people know it. And look at how we're suffering right now under Joe Biden, Brian. Highest inflation that we've had in 40 years. Here we have a border that's overrun. New York is overrun with illegals. We have Texas overrun with illegals. Every single state in the country is overrun with illegals, and they really want President Trump to come back and solve the problems.
Yeah, we travel this country obviously all the time, and we see people, not only Republicans, Marjorie, but we see a lot of Democrats, a lot of kind of old school Democrats, if you will, and a lot of independents that say, look, we simply cannot take these policies any longer. We now know that President Trump was the right guy that we should have voted for in 2020. That's what a lot of Democrats are telling us.
Yeah, they're realizing they made a big mistake. I mean, buyer's remorse is huge, especially upon independents. And look at what's happening. Crime is out of control in these Democrat-run cities, but the Democrats are not letting up. They've been attacking free speech for maybe 5 or 6 years now, trying to destroy freedom of speech. They're attacking President Trump's freedom of speech, trying to get a gag order on him with these unconstitutional special counsels that we absolutely have to defund in Congress. But here now the Biden administration is moving forward on an assault weapons ban. That's what Joe Biden has launched, and Kamala Harris has been tapped to lead the charge on destroying the Second Amendment.
Okay, let's swing the camera back around there, Will. He's starting to taxi into this area. And let me recap real quickly what's going to happen. He's going to pull up. We're going to have to get back in the motorcade here and circle around to the other side of the plane because of FAA restrictions. We're not able to walk across here. This is an active runway in this area. So we're going to get back in the motorcade, go to the other side of the plane. Once he parks, engines off, then we'll get in position for the president to walk off the plane and perhaps a small meet and greet with some of the local and state officials here. Might get a question in with the president. Don't know at this point. And after that, we are going to get back in the motorcade and make our way over to stop number 1. Now, we'll toss it back to Vanessa, and Matthew will continue to get a live picture of what's going on there, and they'll come back to us when we're able to do that. So it's going to be, once again, some exclusive coverage of today's action here in South Carolina on one place. That is Right Side Broadcasting Network. So glad you're joining us. And, of course, Marjorie Taylor Greene's here, a big supporter of the president. I mean, you've actually been one of his biggest supporters from day one.
Absolutely. I've been with President Trump from day one, and I always will be. I've also been telling everyone in Washington, D.C. that President Trump will win the primary. I said that before he even declared he was running again. We all knew he would come back. And now, to everyone's shock and awe in Washington, President Trump is dominating the primary. We can already say it's pretty much over, and every single candidate should drop out, apologize, and they should endorse President Trump. But it's so much fun to watch his numbers skyrocket day after day as he's dominating the polls, and not just the primary, but the general election as well.
And like we said, not only if the fiscal policies haven't flipped, maybe someone that didn't vote for President Trump, what they're doing to him in the court system, the weaponization of the federal government, that has actually turned people to support President Trump.
Oh, for sure. No one wants a communist government. We have a communist regime right now that is more focused on arresting and prosecuting their political enemies than actually serving, hurting Americans. I mean, let's look at the people of Lahaina over in Hawaii. Let's talk about East Palestine. Let's talk about Eagle Pass, where the mayor has declared a state of emergency, and Joe Biden, no one in the administration has even called Eagle Pass to see how these poor Americans are handling this invasion of illegals.
There you go. All right, that's a nice shot of the plane. If you're just now joining us, yes, we are live here at the airport just outside the main terminal as President Trump has landed just a few minutes ago. They're going to flip the plane around. That nose is going to be pointing at you, the camera. And then we're going to get in the motorcade here and circle around to the other side where we're going to get President Trump walking off the plane, then going to a special location. I kind of like it, Marjorie, that a lot of times we don't know where he's going, but that makes it all that much funner, for lack of a better word. It's exciting to see the president pop into some of these locations around South Carolina.
Oh, I think so too. I think that this way of campaigning is so authentic. It gets President Trump with the very people that are voting for him and sending him back to office, but it's also some of the most fun, best TV you can watch on daytime television or really anywhere on TV is watching President Trump go from location to location and people going absolutely wild every time they show up.
This is a Monday event here, and you would imagine that on a Monday people were saying, look, I'm going to come out here and get in line, and Matthew and Vanessa has shown you a great. We're going to go ahead and walk out here, change of plans here. I think this works a little bit better for us. So come on, let's go for a walk here as we're live here at the airport here in Charleston, South Carolina. President Trump just landing moments ago. We're going to get staged in an area here where we can get a good look at the president walking off the plane here. We holding here, or we walking? Okay, let's go. We'll go ahead and leave this stuff up. You can see we got some local and state representatives that are walking out to meet the president. As we said, I don't know exactly who was in this group. Hopefully we can get a list for you of who was here to meet the president. But hey, this is, do you expect anything less from the president when he comes to any airport?
Oh, no. President Trump does it right. And this is what we need in America. We need to be able to take pride in our country again. We need to be able to care about the details. And that's what I really respect about the Trump family and their organizations, and also his presidency, is he led our country in such a way where we were proud of our country and proud of our freedoms, proud of our military. But look at what the Biden administration has done. He's tearing it down in every single way possible, to the point where people are shocked, wondering if this is the end of America as we know it. And that's why so many people are coming out in wild support of President Trump.
Well, let's see if we can get a shot of all the vehicles coming in on the other side of the plane there. There's probably a good dozen vehicles that are coming in to greet him, and that's for staff, that is for the media, that is for security, all here to transport not only who is on this plane right now, but you have a lot of staffers on the plane as well. He travels with definitely a full crew.
Yes, he travels with a full crew, and they love going with the president. They always travel with him and support him. Again, it's just an incredible operation, and it shows that President Trump, whether he's in office or out of office campaigning on the road, he has a team around him that is ready to serve.
All right, we're going to get in place here. Not very often you get to walk underneath Trump Force One here. What a fantastic position that we have. We're glad you're joining us. Okay, we're just going to get out of the way so they can get some. Okay. We're going to move around this way. Good. Okay. Let's get where we can. Let's see if we can sneak in here so we get a back. Oh. Okay. Once we get these cars positioned, we'll move into place. Like I said earlier, you can got some state and local representatives here to greet the president. There'll be a brief meet and greet, if you will. Okay. Keep going here. Thank you. Thank you. All right. I just want to invite everybody to share this broadcast, comment on it. You guys seem to really enjoy this type of coverage that we are able to provide for you. And so please share, tag a friend, and let them know that this is what they should be watching on this Monday. I do want to mention, though, we have some great, let's see, it looks like we might be having some people walk off, and I want to make sure we're able to focus in on that. So now we've got some of the security staff coming off first. perhaps the president will come over here, say a few words, or if he'll just remain with the meet and greet on the other side of us. We'll see here in a few minutes, but we're glad you're joining us on this beautiful Monday here in South Carolina. If you're thinking about the weather, well, sunny skies, highs low 80s, a slight breeze. So what a nice day it is here for the president. And as Matthew and Vanessa were bringing you rally coverage from the venue, you can see thousands and thousands of people have lined up in front of that facility since early this morning. Okay, thank Margot Martin, one of the communications people stepping off the plane. Let's just listen in, take it in as we are live here in South Carolina in front of Trump Force One. Offer, just simply text the words Trump to 989898. That's Trump to 989898 for a free information gold kit. The BRICS is something that they're a group of countries trying to basically diminish the value of the dollar, threatens your investments, threatens every American. But our friends over the Birch Gold Group want to help change that. Simply right now, while you have a chance before the president steps off, text the words Trump to 989898 to the Birch Gold Group and get that free information kit. We've had thousands and thousands of our viewers take advantage of an offer that helps them feel a little better and sleep a little bit better at night, knowing that their investments are not completely vulnerable to this digitalization currency that is being, suggested by several countries. So text the words Trump to 989898. That is the Birch Gold Group. Expecting the president to step off at any moment here at the airport. And if you're just now joining us, we're going to get back in the motorcade. The cars that kind of circled around behind us. We're going to get in the motorcade and we're going to follow the president to an undisclosed location. We'll provide full coverage of that. And from what I understand, there's another stop that will be with the president. We'll have full coverage of that as well. In the meantime, Vanessa and Matthew will have full coverage from the rally location. Justin Apparel, stepping off the plane as well. Beautiful. Trump Force One just recently had a makeover last year. Beautiful new paint job, and I had the pleasure to travel inside, and got to tell you, it's what you would expect Trump Force One to look like. Gorgeous interior, kind of a light tan interior, a lot of gold accents. It looks like the president's just about to step out. Let's listen in. President taking a moment to talk to a few of the local and state legislatures. We'll hold in this position until we know the president's going to get in the motorcade. I don't know if he's coming over here to take a few questions or not, but we're glad that we're in position to capture all of this as the road to 2024 unfolds right here in South Carolina. Vanessa and Matthew providing you full coverage on the ground there. Now, I was a little this morning, got on social media and noticed, wow, the crowd that showed up there at the boat manufacturing plant there in Summerville. Amazing on a Monday. Really drawing the supporters at that facility. And Matthew Vanessa will continue to bring you full coverage there of the speech. And I'll provide you full coverage here on the road, on the Motorcade, as we spend our Monday here in South Carolina. And fast forwarding to Wednesday, we'll be in Detroit, Michigan, Clinton Township to be exact, where he's meeting with some United Auto Workers to not only talk about the problems they're dealing with right now, but also some of the problems that they face in Michigan. We'll provide you full coverage of that as well. Then the President Trump is out to Southern California on Friday. He was meeting at the California GOP for a luncheon. We'll have a crew there as well to provide you that coverage. It seems like 2024 is a long way off, but as we kind of go into the next year, early March, we have, January 15th at 7 p.m. is the Iowa, one of the caucus there in Iowa. So we're definitely making our way into election season. President Trump greeting Marjorie Taylor Greene. Having a few words there. Hey, here. How you doing, Mr. President? Nice to see you.
What's going on?
Well, we're glad you're here in South Carolina.
I am indeed. We're leading by, 42 points. That's a lot. And we're leading by a lot, according to the Washington Post, ABC, against probably the worst president, definitely the worst president, I'd say, in the history of our country. He's destroying our country, so we have to change it. See you later. Thanks.
Yes, sir. All right. A few words from the president. Let's go ahead and make our way into the motorcade here, as we are going to transition over to the first stop on the road. We'll toss it over to Vanessa and Matthew whenever we wrap up here. So we're going to get into press 2. Thank you. And I tell you what, as we continue to follow the president here on the ground, I want to go ahead and tell Master Control, can we go ahead and toss back to Vanessa and Matthew, who are at the location there, and we'll come back here when we're at stop number 1, guys. Back to you.
What's up, guys? My name is Jaden Hurd, and I have a Christian show called Let It Be Heard, where we analyze culture and current events from a biblical perspective. I highly recommend you guys check us out. We now have episodes every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And basically, what happens is we react to videos, we have talking points, we have on guests, and it's very exciting. Come check us out on Rumble and the RSBN channel. God bless you guys.
My employees and I are excited to announce it's our 20th anniversary, and to celebrate, we're bringing you a limited edition MyPillow. The Giza Elegance MyPillow is made with the most amazing cotton, 2-inch pipe gusset, comes in 4 custom loft levels, and it's machine washable and dryable.
When I got MyPillow, I'm asleep almost immediately. I stay asleep at night, and I wake up more well-rested in the morning.
My patented fill adjusts to your exact individual needs and helps keep your neck supported and aligned. That's why we've been around for 20 years, because MyPillow works.
Go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get your limited edition 20th anniversary MyPillow queen size. Retails for $69.98, now only $19.98. That's right, only $19.98.
With my 60-day money-back guarantee, you have nothing to lose. Sleep well, America!
Right Side Broadcasting is known for panning the crowds, showing the packed arenas, and allowing you to see the truth. We've covered hundreds of rallies, briefings, marches, CPAC, and the historic overturning of Roe v. Wade. Right Side Broadcasting was created in 2015 by our founder, Joe Seals, creating a unique broadcasting experience that allows you to make your own decision rather than force-feeding you an agenda. We don't cut or edit people's words or twist them to fit a particular point of view. We allow our correspondents to be open about their opinions while maintaining journalistic integrity. Right Side Broadcasting wants to continue our legacy with help from people just like you. Your donations and support allow us to continue to be the gold standard in live, unedited event coverage. Help our cause by sharing our broadcasts, subscribing on our social media platforms, and supporting us on our locals community. Your monthly or one-time contributions on our website are crucial in our fight for the truth. Thank you for all of your generous support.
Wow, it's so soft and smooth.
It's cool to the touch. How did you do that?
Well, we took MyPillow's patented fill and combined it with this new technology that we didn't have back then when I invented MyPillow to bring you the best pillow in history, MyPillow 2.0. Because of all of you, MyPillow 2.0 has been a huge success. And now we're bringing you our best-selling Go Anywhere MyPillows with the same temperature-regulating technology. Made with my patented adjustable fill and brand new cooling fabric, they're truly the next generation of MyPillow. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to save over 60% on our MyPillow 2.0 4-pack special. You'll get 2 MyPillows and 2 Go Anywhere MyPillows, regular $259.92, now only $99.98. King size just $10 more. This is a limited time offer, so please order now.
South Carolina just putting some sunscreen on if you caught us there, but hey, it's live TV, it's all good. What a nice little venue this is, huh?
It really is. It is hot. Like he just mentioned, people are here sweating. They're having to fan some of the elderly and put them in some shaded areas, but they're not leaving. They're not backing down. They're going to stay here for President Trump. So they're getting their water and they're being taken care of, and the crowd is full here behind us, the sitting area, and then they're already starting to line up for the overflow.
Exactly. A ton of interest here in Summerville, South Carolina. A lot of people still outside the venue getting checked in through Secret Service, TSA's here, a number of law enforcement agencies. Of course, is President Trump on his way now that he landed just miles from this location, as you saw with Brian Glenn and MTG there at the scene. It's pretty wild to see this many people here on a Monday afternoon in September. But you know what? That's the support that the president sees, and that's what the people want, is freedom for this country. So switching gears, Vanessa, we were talking about the debate coming up, and then President Trump's plans, and then Biden's plans. Tell us about it.
Okay, so President Trump will be speaking in Michigan on Wednesday. That's the same time as the GOP debate, the presidential debate in California. That will be the GOP's second debate. President Trump is not debating there, and he will be in Michigan on that day to talk to the workers there, the auto workers who are on strike. Once he announced that, Joe Biden announced that he was also going to Michigan to speak with these workers who are on strike on Tuesday. So he's going on Tuesday. President Trump is going on Wednesday. Joe Biden has not released details of his visit. I know President Trump will be speaking to about 500 workers during his visit there in Michigan. And so be looking for full coverage, live coverage on that visit coming up on Wednesday. A huge deal for Michigan because Michigan's known for the auto industry. And so if these workers are on strike, that could be a big hit to their economy.
Exactly. No original playbook for Biden, right? He just follows the leader. And we know who the leader is, the leader of the free world, who will be on his way here to share a message with the American people here in South Carolina. Once again, that's at 3 o'clock Eastern. You're watching Right Side Broadcasting Network right here, most likely on Rumble or the website or our app. Thank you so much for joining us. Also, why don't you send this link to as many people as, think about it. If it's a 9 to 5 office job and they're working, they might want to have this on the side, right? Watching a little bit of coverage here, throwing an AirPod or two, and you know, enjoy this day here in South Carolina. What great coverage with Brian Glenn. How awesome is that?
I love it, and I'm very thankful, all of us are at Right Side Broadcasting Network, to the Trump team and President Trump for allowing RSBN to be there along for the ride as they jump in the motorcade and head this way. Very inviting to us and always humble and very kind, and so we get to...
Celebrity we've been working with. And we have plenty others here, but we've taken about a 44-point lead in this state. In the NFL, they have this expression. They go prevent, defense. We don't do that. There's no prevent. You know what happens? They go prevent and they don't win. We don't do prevent defense. We just go on the offense because our country has never been in this position. We've never done worse than we've done now. I don't think there's ever been a time where we're so disrespected. They're laughing. The whole world is laughing at us. They're putting us out of work. They're stealing our businesses. They're stealing our jobs. You're a state that knows exactly. You never did better than when Trump was your president. Great governor, great lieutenant governor. You have great people here, but you never did better. And now you're seeing what's happening. It's not a good.
We love you.
It's not a good situation. So we're going to straighten it out. The ABC Washington Post did a big poll. They said I was up 9, but I was actually up 10. They made the announcement. Now I understand we're up 11 or 12, but they don't want to say it. They don't want to say it. We are doing amazingly. In Iowa, we're way ahead. In New Hampshire, we're way ahead. In South Carolina, we're way ahead. And nationally, we're up 57 points. Can you believe this? I just wanted to thank you all, and I'm with you 1,000%.
Thank you.
Very simple. We have to save our country. We have to make America great again. It's a very simple. We have to stop that border. It's destroying what they're doing on our country. It's not even believable they can keep going like this. I mean, they just keep it open. They don't. These are arrogant, stupid people. Think of it. The cities are bulging. Everything's bulging. The countrysides too. Your state is also. They can't handle it. They just keep it open. They don't care. They have 40, 50,000 people today trying to break into our country, and they just walk in. They don't even have to break in. They used to have to break in. We didn't allow it. We had the best border in history. Now we have the worst border in history. And I think for any country, there's never been a country that would allow this. So these are bad people that are destroying our country. I think they must know what they're doing because they cheat in elections very well, so they can't be stupid. But we won't let it happen. They're cheaters and they're liars. And you're right. They're cheaters and they're liars, and we have to take it back. They're going to try like hell to cheat on the election. We can't let it happen. So I just want to thank you all. Thank you. I want to thank you all. This is going to be an incredible campaign. Lindsay and everybody, the governor, everybody is with us. We have unified support in South Carolina, but we have it all over. We really have it all over. They're having a debate on Wednesday night. They ought to focus on swing states instead of focusing on this fake debate. You know, the closest one is to Sanctimonious. He's 58. So they shouldn't waste their time on debates. In Pennsylvania, they're trying to do it again. They're doing automatic voter registration, where when people sign up for a license plate, they get to vote. Okay, it's another unconstitutional deal. And you know who signs up for license plates? Illegals. So they want to try and do it again. That's what they ought to be. The RNC ought to be focusing on that and not these stupid debates, which are basically, it's a job interview. You know, the debates are a job interview. And so far, I'm not too interested, okay? So I'm going to be tomorrow with the auto workers. We're going to be going probably on Wednesday, actually. As soon as I said that, Biden announced he's going to go. He would have never gone. You know, he's selling our auto companies, and you have a lot of that here. But he's selling our automobile companies, everything right down the tubes. So I announced that I'm going to Michigan, and then he announced 20 minutes later, I'm going to Michigan because that's where the people that run the country told him he has to go. Because he's not calling the shots. So I want to thank you, everybody. We love you all, and we are going to win. I think it's going to be good. She's going to win me right now.
President Trump delivering a few remarks here to supporters here at the office in South Carolina, talking about not only the support he has here in South Carolina, but also talking about the
This is for the fake news. Got it? You got them all still. I'll take one over there. I want to make sure you give me Connie Strickland. She's your top phone call.
Yay, Connie! Right here.
She's shy. You doing okay?
apparently he was meeting with one of the top workers here in this area.
We're going to make a speech now about boating. Because they're trying to put your boats out of business, too. They want the boat to go about 2 miles an hour to save the whales, but they'll put windmills all over. They save the whales, but they put windmills all over.
Veterans love you here.
Yeah, we got our college Republicans back here.
Yes,
We will not disappoint you.
Looks like we're being called to roll out of here. Let's go ahead and make our way through here as he delivers remarks to about 100 people in this room. Now we're going to make our way back in the motorcade here. We're going to make our way. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. We're going to make our way back in the motorcade, and then we'll go over to stop number 2. It's kind of an undisclosed location, and as we get a little closer, perhaps we can get you more informed. But this is what it looks like outside. You got a row of cars, security, staffers, of course, press vehicles here as well. The president talking about the latest polls on ABC, talking about the 10-11 point lead head-to-head over Biden. Now, initially, if you recall months ago, that poll was almost a neck and neck. It was almost a head-to-head poll, but that, as we have probably, the true polls coming out, that gap is much larger than it was. I'll let Will get in here as we will toss it back to Vanessa and Matthew at the location. We'll see you at location number 2 on the road for the motorcade. Back to you guys.
Live report there, getting into the motorcade, and as we saw, Vanessa, President Trump talking about the debates, he called them, quote, stupid, and then basically was saying it's a job interview for the candidates there, because you know what, President Trump already had the job, right, and he got 5 stars all the time.
And his point is, I'm so far ahead in the polls, why do I even have to be there? There are so many issues going on in America, I can just go stomp somewhere else, and he's doing just that. So on Wednesday night, while the GOP debate is going on in California, President Trump will be in Detroit, Michigan, speaking to the auto workers there who are on strike, and that's a huge hit to the Detroit and Michigan economy, because that is the basis of their economy, is the auto industry. So President Trump is making his way there, speaking to about 500 people on Wednesday. RSBN will be covering that live. And then after he announced that he was going on Wednesday, Joe Biden announced that he was going on Tuesday. His plans haven't been exactly announced yet, but both of them will be in Michigan this week.
Yep, and he's just following the leader, as I mentioned earlier, the leader of the free world, Donald Trump, being there on Wednesday. A great speech, of course, will be covered right here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. And then on to California next weekend, just all over the place. He's campaigning. It's full throttle, and it's great to see. The other day, the president put something on Truth Social talking about misinformation and disinformation. He put the actual definitions of each of them on there. It said misinformation is false or inaccurate information, basically getting the facts wrong. Disinformation is false information, which is deliberately intended to mislead, intentionally misstating the facts. Isn't that what we see on the left? You know, a lot of that mis and disinformation to try and push the narrative that is a wrong narrative, is not the true narrative. And it's great to be able to have Donald Trump out here, but also others, MTG and Carrie Lake and Tudor Dixon and others out there sharing the truth, and podcasters and Right Side Broadcasting. Like, we are the other side saying, hey, this is actually the truth. We know that we want to be free. We want the Constitution. And as do not only us, the conservative media, we the people, because that's what we are too. We are people, the people, just like you guys.
And we're suffering just like you. You know, we know the economy's tough. There are so many people living paycheck to paycheck. I saw that over 50% of Americans are now living paycheck to paycheck right now, which is a sad statistic to see. And so we understand the struggle of everything, you know, whether it's immigration and these illegal immigrants coming into your child's schools and giving them fentanyl, or just coming into your neighborhoods and just, you know, finding a place to stay and roaming the streets. We understand that immigration is not just going on, the illegal immigration, not just going on in border states. It's all over the country. Hey, we want to take a quick look at the crowd as we get some people in here awaiting the start of this program. Starting in about an hour, President Trump will be speaking thereafter. We want to thank some of our sponsors today. Without you, we would not be here. So thank you to Moint Beef Box. Did you know that 60% of U.S. pork production comes from one company, and that's owned by the Chinese? And the product that they use is banned in 160 countries, including China. But it's right here in America. You can actually find it inside your grocery store aisle every single day. But there's a better way. I'd like to tell you about Moink. That's Moo plus Oink. Moink delivers high-quality, humanely raised meats raised on American family farms, shipped to your doorstep from the heart of rural America. The Moink difference is a difference you can taste, and you can feel good knowing you're helping family farms hold on to their land and providing hope to long-forgotten rural America, where Moink ships from their town of just 97 people. I love that. 97 people is where this beef comes from. They say that you can keep American farming going. All you have to do is sign up at moinkbox.com/Trump right now. And get this, when you sign up right now, you will get free ground beef for a year. That's 1 year of the best ground beef you'll ever taste, but for a limited time. Spelled MOINK box.com/Trump. That's moinkbox.com/Trump. Give them a try.
Quite awesome. A small town, like 97 people, you know, and that's something to be proud of, to make it to a point that they made it on Shark Tank. They're on here with Right Side Broadcasting Network. And Vanessa, you were talking about earlier immigration in the sense of fentanyl crossing the border. In Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, in 3 days, there were 9 overdose deaths. There's usually 4 on average a month, so there were 9 in 3 days. And even the mayor came out on a Saturday press conference and mentioned the fact that fentanyl was laced with some other drug, cocaine, that kind of thing. And whatever drug dealer or dealers that was there, these 9 people lost their lives to fentanyl in 72 hours. The left-wing media doesn't touch something like that. The local media I saw put on there that it was a narcotic that was, you know, blah, blah, blah. They just gave all these other words. They didn't call it fentanyl because they didn't want to give MAGA or the Republicans any credit on what's happening at the border.
And wake up, because it's happening in staggering numbers. Tens of thousands are crossing the border every day, flocking into America. Giving you a quick update from the Democrat mayor of El Paso. He said this weekend that El Paso is at a breaking point. The city of El Paso, right there at the Texas border, is at a breaking point. He's a Democrat saying this.
Yes.
The Dallas mayor just switched to the Republican Party. Long-term Democrat. He has been in the political eye for many years, and he's always run Democrat, but his beliefs are more on the Republican side. And so just last week, he announced that he is switching sides. People are waking up. We cannot keep going at this pace, letting these illegal immigrants come in by the thousands. In August, over 300,000 tried to get in. 300,000. That was just in August alone. Fast forward to September, where we are now. They said from September 1st through the 20th, more than 100,000 illegal border crossings. So it's just too much for these border cities to handle, and it's also too much for the mainland. They're moving inland. They're not just staying at the border. They're moving inland, and these cities and states can't handle it. We're here in South Carolina in the small town of Summerville, and the people here today are telling us immigration's affecting them as well. So they're coming everywhere. New York City, they're housing them in the nicest hotels. New York City is finally waking up and saying, we can't have this in our city.
The interesting thing about patriots and conservatives and those in the conservative media, without even comparing any notes at all, specifically El Paso, Texas, on my notes right here, Vanessa and I didn't even talk about this. That was the exact point that I was going to bring up with immigration, that the mayor says it's a breaking point. The city's at a breaking point, and they've opened these emergency shelters. And in a report I saw, they're starting to bus migrants to other major cities, including New York City, Chicago, and Denver. New York City, Chicago, and Denver. Migrants are being bused from El Paso by the Democrat mayor there. So this is obviously a problem happening throughout the country, let alone fentanyl, let alone crime, in the sense of any criminals that are crossing the border, and also anybody that's on like a terror watch list. This is not people that are just Hispanic. I'm Hispanic. My grandpa's from Cuba. I'm a Cuban, Italian, American, born in this country. But there are Asians, Africans. It's all kinds of people, white people. It doesn't matter. All kinds of people. That's the point I'm making. Are invading our country with no border anymore. And so that's why President Trump is out here on the campaign trail. That's why Vanessa and I and Brian and MTG, Christina, Bob, others, we're just shedding light on what the truth is. As I mentioned before, Fox News, they'll cover the immigration story, but they stop short of realizing of how serious of a situation we are in this country. I want to slow down and ask you a question, Vanessa. I was thinking about this. When we work in local media, if a snowstorm was on the way, or if there was a tornado warning, we would act like, the sky is falling. It's the end of the world. It's unprecedented snowstorm. But I think right now with the situation with the country, it is unprecedented. Now, to say the sky is falling in the sense of, is it that urgent? I believe millions of Americans would say, yes, sir, yes, ma'am, it is. I do lean towards that, but I also want to be able to live life from day to day. Like, life will still go on, but we still want to have a leader that's going to keep freedom in this nation. So what are your thoughts on that, of the sky's falling analogy?
Absolutely it is, because look how bad the economy has gotten, how bad foreign policy has. We're on the brink of World War III, the immigration. We could go on and on of all of the wrongdoings under the Biden administration, or the doings of nothing under the Biden administration, Kamala Harris. And so if this wins again, we're in trouble. But I'm with you. Life still goes on, but the America that we know and love will be no more. We are hanging on by a thread. We've got to save this country, hanging on by a thread. And the only people that can do that are the conservatives. The rhinos in office, shame on them. They're not doing what they were voted to do by the people. You were voted by the people, for the people, so you should be working for your area and your constituents and in your town. And so we need to get the rhinos out as well. So clean house, drain the swamp, start fresh. America's waking up. America wants to save this country. We love our country. We love our freedoms. We love the Constitution, the Declaration of Independence. We love everything that our founding fathers stood for. And so that's all about to go away if this administration stays another 4 years. But, I worry about what's ahead, but I also worried about my child, who's almost 2 years old. What kind of America will he grow up in? What kind of school will he go to when they're allowing, the genders, who's using what bathrooms in men and women's sports. Why have women's sports if you're going to allow men in it? Just have sports, right? And so it's just a crazy time, and we just need to stop everything altogether and go back to our roots.
And that's exactly right. I mean, that was 1776. It was for freedom, and that's, the Constitution comes out of that. And it's a land that would be a Christian nation, in my opinion, but also one that wants freedom. And that's what we're here for. That's the information war that's happening is, what are you going to believe? Are you going to watch traditional cable news and other articles that are out there that try and sway the public opinion of hundreds of millions in this country and across the world about what's happening here? Instead, there are people speaking out with the truth in mind and the truth in their heart. And this is why you get the respect of the people. Interesting. I think gone are the days of the cushy, nice seat as a senator or a congressman or woman, in the sense of, you're working for us, like you said, but also you're a star, but only if you're doing the right things. That's how I gotta work with it now. It's like, you're a star if you're doing the right things.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that people are starting to see who they voted in and what they're doing and not doing, and pay attention as Congress is back in session. Look at the war in Ukraine with Russia. Is your constituent, is your representative, is your senator doing what you voted for them to do? Are they for sending more money to Ukraine? Are they against it? And if they're for it, call their office and say, hey, I didn't vote for this. We want our money to stay right here in America. So go past the mainstream media, do your research. The internet's real easy to get to right now. Just a quick Google search will get you all the information you need to know on who's voting for what and who's not. And speaking of Ukraine, we just learned today that the money that we're sending, the billions of dollars that we're sending, is going more than just for weapons in the war. We're also hearing now that it's going for seed and fertilizer to the Ukrainian farmers. We're also hearing that it is going to the salaries of the Ukrainian first responders. So where is this money really going? It's starting to come to light, because representatives, House representatives, mainly Marjorie Taylor Greene, Matt Gaetz, people like that, they're digging, and they're digging deep to show what is this money going towards? Where is it going? And it's not, I think we're being lied to by the Biden administration. And when they start digging, like we just found out today, it's going to more than just funding a war. It's going to salaries.
Exactly. Mitch McConnell, Chuck Schumer, Justin Trudeau, the Prime Minister of Canada, just yesterday. I mean, everybody shaking Zelensky's hand like he's this superstar, getting how many hundreds of billions of dollars from our country. And as President Trump says, in Europe, some of the countries there, 20 billion. So enough is enough with that. But that's only going to come from people that are doing things in Congress to just really push on stopping the funding of this Ukraine war. As I mentioned earlier, the Chinese president, as we talk some international news real quick, and Assad, the dictator of Syria, were shaking hands in a photo, and I'm gonna show it to you guys here. Let's see, this photo right here is Petrie. If we could look at this photo here, this is the photo I saw where it shows Assad with the Chinese leader shaking hands. This was about 48 hours ago. That is a dictator that killed hundreds of thousands of his own people, and the Chinese government is being friendly with them. And then there's the Chinese communist leader with Biden being friendly with them. You got to remember, this hasn't happened since 2004. So if the mainstream media isn't going to pick it up, if nobody's going to talk about it, and it's only going to be on Reuters and a few, agency French press and all that kind of thing, I'll talk about it. I know that I'm not trying to be I'm a nobody when it comes to this. I don't care. I'm a person in the sense of I'm we the people. And if I'm going to be on camera, I want to talk about the fact that China's being buddy-buddy with a country like that, and then Biden's being the same with China. It's just like, guys, everybody sees what's going on here. And we're just speaking, we're shining truth onto the darkness.
Yeah, and you talk about what's going on there and that notorious handshake, but it should be more notorious. It should be internationally seen. But instead, last week, instead of seeing that, we're seeing on mainstream media for days on end what Fetterman is wearing to work. And it's disgusting to me. I turned off the TV the other night because we know that he's sloppy. We know he's a slob. We know that he doesn't dress to impress. We know that he could care less the way he looks, and that's just the way he goes into work. And that's what the people of Pennsylvania voted for, and so they say, and so that's what, that's what they wanted. We don't care anymore. Right. Let him go. Let him be. If he wants to go in his pajamas, let him. However, these are the news stories that they need to be reporting on. This is what the people need to see, and so that's where you'll find your conservative news networks who show you the truth. But again, dig a little bit, turn off the TV, the mainstream media. They're not going to tell you the truth. They're going to, report fake news. President Trump even got on to one of the networks on Truth Social just, you mentioned within the last 48 hours. He did that over the weekend because they didn't show the exact or correct poll numbers. And the poll numbers are showing him leading by wide margins. There's not even a close race in the Republican primary side for president, but when it comes head-to-head to Joe Biden, the latest numbers show President Trump up 10%. So show the real numbers, show the facts, and they're just not doing that.
Exactly, and I take back what I said about being a nobody, because in the sense of this, being a Christian and being a believer, I believe that anybody is a somebody, you know what I mean? Yes. A child of God is an awesome thing, and that's, I believe, a number of people here are believers as well. I want to talk about BRICS real quick. I mean, 4 more countries just joined their group in attempts to devalue the dollar. They invited Argentina, Egypt, Saudi Arabia, and Iran. So they didn't join BRICS yet, but BRICS invited those countries. Interesting to see the nation seeing how weak right now the country is here because of our so-called leadership, and they're just trying to take advantage of it.
Absolutely, and it's scary for the American dollar. That's why we encourage you to invest in gold if you can. We talk about Birch Gold. That's a good company to give a call. They'll send you a free information kit. You can text 989898 and just put the word Trump into that text message, and then a representative will call you. Very scary time when it comes to the American dollar and the lessening of the value of the American dollar due to the BRICS nations. And so it's a worrisome time. And so think about your 401ks, your IRAs. Do that with Birch Gold. Text Trump to 989898.
That's right. And we are here in Summerville, South Carolina. I'm Matthew Alvarez. If you'd like to follow me on Truth Social, at Matthew Alvarez. Vanessa Broussard, at Vanessa Broussard. Of course, Brian is on the way. Brian Glenn, at Brian for Truth Social. And our SBN. I want to thank you so much. Yeah, that is a lot.
Just type in our name.
Yeah, just in case you're looking, But it's wonderful to be here in Summerville. It's going to be great to see President Trump. Yes. People from all around here on the front here. And why don't we take a live look right now to your right and my left at some of the crowd gearing up to just see the president. Also, the boat that's over here. This is the Sportsman Boathouse here in Summerville. A great local business. Some pretty nice looking boats here too on sale. But I can tell you that President Trump will be on his way here momentarily. The program will start at 2 p.m. Eastern, 1 o'clock in the Central Time Zone, and then President Trump will speak at 3 o'clock. So thank you once again for joining us here. Why don't you go ahead and send the link to a number of friends and family to share the message that we're sharing with you. Brian will be here, MTG will be here, and also President Trump. And who knows what other people will speak on stage.
Yeah, I can't wait for it. Excited to be here, and that breeze feels good.
It does.
Every once in a while we get a nice cool breeze, but other than that, it's sticky out here. We are on the verge of a government shutdown. I know that's on a lot of people's minds as well. That would take effect over the weekend at midnight on Saturday going into Sunday. if an agreement is not reached. Now, what does that mean for you? You'll still get your Social Security checks, you'll still get your mail, but any small business loan applications, Social Security applications, things of that nature will be disrupted, and it may take a little bit longer to process if we are under a government shutdown. So if that were to happen, be expecting some delays there and some disruptions in the service. But when it comes to your government checks, Social Security checks, your mail, things of that nature, you will still receive those. But a lot of our representatives and congressmen and women are saying that they're not going to pass this spending bill if Ukraine is still part of the equation. Take it out. That can be a different bill separately, and we'll vote no on that, and then we might approve what's left in the spending bill. So that Ukraine deal is what's holding up that spending bill to pass.
A lot going on in the halls of the Capitol building in Washington, D.C. on Capitol Hill. And that's an accurate assessment right there. It needs to be done, and needs to be done soon. We do want to thank one of our sponsors right now as we take one more live look here in Summerville, South Carolina. I want to talk about our friends over at Salute Styles. Get this, they're actually giving away Wanted for President t-shirts as a welcome bonus to join their Trump t-shirt club. That's a great t-shirt that you can wear proudly. Now, last time these shirts sold out, and get this, 3 hours after announcing it. So we don't want you to miss this deal. All you have to do is go to patriotshirtclub.com, as you see there on your screen, patriotshirtclub.com. You can get your shirt today. Now, these t-shirts are printed and shipped from New York, so you will be supporting a patriotic business by getting one of the shirts today. Once again, patriotshirtclub.com. Select your size and get your free t-shirt today. Once again, as Vanessa and I are here live in Summerville as President Trump in the motorcade, and Brian Glenn on the way here for yet another great speech here in South Carolina. President Trump, once again, will be in Michigan on Wednesday. Instead of watching the debate on another network, which, by the way, the debate's going to be the same old from the first night. I mean, I watched that, but I also, of course, watched X and saw the Tucker Carlson interview, and we know how well that did. Isn't that wild? Cable news is, I believe, slowly losing people, or maybe a lot of people, and it's going to streaming, it's going to Rumble, it's going to Right Side Broadcasting, it's going to a few other conservative outlets, and because people just want the truth.
Absolutely. I did not watch the first debate. I will be proud to say that I did not. I did watch President Trump on the Tucker Carlson show on X, and I did see some excerpts from the first debate, and I will not watch the second debate. I will be watching President Trump in Michigan. But I'm curious to see if Chris Christie lives up to his word. Now, he said if President Trump misses 2 debates, he's going to track him down on the campaign trail and confront him. And I find that hard to believe. Yes, he may show up, but you're going to come into this MAGA movement, thousands of people who are here backing Trump. I don't think that will end well for Chris Christie.
It's not going to end well for Chris Christie. People do not like...
I just want to be there.
People don't like that guy. I mean, come on. There's some funny memes that actually President Trump posted on Truth Social the other day with Chris Christie, and some of the desk kind of fell down and whatever. It was kind of funny, but I watched the debate, and I like to watch all kinds of news. I'm a news consumer. I'm like a news junkie, right? So that's why I watch it. I know where the truth lies, right? I do like InfoWars as well. Shout out to Owen Schroyer and those guys over there. What I liked also about what President Trump posted on Truth Social the other day, make America free again. That's a great saying as well. Make America great again, but make America free again. You see something going on?
Oh, yeah. I'm watching a heckler, one of our cameramen down there. So security showed up real quick and is taking care of that. So, but we're good. We're good.
Yeah, of course.
Security's always tight. We're in the best hands always.
Yeah.
And so...
There's some great security here. The guys that work for the Trump team are awesome. Secret Service is doing a great job. Of course, the law enforcement, local, state, here in South Carolina. I've said this before, but interesting, when Donald Trump steps off planes or wherever he's at, the law enforcement, they pose. I don't care if they're wearing SWAT gear or if they're looking like military or if they're looking like a patrol officer. Respect to everybody on the force. And my dad actually was a detective back in New Jersey years ago. My mom worked at the prosecutor's office, so I get the law enforcement thing. My buddy works for state police, so mad respect to the blue and anybody that wants freedom in this nation. And so a lot of times when you say back the blue, some people on the left think that's racist or something. No, it's not racist. There are white, black, Asian, Hispanic officers that are freedom lovers and freedom fighters for this country and just want to do a good job. And those are the people we're in support of. Not Antifa, not BLM and others that just want to tear down the nation. You know, people on the left obviously have their religion is that it in itself. They have really no life outside of it. They don't believe in a God. They don't care about freedom. They just want to be God themselves and try and destroy our land, and we're doing what we can in a peaceful way, speaking out, but also we're going to flood the voting in a true and honest way, do great things in the sense of make sure it's a free and fair election, and we'll see how these indictments go. We know there's sham indictments. I believe that. It's what President Trump says, but we know what's going on there, and we know that he'll overcome that because the entire country and the entire world sees what's going on. We see what's going on.
Absolutely. And, you know, talking to some of the people who are close in the Trump circle, I've asked them before at events, what's it like, what's going on, what's the vibe, and they tell me he's going to be okay. Now, they can't get into specifics, and they don't talk, you know, exactly about what's going on behind the scenes and what kind of evidence they have that they'll bring up in court, but they always say he's in good spirits and he'll be okay. And so when I hear that Donald Trump is in good spirits, then that, you know, motivates me to keep pushing forward and keep going. And I hope that does for you as well. And look at him. I mean, he's still going strong. He's still out here. He's still, you know, arriving in different cities and different states, touring the country on the campaign trail, meeting with voters. And, you know, it's not stopping him. And that's what the left wanted to do. That's what these district attorneys wanted him to do. They wanted him to crumble. They wanted him to fall out of the campaign, back off. He says, we will never surrender. We will never fail. We will never yield. We aren't going anywhere. He says the MAGA movement is here and it's stronger than ever, and we see that in the poll numbers. Now, you talked about, you know, the police and the BLM, Antifa. How did that turn out for them? You know, when you look at what's going on in Maui, for example, who shows up? The first responders show up. The good old boys show up. You know, if we have a hurricane, they're there, you know, in their boats. If it's flooded, if you have flooded neighborhoods, the good old boys are on their boats helping first responders. BLM is not there. They're not there. Where are they? They're mainly tearing down cities and burning down buildings, and they're wanting to defund the police. So there is this there's no middle point. You either back the blue or you want to tear down cities. So right. It's just not ending well for these cities who want to defund the police, because you need the police.
Notice that on the right, this is rhetoric and a movement of peace.
Yes.
Blessed are the peacemakers. That's what we're about. We're not out there, you know, doing all these kind of wild things like the left actually does, and then they project it that we are that way. We're not that way. And then one more point with Right Side Broadcasting. I remember watching a rally maybe, 7-8 months ago, and there was an African-American woman, and she had a shirt. It said, "All Lives MAGA."
And they do. Oh, well, okay.
All Lives MAGA. And
they do want to make America great again.
Right.
But we have different views on how we want to make America great again.
Exactly. Now, all lives do matter, of course, but I love that it said All Lives MAGA. It's on my Truth Social at Matthew Alvarez if you want to scroll down and take a look. But
that's great.
It's that kind of thing. You know, it's just people. We just want to have freedom. We just want the Constitution. It's the same old thing. We're going to keep talking about it because the left keeps trying to take away the true narrative of what's going on. They're trying to sway the public opinion. I know I'm preaching to the choir, but you know what? I guarantee there's probably some Democrats on here watching. You know that you're starting to see that you want to have your freedom as well. And there are people just like Tulsi Gabbard and others that are crossing that line because life, liberty, the pursuit of happiness, the Bible, these are things we believe in, and that's what we're all about. And I'm so glad President Trump is on the way.
Absolutely, and he'll talk about life tonight. They have a camera crew on top of the building getting a photo and video of the crowd, so they're cheering on, happy to be here. They're starting to chant USA. Let's take a listen real quick. Actually looks like a sniper, Matthew.
Yeah, I saw that. Seeing security here, and obviously a standing ovation from a number of people here. There are Secret Service and security all around this area. Very protected environment, motorcade protected. And, the support of the American people, as I posted on Truth, we, the people, stand with Donald Trump. And we also stand with people that are in office or trying to be in office that want freedom and are pure-hearted with it. It's like, when you talk to somebody, if there's someone that is on the right side of things. So that's what we're looking for. We want those kind of people in office to lead, but also to listen to us, we the people.
Absolutely. That's what they're voted in for. And so just do your diligence and vote for what your people want. All right, I think we are ready to toss it over to Brian Glenn, who is with President Trump in the motorcade. Brian, what's it looking like out there?
All right, we're back here live in the motorcade here in South Carolina, pulling up to what looks like the Palmetto. I'm trying to get the full name of this facility, but you're watching it as it happens. Palmetto State Armory. It appears that where we're going right now. We're just a few minutes away from piling out of the vehicles once again and making our way. And from what we've been told, there will be a press opportunity here at this facility. So let's go ahead and move through here as we make our way and get in position to get the remarks. As you can see, you've got a lot of it looks like obviously a police escort, to say the least, coming into this area as we make our way into the secure area to be able to get the president to roll out of here. We are live here, Charlotte, South Carolina, making our way into a facility here. I would imagine that a lot of the focus on this particular stop will be on our Second Amendment right and protecting lawful gun ownership. We'll get here into position. We are here. We are live. We're glad you're joining us. Vanessa and Matthew have done a fantastic job providing the coverage to thousands of people live right now at that facility, waiting for the president to arrive there. This is our second stop post the airport. And after here, we'll be heading your way. If you're just now joining us, welcome. Live here in Summerville, South Carolina. As you can see, we've got obviously a lot of hunting, self-defense, firearms here at this facility. Good crowd outside. You might have saw that as we came in. Actually, Trump is in the building here. Let's see if we can turn out that way. I think he'll be walking through here. We're just going to kind of let this listen in. As he's meeting with a few supporters, it looks like, at the entrance here, but he will be walking towards us here when he's done. And then we're going to transition, from what I understand, to another counter. Engage some of the management here. As you know, President Trump has been very outspoken as far as protecting our Second Amendment rights and the lawful gun ownership in this country, as our founding fathers have laid out. And a stop here only reinforces the fact that he is for gun ownership. And really this pushback that we're seeing from the left to take away semi-automatic guns, and they call them assault rifles. That's kind of I guess, a marketing thing they do on their behalf. It's a messaging ploy they do on their behalf to put such a terminology behind that. But they are a semi-automatic firearm, and the president has been very vocal about supporting our Second Amendment right as we start to see other rights like the First Amendment right, freedom of speech, be stripped away in many cases, as the president has experienced himself through the situation with the election. We're going to listen in here as he makes his way closer to us.
Since 2012. Jamin's the founder here, and I'm we've been in college for ROTC at Clemson here. Oh, good. Yeah. We did we have a manufacturing facility about 2 miles from here, over 1,600 people, employees.
That's fantastic. And it's doing well. Well, now it's going to do better. Look at all these people. They've done a fantastic job. Fantastic job. Incredible people. People of South Carolina. Incredible people. And thank you for being here. Appreciate it.
So you we do. We have. We sell about half of what we sell is ours, and then we source paper.
Okay, we're going to kind of move in as this develops, so just bear with us. We're going to move in a little bit closer as we are protected by the service here to make sure we stay in the distance that we have. Yeah. Transition over to another spot here. Make it a little bit easier for us to get around here. We'll see if you can get in a little bit. I'll stand behind you. Let's listen in to some of this conversation. Talk about pistol braces.
Okay, there's 40 million, potentially 40 million firearms owners that are felons now under Biden's pistol brace. What is that exactly? Okay, I have one. I don't know if we can get it. So during about a decade ago, the ATF approved some pistol brace attachment put on a handgun. For your administration, they said sold close to 40 million. People bought them as a pistol. Biden came in, one of the first things he did was he made all those people felons. Right now we're fighting in the court, the 5th Circuit, the 8th Circuit. Okay.
I have one.
You have one?
Yeah, and
Marjorie
my mom
Taylor
has one. And it helps her, she's able
Right.
to hold it. So it's good.
So not worried about inner city crime, all that problem.
Right.
But regular, average, solid Earth Americans, they got to make them.
Take care of it. Take care of it. That's an easy one. Great stuff.
So we have a couple of guns that we actually made here in South Carolina.
Good.
I'll show you.
You see? Yeah.
They're right down here. I don't know if we need to take them.
We're going to transition of the president talking about pistol braces, talking about not only owning firearms, very important. Marjorie Taylor Greene commented in that she owns a pistol brace as well.
Can you take this? Yes, sure. You one would come through. I can do it. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Fantastic. When you asked which was the highest quality gun, sir, it's this one. That's a Glock. Glock actually did that, and these are actually great sellers. We do. It comes exactly like this from Glock.
They like it.
Sir, if you want one, this one. Can I get one more picture with
President Trump just mentioned that he would like to buy whatever they were talking about. I thought was a great moment there as they take a few pictures.
Hey, let me have it. Y'all look so good. Watch this. And hey, jump in one more time. But Julian, Attorney General, jump in. You look good. Yeah, you got fantastic. Huge partnership with Block. We're one of the biggest. I don't know if they ever can. It's just
That's a big seller.
Okay, this is fantastic. 1, 2, 3. Gotcha. Thanks.
That's fantastic.
Yeah, let's put that
Head over to the range area.
Relocate here. Going to backtrack as we are live here in Summerville, South Carolina at the Armory. It is a gun, pretty much outdoor supply facility here. And now the president's going to meet, have a few words with some of the local state legislators that flew in there. Let's listen in.
Yes, sir.
Well, I was very proud to receive the endorsement from these people. These are the most powerful people in the great state of South Carolina. I think I can say that very sincerely. They're fantastic people. And we have about a 44-point lead now. And we have a senator and we have a governor. And we still have that kind of a lead, right? It's nobody even close. And I think we're going to do very well. We're just looking at this store, and this store is amazing. It was built from scratch. It started in the garage about, what, 20 years ago probably. And look at 12 years, that's incredible. Boy, you worked quickly.
It didn't sleep a lot.
You worked quickly. No sleep, that's right. But you enjoyed it. A great job you've done. Great job. And Congressman, I just want to thank you for this job. I want to thank you for the job you've done. One of the big moments in the history of Congress, one made a long time ago. I remember that. We appreciate you. Thank you very much. Thanks. Thank you very much, everybody. Sir. Okay? Thank you. Thank you very much.
This is the CSM jacket. We designed this for the president.
We're just changing positions.
Just changing positions here. Let's go on the other side.
Right this way, let's get the camera around here.
That's great. He said we could help you out. Back to the car. And I actually got all active duty with the ROTC, and that's where I'm in June.
So what does this do?
This is a Jacqueline. I don't think your Secret Service want me to pick it up. But we make.
But go ahead.
Pretty much every single part here in South Carolina, Florida. We make the barrel. It's just, everything is made from raw materials. And we have
3 miles away from here, sir.
a lot of it is made just down
So
there.
everything in the U.S.
And 100% U.S. made. And the cool thing is, South Carolina, it was developed in South Carolina.
Right.
So this was an idea that we had about 7-8 years ago. It's called the Jackal. It's one of the best-selling guns in the country right now. We also have, this is called the Dagger. This is our handgun. We have a lot of unique designs.
How does that compare with the one, the Glock that we just looked at?
Well, it's hard to compare with Glock, but I personally like it, and the Jackal is our #1, the Daggers are #2 sellers.
Wow.
They sell extremely well.
What's
And
the
again,
difference in price between that and a Glock?
A Glock is $550 to $600. These are from $300 to $400, depending on the feature.
That's a
So
difference.
a Glock gets to charge a premium just because of the name
Yeah,
and everything.
I think that's right. That's right. You've done a great job.
Appreciate it.
Congratulations. See this man right over here? Most important man in photography. Even though he works for the New York Times. That's great.
Thank you.
Anyway, that's great. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thanks for all
I'll
you've
see you
done.
soon. Joe,
So I'll tell you a real quick story. Real quick.
Go ahead.
So my wife, who you met when
Yes.
we started this when I got back from my second deployment, and I quit my regular job, and I told Deborah, hey, we're going to start a company. But that whole year after I got back, we spent Sunday evenings watching The Apprentice.
Oh.
And I love The Apprentice. That was my absolute favorite show.
That's beautiful. That's very nice. It was a big hit.
It was a huge hit.
That was a big hit. We
love
liked
watching
it. The question is, would I become president without it? A lot of people, they debate that question. Would he have become president without it? And I don't know. I think the answer is yes, but a lot of people disagree.
Sir, can I tell the American people that if you're elected, you'll take care of the pistol brace issue quickly for us?
Take care of all issues.
It's a burden on.
We will take care of that. We'll take care of all issues. We'll take care of the border issue. We'll take care of the energy independence. We were energy independent just a short time ago. Think of it, 3 years ago, we had so much energy, we were soon going to be energy dominant. Now we're going to Venezuela and begging them for energy. And they sell us their tar. There's tar that they sell us. And we refine it in Houston. So if people believe in the atmosphere, they got a big problem. It's so horrible what's happening. We'll take care of a lot of problems. That problem's easy.
Can Julian and I get a picture with you?
Yeah, come on over. Something. And the Attorney General, too.
No, let
the Attorney General.
let
They
them
look good.
Let them.
It's a great picture.
We've been called to go back to the press vehicles. We're going to do that right now as we're live here at the Palmetto State Armory here as President Trump made a brief stop here, talking to the employees, talking to the owners, not only about the various handguns that they provide here, talking about pistol braces, the importance of keeping that in effect and eliminating any kind of regulation behind that, and really just focusing on our Second Amendment right as we make our way through here.
You got a card? Oh, I got a card. Put mine on his tab.
As we, okay. We'd like to, let's see if we can get the president exiting here. And we'll just have to run to the press vehicle. Anyway, when we're done here, we are headed straight to Matthew and Vanessa. This is a good spot here, it looks like. We'll be heading straight to Matthew and Vanessa at the conclusion of this stop, and then going into full coverage.
Man, I need to come back here.
We'll head straight to them as we continue this full day in South Carolina with the president. Programming note, we are transitioning on Wednesday. We'll be live from Detroit as he speaks with some former and current UAW strike workers. Change of plans. Can go back to the car. So meet us on Wednesday. We'll be live from Detroit. Then on Friday, we're in Southern California for the California GOP luncheon. President Trump. Hey, whoa, this way.
All you, brother.
All right, we're going to make our way. Kind of give you an idea of the motorcade outside of this Palmetto State Armory. About a dozen or so vehicles in position.
We'll stay together.
We could. Let's stay together. Okay. For the support vehicles. And then obviously, you've got quite a few. Let's see if we can get a shot of that, Will. Officers on motorcycles. We've got first responders. And what they do is they go ahead of all of us and they shut down the roads, the feeder roads that go into position to let's make sure. What if you can get a shot through there maybe? I don't know. You might be able to get to before we pile in the car. Let's just see what that looks like. Glad you're joining us on this beautiful Monday here in Summerville, South Carolina. The president expected to speak about an hour, 20 hour, 30 minutes to, it looked like, and it is, an absolute packed house. There where Vanessa and Matthew are staged, and we're so glad to have you. Don't forget to support all of our sponsors and partners for today. The Birch Gold Group, wouldn't be able to do this without them and others. And as we say, this digital currency that we have, and this push, the BRICS that's underway, there's only one way to make sure your investments are secure. And that is, investing in gold, silver, and precious metals. And our friends over the Birch Gold Group want you to get that free information kit. You can simply text the words Trump to 989898. That's Trump to 989898. That is the Birch Gold Group. All right, we're waiting for him to step out. Hopefully we get a shot of the president. There's a lot of supporters when he steps out to his right down. We can kind of see them, Will. Let's see if we can show the supporters that are down straight ahead outside this Planet Fitness. A lot of people, when we came in, were chanting Trump 2024. We love you, Mr. President. There's a lot of, obviously, all positive things. And so I would imagine if we're up here on a Monday afternoon, walking out of the gym, next thing you know, you've got a sizable security force roll up in the parking lot. That something special has got to be going on. So I may imagine a lot of these people had no idea what would unfold today in their state. But we're here, and We're glad you're joining us, and we also want to remind you to follow us on social media. If you're not following us on Truth Social, you can do that at RSBN on Truth Social. You can follow me as well at Brian on Truth Social, Brian Glenn TV across the board. Make sure you go to our website, rspnetwork.com/donate. rspnetwork.com/donate. You can simply subscribe to be a monthly donation, or you can do a one-time donation, a monthly reoccurring. It's all up to you. We appreciate it. And as we started this network back in 2015, 2016, we never had any idea that it would be as large as it is right now, and it is due to the viewers and your commitment to supporting us and also watching events unfold like we have today. So we appreciate your loyalty, and we appreciate your constant support with us. So go to rspnetwork.com/donate. Like I said, if you're just now joining us, we're in Summerville, South Carolina, in front of the Palmetto State Armory, where President Trump just was inside, stopped at a couple desk area, and looked at behind the counter. They talked about a couple of handguns. Let's see, he might be walking out here any second. Now we've got the service detail walking out before him, and there he is right there. President Trump walking towards the supporters. Kind of blocked at this position. We're blocked by the. It's coming back this way. All right, we can go ahead and load in the car. I'm going to toss over to Vanessa and Matthew, who are live on the ground at the rally location. We'll send it back to you guys, and we'll meet you there here in a few minutes.
What's up, guys? My name is Jaden Hurd, and I have a Christian show called Let It Be Heard, where we analyze culture and current events from a biblical perspective. I highly recommend you guys check us out. We now have episodes every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And basically, what happens is we react to videos, we have talking points, we have on guests, and it's very exciting. Come check us out on Rumble on the RSBN channel. God bless you guys.
My employees and I are excited to announce it's our 20th anniversary, and to celebrate, we're bringing you a limited edition MyPillow. The Giza Elegance MyPillow is made with the most amazing cotton, 2-inch pipe gusset, comes in 4 custom loft levels, and it's machine washable and dryable.
When I got my pillow, I'm asleep almost immediately. I stay asleep at night and I wake up more well-rested in the morning.
My patented fill adjusts to your exact individual needs and helps keep your neck supported and aligned. That's why we've been around for 20 years, because MyPillow works.
Go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get your limited edition 20th anniversary MyPillow queen size. Retails for $69.98, now only $19.98. That's right, only $19.98.
With my 60-day money-back guarantee, you have nothing to lose. Sleep well, America!
Right Side Broadcasting is known for panning the crowds, showing the packed arenas, and allowing you to see the truth. We've covered hundreds of rallies, briefings, marches, CPAC, and the historic overturning of Roe v. Wade. Right Side Broadcasting was created in 2015 by our founder, Joe Seals, creating a unique broadcasting experience that allows you to make your own decision rather than force-feeding you an agenda. We don't cut or edit people's words or twist them to fit a particular point of view. We allow our correspondents to be open about their opinions while maintaining journalistic integrity. Right Side Broadcasting wants to continue our legacy with help from people just like you. Your donations and support allow us to continue to be the gold standard in live, unedited event coverage. Help our cause by sharing our broadcasts, subscribing on our social media platforms, and supporting us on our locals community. Your monthly or one-time contributions on our website are crucial in our fight for the truth. Thank you for all of your generous support.
Wow, it's so soft and smooth.
It's cool to the touch. How did you do that?
Well, we took MyPillow's patented fill and combined it with this new technology that we didn't have back then when I invented MyPillow to bring you the best pillow in history, MyPillow 2.0. Because of all of you, MyPillow 2.0 has been a huge success. And now we're bringing you our best-selling Go Anywhere MyPillows with the same temperature-regulating technology. Made with my patented adjustable fill and brand new cooling fabric, they're truly the next generation of MyPillow. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to save over 60% on our MyPillow 2.0 4-pack special. You'll get 2 MyPillows and 2 Go Anywhere MyPillows, regular $259.92, now only $99.98. King size just $10 more. This is a limited time offer, so please order now.
Welcome back to live coverage here on Right Side Broadcasting. We're live here in Summerville, South Carolina. The program is going on. The president will take the stage soon. But before we get back to the program live, we do want to thank one of our great sponsors. 60% of U.S. pork production comes from one company. They're owned by the Chinese, and their hogs are given something called ractopamine. So this is banned in actually 160 countries, including in China. Yet you find it in your grocery aisle every day. There's a better way I'd like to tell you about Moink. That's moo plus oink. Now, Moink delivers high-quality, humanely raised meats raised on American family farms, shipped to your doorstep from the heart of rural America. Now, the Moink difference is a difference you can actually taste. You can feel good knowing you're helping family farms hold on to their land and providing hope to long-forgotten rural America, where Moink ships from their orders from a town of, get this, 97 people. Now, Moink is helping save rural America. I love it, and you'll love it too, so all you got to do is join the Moink movement today. They do guarantee you'll say oink, oink. I'm just happy you got Moink. Now, keep American farming going by signing up at moinkbox.com/Trump right now, and you'll get a free ground beef for a year. So that's 1 year of the best ground beef you'll ever taste, but for a limited time. Spelled Moink, M-O-I-N-K, box.com/Trump. That's moinkbox.com/Trump. Also, you can donate, of course, to Right Side Broadcasting Network. We thank you so much for watching this live coverage. Let's listen in here in Summerville, South Carolina.
Governmental body of the country, we've got to have Donald Trump to say no, no, no.
Absolutely.
And then the second thing is you got to have a guy who loves business. America was built on business. We love business. And the people who are there now, part of this whole woke mafia, they hate business. They think money grows on trees, and as long as they have money and they're not-for-profit that funds their private jets and cars, they're happy. But we know that everybody here has worked their entire lives to hopefully have a house and a car and put kids through college. And we need a man who understands that, and that is Donald Trump.
Absolutely. Amen. Do I get an amen from everybody on that? All right. All right. So, Mark, what would you like to see? I'm just curious, like if you had a wand, what would you want the president to do right out of the box?
Well, I agree with our treasurer, but also I want him to make America energy independent again.
Amen.
And that's what fuels business. That's what employs people. And that's when we're hitting on all cylinders, when we aren't relying on all these foreign countries for their energy, and we are energy independent. Also, I know that our president will protect us and secure our border again. And I know that's going to be a top priority of him the next 4 years. So that's one reason I'm here. I know we can get back on track, and President Trump is the man that can do it. Join me and support our president.
Thank you, Mark. That is wonderful, because, you know, for every parent out there, you know, that's what we worry about first and foremost, is our kids, right? So with this influx across our border, we don't know who's coming over. We don't know if they're coming here for the right reasons or the wrong reasons, but all I know as a mom is that I'm much more scared now than I was 4 years ago, because I don't know who's in our country, right? So for all the moms out there, that's our number one job, is to keep our kids safe. And keeping our kids safe is President Trump's number one job. And he has always made it his number one job to keep all of us safe. So I join with you all. You know, we got a big job ahead of us. I think our time up here is probably starting to wind down. But, you know, we used to think that we could just take 10 people to the voting booth with us. We need to take 20 people to the voting booth with us this time around, right? We have to come out 100% for this president. We have to make sure that there is not a doubt in the minds of people in D.C. that they know exactly what's important to you. It's these borders. It's being energy independent. It's making sure that we can make America great again. Thank you all so much for your support of us. Thank you for your support of this great president. And he's on his way. He will be here shortly. Thank you all so much.
Summerville, South Carolina. So waiting on President Trump to take the stage to share a message with the American people. Of course, going through so many things, but you know, he's an obstacle course runner. He does great. He runs through all this kind of stuff that the left is trying to throw at him, and we the people stand behind someone that is standing for us and standing for freedom. That's why we are here live in Summerville, South Carolina. The president's schedule is quite busy. I mean, in about 48 hours, he'll be from South Carolina, then back to Mar-a-Lago, then all the way to Michigan for a speech there for the auto workers there in the Detroit area. Interestingly enough, Biden then decides that he's going to go as well to Michigan on Tuesday, a day before President Trump is there. It's interesting to see the jockeying. It's stuff you see when it's like a close race, right? Well, this isn't a close race. As all of you watching right now know, this isn't a race at all. Trump is leading by far throughout this country. And man, if we could have other people in other countries even vote. I'm kidding. It's a tongue-in-cheek comment, but my point is the people that love freedom want to see this country continue to be free. And around the world, people look at this nation. That's why so many millions and millions and millions of people try to get to this country. We are blessed. For some reason, God had us born here. Thank God for that. But let's not lose sight of and lose focus of what's going on and what's happening right in front of our eyes. Many people are waking up around the world, as you know, and around this country to what the plans are to try and take down this country, try and take down the economy, try and devalue the dollar, try and keep the borders open, and to let the globalists and deep state, the few, control the many. You know, the 800 around control the 8 billion, for lack of a better, description. People love their freedom, and boy, do they love music like this too. Let's just take a live look right now here in Summerville, South Carolina, as we listen to a little bit of Toby Keith here. Not live, but they're playing the music as we await President Trump to take the stage. He was inside, of course, as you saw, with Brian Glenn touring this facility, this Sportsman Boat facility, and some great products here, some great boats for those of you in the market. It'd be wonderful to see another boat parade out there for the red, white, and blue, for this great country that we're seeing, not on its best kind of way right now, in the sense of declining nation that we're dealing with. All right, we're seeing some Secret Service stepping out. There's security on the roof here. There's security on the ground. And the people are waiting for the president. It's about 85 degrees here in Summerville, South Carolina, about 45 minutes north of Charleston, South Carolina. Another great day for a Trump rally. I will call it a Trump rally, I guess, at this point, because it looks just like one to me. I mean, there's a lot of people to your right, to your left of the screen, and all the way throughout the back, and there's still people coming in. I can see right now a lot of interest in this state. And, I was saying before that, South Carolina is Trump country. Well, not only South Carolina, as many of you know, Trump country is throughout this great land, and right now it's for the main reason of the truth and for freedom and for the Constitution to continue here in this nation. Now, I do want to read you something, an email that came from the Trump campaign not too long ago. The DNC in panic mode, ? Trump seeing levels of minority support no Republican in 50 years has reached. minority voters are seeing just how destructive the Democrats' agenda truly is, but most importantly, they remember how great the Trump era was. When President Trump was in office, the border was secure, gas was cheap, wages were rising, manufacturers were coming back to America, and the word inflation never even crossed anyone's mind. Our enemies abroad feared us, and we went 4 years with no new wars. It's very simple, the email says here from the campaign. The MAGA movement is all about making the lives of all of our citizens great again. That's all it is. If you have a problem with freedom, if you have a problem with the Constitution, and you really hate this country, well, it's still a free country. So therefore, if that's you, I mean, respecting you in the sense of you can go ahead and go to another country if you'd like. If you don't like it here, you're outnumbered by a lot of people, and we're a movement of peace. We would join forces with you in the sense of the Constitution and freedom. And we also want to thank you for watching Right Side Broadcasting, and also for this great sponsor, our good friends at Salute Styles. They're actually giving away Wanted for President t-shirts as a welcome bonus to join their Trump t-shirt club. It's a great t-shirt that you can wear proudly. Now, last time these shirts sold out in 3 hours after announcing it, so we don't know how long this deal will last. So all you have to do is go to that website you see there on the screen, patriotshirtclub.com, to get yours today. We're told the t-shirts are actually printed and shipped from New York, so you'll be supporting a patriotic business by getting one of the shirts. All you got to do is visit patriotshirtclub.com, select your size, and get your free t-shirt today. Once again, we are live here in Summerville, South Carolina. I'm Matthew Alvarez, hosting alongside Vanessa Broussard, who will be stepping up here momentarily. And as you saw, Brian Glenn was interviewing Marjorie Taylor Greene. He was in the motorcade with President Trump and the security and his staff and the press on the way to this location here. They have arrived. President Trump will take the stage momentarily. Of course, there's always a few songs that we have to hear before that happens, and they are great, great songs. It's a good time here in Summerville, South Carolina. I do see Brian off to the side here. He'll be hopefully stepping in here, and we'll chat with him, see how that motorcade went, as you saw it live right here on Right Side Broadcasting. Genuinely want to thank you so much for tuning in and watching here. A great time in Summerville. Go ahead and share the link. Text it, email it to others, so when President Trump takes the stage, the numbers continue to go up, up, and up, and that's what's been happening with Rumble and Right Side Broadcasting. Rumble, all about free speech. Right Side Broadcasting Network, the same thing. It's a pro-free speech network, and that is awesome, something that many look up to and many would love to be, but unfortunately don't have the opportunity because big-time corporations are breathing down their neck and they don't want to talk about the things that we talk about here. And we're thankful for the other conservative media out there. I know it's a business, we got to compete, but Right Side, obviously, here since day one and doing great things. Joined soon by Vanessa Broussard and Brian Glenn. It'll be great to have us all on camera. This is the first time that us three will be on camera as former mainstream media, being able to go on camera for the right side of things. So as soon as they're ready, they'll step on with me here. And Vanessa Broussard and Brian Glenn, ladies and gentlemen.
Three of us are together.
Finally.
It seems like it's been like months since the three of us have actually stand on the same riser.
Actually, you know what, Brian? I don't remember if we've actually done it yet. Have we?
This is the first today.
It is a first.
Yeah.
Three mainstream media, former mainstream media, now on the right side of things.
Yeah, I love it. Don't you love the response that we have today? It's a Monday, people. People are it's a holiday. Granted, a Jewish holiday, Yom Kippur. Yep. We must respect that. But there's a lot of people here today.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And I even talked to parents who have taken their kids out of school. They were proud to say it. They said, look, this is history. They get to see Donald Trump. So we took them out of school to be here today.
Yeah, I love the remarks. I know you guys listened in because I knew you made a comment about it. How he said, I shouldn't even do the debate. Like, I'm not auditioning for this job. I did it once, and I have the policies to do it again. And I'm glad that he's going up to Detroit to talk to the United Auto Workers about what's going on right now. Because I think, I'm telling you, the SAG strike, the writer's strike that just looks like it may wrap up, went 5 months long. If the UAW strike was to go 5 months long, you have no idea what that would do to this auto industry.
Absolutely.
100%. I mean, first of all, the strike being over, Now we have to listen to Jimmy Fallon and these guys and Stephen Colbert try and come out again, but they're not even that funny. Let's be real.
Yeah, I didn't miss
Great
it.
gut feel.
It was Philly. The American people did not miss anything as far as the writer's strike goes. We don't care about that garbage, but what they do care about is affordability of automobiles and parts. And there's a lot of. I mean, you have no idea if this strike. A dealership usually has about 60 vehicles on the lot for inventory, 60-day inventory. If that gets disrupted by 3 to 4 weeks, you're talking about a car shortage in this country. You're talking about the prices of cars going way up because you can't find them. And you're talking about people not having income. Thousands and thousands of people not having jobs.
Absolutely, and we already saw a little bit of that during COVID, right? You couldn't find a car, and when you did find a car, they're way overpriced. Now people are paying so much more money right now for new cars, used cars. They can barely pay their notes, and so if that strike continues to happen, like you said, for 5 months or so, we're in trouble.
Yeah, we are in trouble. As far as the economy, I don't know what the price of gas is where you live.
That's $3.59 to $3.99.
Yeah, about the same. And I was actually talking to a friend the other night, and he says, Vanessa, I must run out of gas looking for cheap gas because every penny matters to so many Americans. Like, it's just gotten to where every dollar counts. And so he's wanting to, risk running out of gas to go save a couple of dollars.
Yeah, it is insane. I know that in Georgia, Governor Kemp took away the state gasoline tax, which is about 35 cents. So that makes a big difference there. I wish other states would do that. But you know what, guys? They shouldn't have to do that. And President Trump talked about this earlier. Our energy policies were in place to make sure, everyone made a little bit of money. The oil production made money, the distribution made money, and of course at the end, for the American consumer, gas was at a price that we could all live with and we can all afford to do. That is simply reverse course right now.
Yeah, right now, this is a big week for the auto industry, as President Trump will be there on Wednesday, of course. Biden doesn't have his own original thoughts, so he has to follow suit, be there on Tuesday, that kind of thing. But at the end of the day, these people want their jobs to continue. We want to continue to manufacture cars here in America.
Yeah, and also parts. Think about this. If you're not making cars, there's no need for the parts. Right. So the part manufacturers, those guys, they get put on hold. This just trickles down. Think about the automobile, what goes into it. Dealerships, salespeople that work for dealerships, income, advertising for dealerships. If they don't have vehicles, there's no need to do these massive ad campaigns. So this is a big deal here in this country. And Joe Biden, but let's just say it's clear here. This is all about the Green New Deal. This is about energy. It's about the battery push for electric vehicles, which is going to destroy the automotive industry in this country. There's no other way to say it than that.
It's something that's just coming. Every level we're seeing, basically not an attack, but it's just coming against everything from freedom to the auto industry to gas to everything. So that's why it's great to be a part of this, to see the president speak and change the narrative, not to change it just to what he says, but to change it to the truth.
Yeah.
He's pointing to the truth.
Yeah. I don't know if you guys missed it earlier. I had Margie Taylor Greene on with me prior to the broadcast, and we talked about the money going to Ukraine. And I want people to understand this for a second. The $1 billion a month that these people here are sending to Ukraine to fund their government, it also funds 57,000 first responders there in Ukraine. Now, let me break this down. We have about 19,000 Border Patrol agents in this country, and every month, every 6 months, we are losing them to retirement. A lot of people that got into public service like police, fire, border security after 9/11, they're coming into a point where they're starting to retire. So we're losing the workforce at a tremendous pace. Now, could you imagine, guys, if we put $1 billion towards hiring and training first responders in our own country, and I don't know, hire and train border agents to secure the border? What a difference that would make in our country.
It doesn't take rocket science and a rocket scientist to figure that out. It's an easy fix, you would think, but it goes to show that this administration is America last. It's catering to other countries and not caring about America or the American workers. We talked about the auto industry. People are stressing out. We may have a paycheck today. Will we have a paycheck next week? How am I going to feed my family? How am I going to make sure that they have the supplies they need for school or any extracurricular activities? The struggle is definitely real. And Brian, since we're talking about Ukraine, you're on Capitol Hill pretty much every day. Let's talk about the latest with the government shutdown looming. What are you thinking? What are you seeing and hearing there?
Well, I think you're going to see a few Republicans side with the Democrats on this massive push to fund Ukraine. Now, what Marjorie Taylor Greene was just suggesting, and this is going to be a litmus test, and I want you guys to listen up here. This is going to be a major thing, I think, going into the 24 election. What she is wanting to do is to set aside a separate amount of money an appropriation that goes directly to Ukraine. In other words, if you want money to Ukraine, you can vote on it. If you don't want money on Ukraine, you can vote for it. It's a separate bill, but to bake it into the bigger pie, bake it in the cake, so to say, it's hard to basically decide who was for the money in Ukraine. Because if Marjorie was to vote for that, they would say, well, then Marjorie voted for money to go to Ukraine. They say, no, she voted to fund the military for the defense package, but she didn't want the money to Ukraine to go in there. We want to separate it. And I think anybody that has a common sense approach to things wants it to be line items so we can know exactly who is voting to send money to Ukraine. There's people, guys, in these very red districts. There's people that are in a very red district where their people are against funding the war in Ukraine, but they don't know that the very person they put in office is 100% in agreement to sending money to Ukraine, and that is going to be a big player. Because if you've got somebody in your district that is sending money to Ukraine and you're against it, and overwhelmingly the American people are against it, you need to primary them and put pressure on them.
And shifting gears right now, Brian, we were talking the other day in Iowa when we were there. He was talking about Governor Abbott sending some National Guard to the border. 24 hours later, that was the headline on the Daily Mail and all over the place. You were spot on about that. What are your thoughts now with the situation down there in Eagle Pass? I mean, are they just going to keep this open? And
send more.
What's going to happen?
Send all the military, send all the volunteers. Look, we did a town hall down in Northwest Georgia a few days ago. This was something that was decided that day at 10:30 a.m. and we organized a town hall in Northwest Georgia, 14th district. Hours later, we were live. The majority of people there were veterans. They told us, Matthew and Vanessa, that there's 22 million veterans in this country right now that would be willing to grab arms and go down there right now and secure that border and prevent the invasion that's going on right now. So to answer your question, I think it's going up to the American people. I think you've got to put pressure on all of your congressmen there, your Speaker of the House there, and Dave Phelan, put pressure on him, put pressure on everybody in Texas and say, we have got to do something, do everything. Every resource available to the state of Texas should be down on the border. I mean, every resource.
And as Vanessa was saying earlier, too, about the El Paso mayor saying there's cities at a breaking point. This is stuff that you can't believe it, but it's happening now.
Going at this pace. When you have hundreds of thousands of people coming in on a weekly basis and on a monthly basis, the numbers are staggering. We cannot keep going at this pace. We are being overrun by illegal immigrants. We don't know who they are, where they're coming from, what they're up to once they get here. And the states are doing what they can to prevent this. But if our federal government is not helping, then, our hands are tied. And so, yes, you have Arizona and Texas and states like that. And they even give some backlash on Greg Abbott, the governor of Texas, when he's trying new methods to keep these illegal immigrants out. The left gives him backlash, saying, oh, he's doing this or he's doing that. He has to.
Yeah, he's got to. That floating barrier that they put up, and that was removed. The barbed wire that was cut by the migrants, they didn't allow them to really replace that. And here's what we're all missing here. You've seen the video images out of New York City. You've seen the people sleeping on the streets. Let me take this back to small town USA. These cities that are along the border that do not have the infrastructure to hold and to house and to medically take care of thousands and thousands of people that are coming in. I heard reports the other day that if you go to a hospital in Eagle Pass or any one of these towns along the border, if you go to the hospital, God forbid you twist your ankle, you go to the emergency room, guess what? There's already a ton of people. There's people occupying all of the rooms. There are people waiting to see a doctor because people are coming across, they're hurt, they're dehydrated, they're injured, and where do they go? To our facilities for help when the American people can't get in because there's too log jammed.
Never did you think that Eric Adams, a super left Democrat mayor, would ever agree with the fact that, hey, we have a problem here, something needs to be done about it.
Yeah, well, you're going to start to see more of that.
Yeah,
and I don't. This problem is not getting. Look, and I'm fed up. I was fed up to here. I'm now fed up to hear, because this is what's going to happen real quickly. You're going to have people going down there for a press conference. Matter of fact, I think there's one today. And no disrespect to those Republicans going down there right now, but the last thing I want to see is another press conference talking about how bad the border is, and then nothing is done about it.
Do something.
Do something
and
about
that's exactly right, Brian. You're seeing photo ops. You're seeing people post stuff on X, formerly known as Twitter, Instagram, Facebook. They post about it, but they're not doing anything about it.
Well, you know, if you're an independent journalist, you're out there doing it, that's great. I want people to continue to do that. But if you're an elected official and you're just rolling up to a podium, just doing another press conference, just making sure we're not getting. By the way, there's a lot of guests backstage, so this might take a while for him to come out. But if you're just having another press conference talking about the problems, that does nothing. And I'm tired of press conferences. I don't want to hear about the damn border anymore. I want to fix the border, or we're going to find somebody to fix the border.
And if you're wondering why Brian and Vanessa are talking so passionately, I agree right there with them. They're from Texas, right? That's their home state, and they want to see that border secure. And you know, it's interesting. Texas does lead the nation in so many ways of patriotism. Let's be real. You know, Texas is
we love our state.
Yeah, we love our state. We could break away and be in our own little state. We have our port, we have our oil, we have energy, natural gas, we have cattle, we have food, we have farms. We got it all. We don't want to do that. I'm not for the Texan. But yeah, we're very passionate about our state. But I think every state should be just as passionate about their sovereignty
100%.
Because we're losing our sovereignty, by the way.
We have to thank one of our sponsors real quick.
Yep, that's right. Let's take a live look at the crowd right now as we thank one of our sponsors here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, as the crowd is doing a couple of chants here and there as we wait for President Trump to step out and speak here in Summerville. 60% of U.S. pork production comes from one company owned by the Chinese, and their hogs are actually given something called ractopamine, so it's actually banned in 160 countries, including China, yet you'll find it in your grocery aisle every single day. So there's a better way. I'd like to tell you about Moink. That's moo plus oink. Moink delivers high-quality, humanely raised meats raised on American family farms, shipped to your doorstep from the heart of rural America. So the Moink difference is actually a difference you can taste, and you can feel good knowing you're helping family farms hold onto their land and provide hope to long-forgotten rural America, where Moink ships from their orders, get this, from a town of less than 100 people. That's 97 people in that town. Moink is helping save rural America, and all you have to do is, they say, if you guarantee, you'll say, oink, oink, I'm just so happy I got Moink. Now, you might want to try that. And also, over on Shark Tank, we did see them do the same thing there, doing great things there, but also here at Right Side Broadcasting. Keep American farming going by signing up at moinkbox.com/Trump right now, and you'll get free ground beef for a year. That's 1 year of the best ground beef you'll ever taste, but for a limited time. So that's moinkbox.com/Trump. That's moinkbox.com. moinkbox.com/Trump. Try and say that 3 times fast. moinkbox.com/Trump. Back live here in Summerville, South Carolina, where we were talking earlier. It's the home of sweet tea. Who knew?
Hey, who knew? I saw your Instagram, by the way, and it was home of sweet tea. I wouldn't have guessed that. I would have thought that sweet tea came from Georgia, actually.
Same thing here.
Yeah, Georgia, Texas, Louisiana, but nope, right here in
South
Summerville.
Carolina.
Here's a little-known fact for all the rallies that I've gone to. The coldest rally I've ever been to was in South Carolina. It was a late March cold front. It was really damp and wet outside, and it was cold and windy, the coldest one. And then the hottest rally I've ever done was in Pickens, South Carolina. So South Carolina has got me on both fronts here. Not bad today, but the sun is starting to come out now and starting to warm things up.
It's not too bad. I heard that there was a few people waiting last night, all the way through the night.
Well, let me tell you, driving into here, I saw the socials that were up showing the line, but there's people lining up the streets all the way back to the interstate to here. I mean, all the side roads, people got out signs, flags, things like that. This is absolutely Trump country, and Trump talked about it earlier. Having that 10, 11-point lead on Biden right now is huge. Matter of fact, it's so big that they actually almost retracted it in the actual article itself and said, well, that poll can't actually be real. There's no way that Trump is leading Biden by that much.
Yeah. I just can't believe that the mainstream media always says ex-president and former president, and we might have said former president here and there, but the point is, every president before President Trump, we always said President Reagan or President Bush,
Yeah.
we wouldn't ever say former and ex. And they always
Yeah.
want to get that extra jab in there.
Yeah.
That's just ridiculous.
Here's a story that's coming out. I don't know if a lot of our viewers know this, but there is a Clinton Global Initiative, and what is happening right now, it is a structure. I want to say it's the next money laundering that we're going to see. Joe Biden helped bomb the hell out of Ukraine through a proxy war with Russia, and then the Clinton organization is going to come back and rebuild the schools and the infrastructure in Ukraine. Now, I want you to think about that for a second. Joe Biden and his money laundering that we've got 100% proof that he's been doing as far as all the money to Ukraine, they go into proxy war with Russia. Russia bombs the hell out of Ukraine, and then the Clintons come in to get American tax dollars, by the way. This is American tax dollars, to rebuild the very country that Joe Biden helped destroy. Now, tell me that makes...
Maui.
I wouldn't...
In Florida, that just got hit by a hurricane this summer. So, again, yes, all of this to Ukraine goes to show where their focus is, and it's as plain as day. They're not hiding it anymore. You know, they're just being so blunt about it and so open about it, and America is struggling. Americans are trying to rebuild. Americans are trying to find food. Americans are trying to, put their kids in good schools. And the Clinton administration is worried about Ukrainian schools.
Like I said earlier, you take a vote on it. You put it to the people, Matthew. And if you're in a red state and your congressman is voting to send money to Ukraine and he's not publicly against it, I mean, it's going to be baked in the cake. At the end of the day, to answer your question, I think the government will shut down briefly, and I think they'll pass. They'll put some appropriations to pass something to get the votes. 218 is what the votes you need. But we need to be screaming from the mountaintop to stop funding this war in Ukraine. And what happened about peace? What about wanting peace? Peace still. President Trump said he could solve the war in Ukraine by peace.
Yeah, peace through strength.
Well,
that's what he did for his 4 years in office. Yeah. As we get ready for the president here, hopefully showing up any minute. Obviously, we're going to be looking forward to hearing him talk. But back to your point, why do you think Zelensky is so propped up in the way he is? I mean, Justin Trudeau out of Canada, Mitch McConnell, Chuck Schumer just recently. I just saw these photos, right? Everybody's clapping. They love him so much. I know they're trying to fund the war, but why this one guy so much?
Because he has so much. The corruption has really gone through Ukraine. He's been the point person for all this corruption. He controls the money. He controls the corruption. He knows everything in terms of that. So they want to keep him in a position of power. Look, I did everything I could the other day to scramble over to the Senate side when he was in D.C. I wanted to see him. Of course, Schumer and Mitch McConnell were walking around smiling like they were taking a tour of Disneyland or something. It's disgusting. It's really what it is. It's disgusting.
And I just want to say, I was thinking about people that do that, like they clamor over him. I love country music. Brad Paisley went to Ukraine. I mean, come on, I have to do it.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised if Lindsey Graham right now is in Ukraine leading a tour on how to have people come over here and beg for money. To be honest with you, he is. Look, the days. This is crazy that we live in a time where Republicans are like, stop the wars. Why are we going to wars? And the Democrats are like, keep bombing them. Keep war going. It's like the roles have reversed now. The military-industrial complex, it's still alive in the Republican Party, but the Democrats right now have control of everything, and they funnel corruption through this war to benefit them.
But it also goes to show that George W. Bush and others they're all part of the same game anyway.
It's all the Uniparty. They're all part of the same game. Absolutely. I mean, and this is what we're doing. This is how we got in Vietnam. We slow walked into Vietnam, and then years later, we left it. What came out of it for the most part? I did see something today. Like, I want to see a game plan with this war. What is the game plan? Is it just a fight until we don't have any more money, which we're running out of, by the way? I mean, what is the game plan? What's our exit strategy? How do we plan on solving these problems? Or do we just keep funding a war in Ukraine?
Well, we clearly know that the Biden administration doesn't have an exit strategy when it comes to bringing our military and our military men and women home. But back to D.C., with the shutdown looming Saturday night at midnight into Sunday, what are they saying there? Are you thinking that they're going to have this separate bill on Ukraine? Is that looking likely, or is it just going to be one big package?
I think it's going to be one big package. You're going to have people that are openly against it. Eli Crane of Arizona, I believe, is one of them. Obviously, Margie is another. It's going to pass, but they're not going to be for it. And it's just, that's the way it is. But it's because, look, when your people in your district, and I'm telling you, you got to light their phones up. If you're against it, let them know. Because when they vote for it, at least they know that the people were against it, and you went against the will of the people. Look, you're elected to represent the people, not the military-industrial complex, or represent Democrats.
And all over RSBN, for those of you watching, just go to Truth Social, follow us, go on the website. This is the kind of accurate reporting that's being done by many colleagues at the network. So pretty cool to be a part of the whole team here. Shifting gears to, I know we talked immigration and the gas prices, but just down to the freedom. I mean, it seems like other networks, they go so far to cover what's going on, then they stop when it comes down to the real truth of Trump, MAGA, freedom, the Constitution. Why do you think they hold back?
Well, I think they know that he's an outsider, and if President Trump is, God willing, able to get back in and implement his policies, all that corruption gets exposed. So that's why they don't want him. The Republican Party, for the most part, they don't want another Donald Trump. They don't want him in for another 4 years. The Democrats sure as hell don't want him in.
Yeah.
And the media doesn't want him in.
And they're trying to drown him out.
The DOJ, the FBI, the CIA, they don't want it because he knows he's going to expose the corruption. So everyone's fighting President Trump.
And it's interesting, that's actually a small number of people versus we the people around the world that want the president back in office and for freedom.
It's amazing. I was just talking to our CEO the other day about this. You won't believe how many supporters that not only the network has in Japan, but they love President Trump. They love this network. They love Mike Lindell.
Yes.
The world is watching this country right now, and they're watching as far as how we're fighting back against all this censorship and what's going to happen, because look, if we go, the rest of the world goes.
Absolutely. And you know, when you talk about financial problems and issues going on, I do want to talk about Birch Gold. We've been talking about Birch Gold a lot. If you're thinking about your future, you know, I even think about my future and what I can save with a 2-year-old at home. And so if you're thinking about 401ks and IRAs and savings accounts, think gold, think Birch Gold. You can text the word Trump to 989898. Again, that's Trump to 989898. You'll get a free information kit. A representative will call you, and they'll come up with a plan just for you to, you know, benefit what your needs are. So again, contact the Birch Gold group. That's Trump to 989898. A quick little text message.
Yeah, do it, because you know this whole BRICS. They're trying to get away from the dollar and go to this digital currency, which can be like erased immediately. Have you ever gone up to a gas pump and for whatever reason your card's not working because maybe you're out of network, you're out of the area, they think it's fraud, so that they seize the card, you have to call the bank and have them unlock the card? That's what this digital currency would do.
Yeah.
Hell no on that. Reach to our friends over the Birch Gold Group.
Absolutely.
The information likely is on your screen for that.
Speaking of going to the gas pumps, I've been seeing a lot more now, Brian. The Joe Biden did this stickers. You know, they had gone away for a while, but now that gas prices are coming back up, I'm seeing it more and more. Those stickers popping up at the pumps. Joe Biden did this because he did.
You've got a culture. Look, I really think you're starting to see everyone, even independents and Democrats, are waking up to what's happening. I mean, the average person, Vanessa, that might not have been involved in politics, they're now involved.
Yeah.
They're now paying attention. So stickers like that just reminds people that, hey, yeah, that's the guy who did all of this stuff. Whether or not you recognize it or not, that's him.
Absolutely. And so I think now, Brian, we are just a couple of minutes away from President Trump taking the stage. You were there with him in the motorcade. We get to watch it. It's a privilege and an honor that President Trump and the Trump team allows RSBN to go on these motorcades. To be specific, we see it, but what's the feel like? What's the mood like?
It's amazing. You know, I've flown on Trump Force One, which is an amazing experience. Don't get me wrong. But going in the motorcade, stopping at these locations, and then quickly, and the viewers watch it as it unfolds. I mean, we just let it roll. You want to come up here? Let's see if Margie Taylor Greene is going to join us for a few minutes. Okay.
Hi, lady. How are you? You look beautiful. Great.
Well, it's hot out here.
It's hot out here, but I got to tell you something.
Go ahead.
President Trump is having a great time. So he went shopping. I don't know if you were you in there?
I was there with him in the armory, and he made a couple of comments about wanting a gun.
Yeah.
And so
President Trump is a great defender of the Second Amendment, thank goodness, because Joe Biden and his administration are coming after our Second Amendment. But President Trump found a gun he liked. It was a Glock, and it had a beautiful picture of him on the side of the Glock, and he said, "I'd like to buy this gun."
I heard him say that, and I was behind him when he said it, and I said, well, I think he said he wants to buy that gun, so we can confirm that President Trump
I got a picture for you.
He got that gun today.
Look, let me show you. It's
It was-
great. Hang on 1 second. Right here.
Let's see if we can.
President Trump.
Might be really difficult to hide. Let's hold it steady. Let's see if James can get a tight shot of that.
Can you see that, James?
You got it? He seemed to enjoy himself in there.
I seem to show all kinds of things.
Yeah, there you go. No, but he enjoyed that. You can tell he got a kick out of that.
Well, President Trump is a businessman, so he spent a lot of time talking to the owners there and how inflation has affected their business, how the Biden administration policies are affecting their business. They talked about pistol braces. I own a pistol brace. There's I think 40 million Americans have a pistol brace. But under the Biden administration, they've made it a felony to own a pistol brace, and it's absolutely wrong. So the owners there were telling President Trump about how serious this issue is. President Trump said, "Bring me back in office, and I'll solve that problem, and I'll help gun owners out."
And he appreciated the fact that it was they're entrepreneurs.
Yeah.
I mean, they're opening up this business. I know that one of our camera guys said, "Hey, I've shopped there before." They've got them around, so very popular business. And of course, that last firearm, I can't remember the name of it, that he looked at it before he left. The long black one that was on the table.
Oh, I think it was a big, beautiful semi-automatic weapon, the kind that Democrats call assault weapons. Well, the real assault happening in our country, Brian, is at the southern border. That's where the assault is, and that's what Democrats should be focused on.
I tried to talk about this earlier, and I'm glad you're here, about Ukraine. Let's talk about the appropriations that you're pushing for people to really be, if you want money going to Ukraine, line item that out separately so that people can vote on it, and people who don't want to support it, they don't have to commit to that sin of voting for it. Let's go over that real quickly.
Exactly, 100%. It's outrageous. Americans across the board, Republican voters, Democrats, Independents, do not support a war in Ukraine. There should be peace in that country, not war. But the Biden administration, and unfortunately some of my colleagues, Republicans and Democrats, want to send hard-earned tax dollars to Ukraine. And you know what it's buying? It's paying for 57,000 first responders in Ukraine. And we don't even have 19,000 Border Patrol agents. It's paying their farmers for fertilizer and seed. 60 Minutes were the ones coming out and saying that this weekend.
And then what about that poll, the ABC poll that has Biden trailing President Trump by 10, 11 points? So much so that they actually, in the article itself, thought to themselves, well, this poll couldn't be that accurate because Trump's winning.
Yeah, they hate to say that's accurate. Here's how I feel about it, Brian, is we need to keep our foot on the gas. Just because a poll looks that good doesn't mean that any Republican voter should feel comfortable. We have to show up and show up big in this election and make sure that we elect President Trump.
Does this surprise you that we're on a Monday and look how many people are here? It's a Monday. I mean, schools, businesses are open, but yet people are like, no, I'm going to go head out to
this is a Monday. It's hot here in South Carolina. I know all of us are burning up, but no, all these people are here. They're here because they support President Trump. They're here because they're fed up with the Biden administration. The inflation where seniors can't afford food or medicine, and they're having to choose between the two of what they can afford. They're sick and tired of our border being overrun, and they're fed up with the America Last policies in Washington. So I'm not surprised. These are the type of people I know and love, and that's why I always love to come out to these rallies.
I talked about your town hall that we had a few days ago. It was really just like with 5-hour notice that we had these people show up. Probably closer, a little over 100 people showed up for that event. A lot of veterans there. They're angry. They're angry at the way this country is going right now. They told you to your face and said, look, we're fed up with it. People that might not have been politically involved in the past, they are now.
Oh, that was shocking to me. I was, number one, thrilled that they showed up. Yeah. But the amount of veterans that came, and they were expressing how angry they are that our border is being completely overrun. And one of the veterans there said there's 22 million veterans in this country that would go to the border right now and defend our southern border, and they're completely against the war in Ukraine. They're outraged by it, and they showed up to express their views, and I'm their representative, so I'm really proud to take those views back to Washington, where I will be defiant against any bill that has funding for Ukraine in it.
Yeah, and some of these people that are in these very red districts, okay, make them come up to to their constituents and say, I know that you're against it, but I'm going to go ahead and do it.
Look, let me tell you something. There's no reason to hide money for the Ukraine war in our appropriation bills. If members of Congress, my colleagues, if they want to vote to fund the war in Ukraine, it should all be in a separate funding bill, and they can vote for it and let every voter in the country know exactly what they're voting for. But to hide it in our defense bill, to hide it in state and foreign ops bill with a blank check, by the way, unlimited amount of money is I think that's pitiful.
It is,
and
pitiful.
That's not what the American people deserve.
Yeah. Let's talk about mandates that could possibly come back. I know we were watching the news this morning, and mask mandates or at least suggestive mask mandates popping up in businesses around this country. What's your thoughts on, for whatever reason, if these airlines decide they all of a sudden they want you to mask up before you get on the flight, what's your response?
Hell no. That's my response. And I think you can ask any of these people out here the same thing. They are not going to do it. You know, backstage, I was just speaking with a very popular senator from Australia, and he was actually locked in a hotel room for 2 weeks on their very strict shutdowns they had during COVID over there. 2 weeks he was in a hotel room. They gave him food up under the door. He had to stay in there, and he said he wasn't sick at all, had no symptoms whatsoever, but he had tested positive to COVID. We can never go back to that. In this country, they locked down cities, locked down businesses, shut down small businesses. People lost their jobs because they refused to get vaccinated, and that's a crime. I think people should be in jail today for doing that.
Yeah. Well, what is the possibility of Anthony Fauci being drug into D.C. in front of one of these oversight meetings?
Yeah, with our Congress right now, it should be happening. It should have happened already. Actually, Anthony Fauci should lose his entire retirement that the American people have to fund, unfortunately, and we should be looking at his bank statements because it was just revealed that he's made a lot of money during COVID.
I know a lot of people ask us, hey, when is someone going to jail for this? When is someone going to be the impeachment? Walk us through what happens if we have a shutdown. Does that shut down all of the Biden impeachment?
Well, if we had a shutdown, unfortunately, it probably would stop our Biden impeachment inquiry. But you know what doesn't shut down? The special counsels. Okay. Jack Smith doesn't shut down. David Weiss, that is really protecting Hunter Biden, he's not investigating Hunter Biden, and his charges are a joke. But that's the reality of where we are. A shutdown will, unfortunately, stop our impeachment inquiry because it will affect our subpoenas and affect some of the agencies that will be demanding information from.
We were talking earlier that we didn't feel any effects of the SAG, the actors' strike. Now, we will feel the effects of a UAW strike because automobiles will become not as plentiful. Yeah. People will lose their jobs or lose their income. That's a big difference. But if the government shuts down, let's just be truthful. We're not going to miss it. It's already overexposed anyway.
Well, that's how the American people feel. The people that are affected are federal government employees, but the American people don't miss a beat in their jobs. That's the reality. Now, we can talk about how it affects our ability to fund the government. We're not doing a good job in Washington right now. Yeah. I, for one, have drawn my red lines. I'm not voting for COVID anything. I'm not voting for Biden's weaponized special counsels. I'm not voting for Ukraine. And I think that's where we should be drawing our red lines. That's where the American people are. Yeah. They're fed up with it. But unfortunately, we're still going to be fighting over those issues. But I think there's a serious issue with these auto workers, Brian. Yeah. We aren't worried about the people protesting in Hollywood.
No.
But between the Democrats' Green New Deal and them going to destroy the auto industry, change it to electric vehicles, these people that are out there striking, their jobs are at risk, and there's nobody to blame except Joe Biden and the Democrats.
Okay, let's get our fantasy election calendar out right now. I should say fantasy draft. I've said before that I don't think Joe Biden is a nominee. I think he makes a stage exit left before they really get involved. Do you think that's going to happen? And if so, who do you think they bring up off the bench? The Democrats have a very shallow bench. They don't have a lot. Their bench is not deep as far as people able to do the job. But what's your thoughts on that?
Well, I think that we do have to be concerned about Joe Biden because they seem staunchly defending the fact that he's running for president. But I think we should be concerned about his presidency right now. The man is not mentally capable of serving, and he proves it every single day he gives a speech. If they were to take him out, I think I'm going to say you're probably right, Gavin Newsom. I think he's in there measuring the drapes, and he would love to be the nominee. I think Hillary Clinton is constantly wishing, hoping, and praying. Thoughts and prayers, Hillary. It's not going to be you.
It's not going to be you, and it's not going to be a Michelle Obama. I know a lot of people think it's going to be a Michelle Obama. I don't think it's going to be her. I think it's Gavin Newsom, and he's playing it smart, Marjorie, by saying, I'm against it. I don't want to do it. I'm not the guy. He's our nominee. So when they do bring him in, he can go back and say, well, I've never really requested it from day one, but I guess I'll do it now.
Well, I have to tell you, if it's Michelle Obama, here's my thoughts on that. She's a worse extension of Barack Obama, because never forget it was Michelle Obama who said that she was disgraced. What did she say? She said that she did not respect our country. She did not respect our flag. And so any woman that has been the First Lady of the United States and spoken like that about our country, she should never be a presidential candidate. But if we were to have to run against Michelle Obama, we would run against the Obama administration. We would also run against the Joe Biden administration, because all of those people are one and the same. And that's exactly the presidency she would be bringing, but probably a lot worse.
Okay, let's step aside over here and let's show the crowd, as we often do here, as we are live here in South Carolina. Well, I tell you, it's hot out here. We take a quick water break. Okay. And Marjorie's got to get on backstage. We'll let her go. We appreciate you taking the time with me.
Thank you.
And to hang out with us for a little bit, and we'll see you in the motorcade on the way back. I think probably just go and walk on through. Thank you very much. Thank you. Marjorie Taylor Greene joining us for a little insight of what happened in Congress. And, hey, who knows what's going to happen? But we've never been so unfocused in my entire, since I've seen it.
100%. It makes me think of that book that she's going to have coming out. I guess it's this fall, MTG. I mean, it's a tell-all book, and it's going to be a good one. And there's a pretty cool cover I've seen on. That's a cool cover.
Let me tell you something, man. You're gonna read a lot of the stories that were never covered. Some of the news, rather, that was never covered, and the stories that were never told. That comes out in November, I believe. I'm not sure the website to order the book, but anyhow, I think it's going to do really well.
Right.
And it's one of those things, there so much is going on in our country that's not being reported. I mean, you've got outlets like ourselves, and there's a few others that do a great job at it as well. But I think historians are going to look back after 2020 to 2024 and go, my goodness, those 4 years, so much went on.
So much went on, and just because it's not covered doesn't mean it's not happening.
That's true.
The left they could push everything under the rug, but we on the right side of media, the true media, true conservative media, are reporting on it.
Yes.
One thing I talked about, I wanted to get your opinion on, Assad and President Xi of China, within the past 48 hours, shook hands, and they met Assad, a killer, with the flowers, and the kids were chanting. And are you crazy, right?
It's incredible. I mean, what you're seeing right now is a repositioning of the world coming against us.
Right.
When you look back at how our military was, the love of country, how strong we were, our borders were secure, our military was the best. We had so much equipment, so many strong leaders. And now we are weak, we are feckless, we are in a position where if someone actually did launch direct war against this country, Matthew, I think we're in trouble. I think our petroleum oil reserves have been drained in an effort to lower the price of gasoline, which, by the way, that's not the intention of the petroleum and oil reserves. But I'm really scared. I mean, I think this election, they always say, it's the biggest election of our lifetime. It honestly is the biggest election of our lifetime.
And I was talking to Vanessa about this as well, and I want to hear your thoughts on it. In the local media, remember when there's maybe a tornado warning or a big blizzard on the way or a hurricane, right? Everybody acts like the sky is falling. It's an unprecedented watch out. But do you believe that that's what's happening right now for our country? Is it at that point of the sky is falling?
Not yet. We've said this before. Until the middle class sees a substantial, drastic dip in their lifestyle, as far as a true suffering, not just, oh, things are a little bit more expensive than normal. I'm talking about a true suffering. You won't see that dramatic reaction that I think we need. If we continue to go to, look, if the Biden policies, 6 months from now, we might see his unapproval rating go. Biden's already, it's ridiculous that the approval rating is so low, but I think we're getting there. To answer your question in longer than I want to, I think we're getting there, but I don't think they've suffered yet.
It seems like, a Cat 1 or a Cat 2 off the coast, and if it continues to grow, and if an election is stolen, or if there's an indictment to actual jail, or whatever it's going to happen, we hope, obviously, for the best outcome of everything. But, man, when do we start? We already are, in a way, getting the narrative to the truth, because that's what it's about. But the left is fighting against that.
The truth doesn't matter if nobody hears it. See, that's the thing.
Well, that's why we're
but there's a majority of America. They still don't know about Hunter's laptop. They don't know about the money laundering and the Burisma. They don't know about any of that.
I think, Tucker Carlson leaving Fox, people started to have to wake up to something.
Yeah, but we're talking to our own base, though. The people all the people who watch Tucker videos were probably watching Fox before. They're watching us. There's a huge segment out there that just don't know any of this, and I don't know how you reach them. They're not going to watch us. Well, they're not watching us.
Well, maybe, as you said, if things get bad enough, they start scrambling. They go, I want to watch
It's
something.
the money. It's about the economy. And like Bill Clinton said, it's about the economy, stupid, until they go, holy crap. Like, I can no longer pay my mortgage. I can't pay my car notes. Holy crap. My schools are crumbling. Then maybe they wake up.
What about COVID lockdowns, tyrannical acts?
Well, I don't know. We all need...
If that happens again.
I personally think the American people won't stand for it. Look, if they come to Texas and say they want businesses to close down and wear a mask or whatever, it's not happening. Don't even start it. It's not People are not going to comply.
Right.
They won't comply. There will be a certain section of our population that will absolutely comply to whatever the government tells them to do.
Right.
I don't think for a majority of Republicans we're not going to do it.
Yeah, I agree.
We're not going to do it. We're just not going to do it. We're not going to comply to that. And also, if you kind of go into like the whole election thing, remember them pushing poll watchers out the doors and putting boards up over observation windows.
Right.
I don't think that happens again, because I think we now know kind of how that story plays out.
Right.
And I think you're going to have more people watching the polls as closely than ever.
Yeah.
Even more than the midterms we just came off of.
Right.
So I personally think if we do see fraudulent activity or suspicious activity, I should say, we're going to let everybody know about it as soon as possible.
We know that President Trump talks about the polls a lot, and we see that he is leading by a big margin. But do you think that some of the polls, like the recent one of 10 percentage points over Biden, I believe that it's way. I
think it's higher than that.
It's higher than that.
It's higher than that. There's no way that people here and even people outside this facility are saying to themselves that the policies of Joe Biden are helping our family. They're just not being asked yet.
Right.
And keep in mind, these polls are generally between 900, 1,200 people. These aren't massive polls. They're smaller polls like that. I would love to see the numbers on, like, give me 10,000 people. 10,000 people replied to a poll.
Right.
You're going to see those numbers go way up.
You know what President Trump does when he's at these kind of events, right? He does the live action poll right there. He says, remember before the first debate, he's like, who wants me to be a part of the first debate? Raise your hand. Nobody raised their hand.
Yeah, it's not needed. He's not needed for that. And that's why we're going up to Detroit for the United Autos Workers. He's going to meet with former and current people that are involved in the strike and get their thoughts on why this is happening and what is the Biden administration doing to help prevent that, or what they might have done to save these jobs. And there is a massive push in the automotive industry for these green vehicles, and that goes against what they're tooled up to do on a mass scale. They're not scaled to produce a mass quantity of electric vehicles. You know why? Because the demand's not there. It's foolish. It's foolish.
The F-150 Lightning isn't doing so hot. It's probably a great truck, and I know some people that might want to get it, but whatever.
Let's step aside.
Welcome to the stage the Governor and First Lady of the great state of South Carolina, Henry and Peggy McMaster.
Y'all hold on, the man's in the tent. He's coming. Y'all, thank you for coming. Those watching by television, this is what America looks like, South Carolina style, right here. This is my favorite wife, Peggy, brought her with me. I'll be very brief. President Trump's going to walk out here in just a minute, but just for the record, when he went into the White House, I went into the State House just about a month later, and South Carolina has been booming ever since. We've been soaring because of his policies for 4 years. But then in January 2021, things changed. They changed nationally. We're still booming here in South Carolina. But every day we had to fight the Biden administration. It's just one thing after another. We spent half our time in court instead of working. So we couldn't believe it. What did they do? They sent the FBI to the school boards. Couldn't believe that. Then we couldn't believe it. They sent the vaccine mandates down, the Army, Navy, Air Force, Marine, Coast Guard, everybody. Yep. And if that wasn't enough, then they destroyed the borders, and they still destroyed right now. Cartels sending people from all over. And then they put a judge on the Supreme Court who could not explain what a woman was. Does anybody here know what a woman is? How about a man? They destroyed our energy independence, been borrowing money by the trillions. Our children are going to have to pay for it with interest. And from 2016 until now, they have been doing anything and everything they could, legal, illegal, ethical, unethical, unheard of, unprecedented, to do one thing. And that includes 2 bogus impeachments and 4 baloney indictments. To do what? To stop one man, to stop our man from being president of the United States. Well, but he won't stop. We won't stop. We believe in America. We believe in Donald Trump. And ladies and gentlemen, history and man, the history shows us that the man and the moment have met. It's Donald Trump for America. Donald Trump for South Carolina. Donald Trump for all of us. Donald Trump, President of the United States. Donald Trump.
The hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, from Detroit down to Houston, and New York to LA, where there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say that I'm proud to be an American. Defend her still today, 'cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. Defend her still today, 'cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA.
Wow, thank you very much. What a crowd. Nice boats, by the way. It's great to be back in this incredible state with the hardworking, God-fearing patriots who make our country run. You love our country, you make it run. And it's a true honor to be here at Sportsman Boats. We just took a tour, and they are beautiful boats. I think I might have to order one, Henry. I don't know. Over the past 12 years, Sportsman has become one of the most respected names in the industry. And as I saw just moments ago, every single inch of these beautiful boats is designed and built right here in South Carolina by very skilled South Carolina hands. I know what that means, and proud South Carolina hearts. I want to thank Sportsman's owners, Tommy Hancock and Brinkley Melvin, as well as the CEO of South Carolina Boating and Fishing Alliance. Get us Brannon, not Bandon. Get us Brannon. You know who that is. Thanks also to your great governor. This is a great governor. He kept this place open. But he really kept it open. He didn't, say oh, gee, I kept it open. No, he kept it open. Henry McMaster and Peggy, thank you so much for being here. It's a great couple. They're great people. What a great governor he's been. It was one of the reasons I got her out of here so I could make him governor of the state. I never said that. That was a big deal. Let her move and get Henry there, and people are very happy about it. Henry, great. Henry was with me right from the beginning of the campaign, early on. I thought she'd be with me, but she went a different way, and I said, wow, that's unusual. And he was there, and then we won in a landslide, and I said, I'll take Henry any day. I'll take Henry any day, and we got him in. Henry, you're doing a great job as governor. Thank you very much. Another man who's always there. I'll tell you what, when I need help on the left, he's great. He's great. And he's my friend, too. Lindsey Graham, wherever you are. Lindsey, thank you. Oh, no. He helps me on the left. We need help sometimes. Republicans shouldn't need help on the left, but he helps me. Also, somebody I think you love, and I love him. I remember a burst of real anger and heart years ago in Congress. I'm sure nobody remembers that. Representative Joe Wilson. Joe, thank you. They went after him for that. He didn't realize even at the time how popular that made you, Joe. You were only telling the truth. And somebody who I'm so proud of, he came in, and we came in together in a way because I said, this is a guy that's going to be fantastic as a congressman. Russell Fry. Russell, thank you, Russell. Thank you. And a friend of mine and a great congresswoman. She's done a job like few others, and she has courage, the courage of her conviction. And she takes a lot of, she said, yes, she has, and she does. It takes a lot of heat sometimes, but she ends up always being right. Marjorie Taylor Greene. Marjorie, thank you. Thank you very much. Great job. And another friend of mine who's done fantastically in the campaign. She's campaigning as hard as I am. She wants to see a big victory in South Carolina for us. Lieutenant Governor Pam Evett. Thank you, Pam. Thank you, Pam. And Treasurer Curtis Loftus. Thank you very much. My ambassador, Curtis, thank you very much. My ambassador, who really was a good job. I won't tell you which country, but I sent him to a country where they have the greatest desserts in history, and this was not a good thing to do to Ed McMullen. This was not good. Stand up, Ed. Show him how slim you are. See that? This was not a good thing, but that's okay. And today I'm honored to receive the endorsements of your Attorney General, Alan Wilson. Thank you, Alan. Thank you very much. That's a big endorsement. That's a big endorsement. And your Secretary of State, Mark Hammond. Thank you, Mark. Thank you very much, Mark. I appreciate it. I'm also delighted to announce that your Lieutenant Governor will be heading up the launch of our brand new coalition, Small Business Leaders for Trump. Thank you. Thank you very much. Great. With your help, we're going to win the South Carolina primary by a lot. We're up by about 50 points, but we don't want to take it for granted. Henry said never take anything for granted, right? But we're going to win that primary big. We won the state twice by record numbers, literally record numbers, and we're going to do it again.
We did phenomenally here. We've always done well here, and we're going to do it at a level that nobody's ever seen. So we broke the record twice. We're going to break it a third time. We're going to break our own record. So less than 5 months from now, we're going to defeat crooked Joe Biden. We're going to take back our country, and we're going to make America great again. So we've come today to the perfect place to talk about how we're going to end the economic catastrophe known as Bidenomics. You know, he thought that was good. It was meant to be bad. It was originally done in the financial pages to talk about how bad it was, and he said, oh, I love the name, I love the name. So now he goes around and he talks about it like it's good. It's really bad. And I spoke to the incredible owners of Sportsman, and they were telling me, so different now than it was just 3 years ago. Sportsman and other boat builders across the state exemplify the American manufacturing muscle. Incredible how big a boat business it is in this state that will help turn the Biden economic bust into another Trump economic boom. That's what you had. You had the greatest boom in history, most successful economy in history. Under my leadership, we built the greatest economy in the history of the world. In fact, we did it twice, if you remember. We had to do it twice, and now we're going to do it a third time, but it's going to be bigger, better, stronger than ever before. Ever before. But we had the greatest economy in the history, really, of the world. And then COVID came in, and we had to do it again. And we did a great job with COVID. Nobody knew what the hell it was. And we did a great job, and then we handed it over after a horrible, horrible. We got many millions of more votes. I was told if you got the same number, 63 million, you win easily. And we got millions and millions more. We got the most votes of any sitting president in history. And they say we lost the election. I don't think so. Terrible, terrible what's going on between bad elections and open borders, what's going on in our country. And that's almost the least of it. You could go through point after point. There's nothing good happening. In 4 short years, we passed the largest tax cuts and reforms in American history. We cut more job-killing regulations, your boat companies and every other company will tell you that, than any administration in history. Broke every record. We slashed the price of gasoline down to $1.87 per gallon. We created 20,000 manufacturing jobs right here in South Carolina. We delivered $140 million to ensure that Charleston has the deepest water port on the East Coast. Henry would drive me crazy. Sir, we need that money. Right, Henry? He'd call me and say, sir, we got to make that the deepest port. I was only surprised. You say the East Coast. Don't you want to also include the West Coast? That'll be next. He's got that idea, I can tell you. But you have the deepest on the East Coast now, and that was a big deal, and it was a great job, and the governor did a great job in getting it done, and everybody else who helped. These are just a few of the reasons your boat-building industry exploded and prospered like never before, and it was all under President Trump, and it was my honor. It now generates over $6 billion a year and employs 26,000 South Carolina workers. Think of that. And I'm very honored to say that my last 2 years, 2019 and 2020, were the best 2 years that South Carolina boat builders and South Carolina business has ever had. Is that right, Ed? Ever had. Every single major boat manufacturer in this state expanded their operations during the Trump administration. There wasn't one that went down even a little bit. They all went big. They went very big. They couldn't make them fast enough. When I left office, business was roaring like a 400 horsepower Mercury outboard motor. I just looked at them. They are seriously good looking. But then the economy slammed into a pile of rocks known as Crooked Joe Biden. Crooked Joe. We used to call him Sleepy Joe. Now we call him Crooked Joe. I took it away from Crooked Hillary. That was a good day when I took it. She had the best day. I think she celebrated that night. Now we call her Beautiful Hillary. She's a beautiful woman. Crooked Joe's inflation crisis has raised costs for small businesses like this one by more than 20% already, and it's going much higher. Biden's energy crisis has hurt sales by nearly tripling the cost to fill up a Sportsman's 355-gallon gas tank. Think of that, 3 times higher. Soaring interest rates, which is even a worse problem. make boat loans much more expensive, makes it very hard for people to buy boats, and all of this horrible stuff is happening against your incredible American worker. Under Biden, household incomes have been crushed by nearly $7,400 a year. Does anyone know that? Marjorie, did you know that? Under Trump, incomes increased by more than $8,000 a year with no inflation. We didn't have inflation. A vote for crooked Joe Biden is a vote for inflation, taxation, submission, and failure. That's what it is. A vote for Trump is a vote for more jobs, higher wages, and more boats, cars, trucks, and airplanes stamped, made in America and made in South Carolina. Here are some of the first steps I'll take to rescue our workers, manufacturers, and small businesses from the burning wreckage of Bidenomics as soon as we get back into the Oval Office. We got to get back fast. I tell you, if we don't get back, I really believe this country is finished. I really believe it. I hate to say that. It's horrible. And Marjorie's nodding her head, and Henry's nodding his head, so I can't be the only one that thinks that. But I think this country will be finished. They're destroying our country so stupidly, so evilly. To rapidly reduce inflation, I will end Joe Biden's war on American energy and reclaim energy independence. 3 years ago, we were totally energy independent, heading over to energy dominance, right, Russell? For our next term, I've set the ambitious goal of achieving the #1 lowest cost of energy and electricity anywhere in any major industrial nation on earth, and we'll be there within 6 months. In other words, we will drill, baby, drill. We're going to be drilling. We're going to be drilling like we were doing before. For decades, politicians like Crooked Joe viciously betrayed South Carolina workers. You know that. Look at what's happened to your state in the last few years. Short time ago, you had the best numbers you've ever had, and now they're rapidly coming down. Rapidly, like nobody's ever seen before. Has nothing to do with you. It has to do with people that are very stupid people, and I think very evil people in the White House. Your state lost 1 in 3 manufacturing jobs after Biden supported the NAFTA disaster and China's entrance into the WTO. That was a long time ago, but it showed his thinking. It was a disaster. The World Trade Organization, a disaster. China took advantage of everybody for years. I've been speaking about it for a long time, and I did a lot about it when I got into office. China paid us hundreds of billions of dollars. Not one president got 10 cents from China. I got hundreds of billions of dollars from China. They weren't too happy with me, hence the China virus. If it were up to Crooked Joe Biden, every single job here at Sportsman Boats would be shipped off to another country. Biden puts China first, Mexico first, Ukraine first, Europe first, Asia first, illegal aliens first, above our great veterans, you know that. Puts the illegal aliens above our veterans. Our veterans live like hell. And you know what? You see what's happening. Do you ever see the illegal aliens? The weirdest thing, they come in by the tens of thousands, sometimes a day, and they all have cell phones. I'm saying, where did they get the cell phones? Everybody has a cell phone. They're all talking on these beautiful cell phones, and they're expensive ones, too. They're nice ones. Somebody who's into that said, those are good phones. And then I say, who pays their bills? Who's paying the bills, Marjorie? Do you want to check that? I'll give it to Marjorie. She'll figure that one out fast. No, but you ever notice? They're all coming in with cell phones. Our veterans don't have cell phones, do they? But they put illegal aliens first and everyone first, but he puts America last. He puts our military last. He puts our veterans last. He puts workers last. He puts small businesses last. He puts everything that's good and proper last. He puts it last. It's crazy. I put America first every single time. Every single time. I ended NAFTA, the worst trade deal ever made, and replaced it with the USMCA, that's Mexico and Canada. The best trade deal ever made in this nation, although I must tell you, my deal with China was very good too, but I don't talk about it because of COVID. That was a step too far. But we did the USMCA, and they're trying to renegotiate. Mexico and Canada are trying to renegotiate it now because the deal turned out to be so good for us, and I wouldn't do it. We suffered with NAFTA for many years, for decades. And we didn't renegotiate it. We should have. We didn't.
To further create a level playing field for our workers and small manufacturers, in our next term, I will impose across-the-board tariffs on most foreign-made goods. That's going to let your businesses compete. I'll also pass the Trump Reciprocal Trade Act. In other words, if China or any other country makes us pay a 200 or 300 or 100% tariff, we will make them pay a reciprocal tariff of the exact same amount. And we were all set to get that done, and then we got hit with COVID. I will revoke China's first and most favored nation's trade status. They have a most favored nation because they're a developing country. The way I look at our country, we're a developing country too, because our country's gone to hell. And we will impose stiff penalties on China and any other trade cheaters and abusers. And we did that at a level that nobody's ever seen. You know, I gave $28 billion to the farmers of our country. Some of you got that. That's why I said, I'm never going to lose Iowa. I'm never going to lose Nebraska. I shouldn't be so confident, right, Marjorie? But I said, how are they going to vote? I got the farmers $28 billion from China. Nobody even thought of doing that. Did anybody think they thought? You think Biden says, let's see, how can I get some money from China for the farmers? No, he wants to get it for himself. I will also resume our historic regulation cuts and get Washington bureaucrats out of your wallets, out of your lives, and out of your businesses. In just one example of Crooked Joe's extreme regulatory attacks, the Biden administration is right now trying to bludgeon the boating and maritime industry. We were just discussing it with a lot of boat companies back there that create a lot of jobs and having a hard time. With a boat speed limit of less than 11 miles an hour, about 10 miles an hour. In other words, like a slow golf cart. It's like think of it, along the entire eastern part of our country. This is supposedly in the name of preventing whale strikes, but you have a better chance of being struck by lightning than hitting a whale with your boat. There has only been, listen to this, one such whale killed off the coast of South Carolina in the last 50 years. But on the other hand, their windmills are causing whales to die in numbers never seen before. Nobody does anything about that. They're washing up on shore. I saw it this weekend. 3 of them came up. You wouldn't see it once a year. Now they're coming up on a weekly basis. The windmills are driving them crazy. They're driving the whales, I think, a little batty, and they're washing up on shore at levels never seen before, and they want to stop your boats 1 in 50 years. Can you imagine that? The Biden speed limit will demolish the charter fishing business, crush boat manufacturers, and desecrate your cherished low country traditions. It's going to desecrate those traditions. That's why today I'm announcing that when I'm reelected, on day one, I will cancel Biden's ridiculous speed limit regulation. Day one, first day. We will take care of the whales, but we will also take care of the workers, the boaters, the fishermen of South Carolina. We'll take good care of them, all of them, including the whale. For that reason, I will also rescind and revise Biden's absurd restrictions on recreational fishing, including red snapper and bottom fishing. You know what I'm talking about, right? You know what that means, Henry? I don't know. Are you a fisherman, Henry? He knows what it means. But we'll take care of that stuff all in that first period of a day or 2. Maybe I'll need 3. Okay, we have to get it written up. Okay, but we're going to get it done like just about day one. We will not allow Crooked Joe to destroy the South Carolina way of life. It's an incredible way of life. It's a culture, a beautiful way of life. It's no wonder that far-left lunatics are getting desperate to stop our movement by any means necessary. As you know, Crooked Joe and the radical left thugs have weaponized law enforcement to arrest their leading opponent. Me, I'm their leading opponent. I'm their only opponent. On fake and phony charges. I went through a whole life. I never heard the word indictment. All of a sudden, every day, I'm getting indicted. In fact, I'm getting a little concerned because we had a poll this weekend that was so big. I said, here we go, more indictments. Every time we get a good poll, we get indicted. This is high-level election interference, and it's happening for a single reason, because I'm the only candidate they do not want to run against. You know, they talk misinformation, disinformation. They're close enough. You know, somebody said, what's the difference? I said, I can tell you the difference, but they're very close.
But they're very good at misinformation, disinformation. They see Trump is leading by 55 points. Think of that. And leading by 10 points against him. The Washington Post, ABC, 10 points. That's a lot, because it's like considered a lot. It's hard for Republicans to lead by that much in the fake news media. The fake news media doesn't want to do that. But when they see these numbers, they get crazy. But we're leading by Ron DeSanctimonious. We're beating him by 56 points. It's amazing. In yesterday's NBC News poll, I'm leading all of the Republicans in numbers like nobody's actually seen before. And we're at just about 60% already, and we're going up, and we're the only ones going up. They're going down. They're going down, down, down. They ought to stop wasting their time. They're wasting a lot of time on these ridiculous debates that nobody's watching. Their last debate was the lowest rated debate in history. That's a good compliment, isn't it? And what was I doing, Marjorie? I was someplace else, wasn't I, huh? I was doing another interview. We had 271 million people listening to the Tucker Carlson interview. That's an all-time record. You know what the second was? It was Oprah Winfrey interviewing Michael Jackson. That was 15 years ago. We beat him by 150 million. That's a lot. I'm also beating Biden in the general while DeSantis and all of these other people are losing, and they're losing big. And in the new South Carolina poll, I'm way up, close to 51 or 52. And we're beating your former governor, who's not nearly as good as your current governor, by the way. And we're not even close, by the way. And we're beating everybody by a lot. I mean, it's just been an incredible thing. And I just want to thank a lot of the people sitting up front. Some of them are such good politicians that have helped me that they're way in the back. They're not sitting up front. They don't want to be up front, Russell. They want to be in the back. I don't know. I think they're pretty good politicians, too. But I just want to thank everybody here and everybody all over, because you've been incredible. Because it's important that we win. The way you really win, they cheat like hell. That's all they're good at, is cheating in elections. That's the only thing they do well. They cheat like hell. And the way you win is you got to swamp them. There's a point at which the cheating doesn't work, and we're going to have to swamp them. They rigged the presidential election of 2020, and we're not going to allow them to rig the presidential election of 2024. Not going to allow it, or we're not going to have a country. Every time the radical left Democrats, Marxists, communists, and fascists, and that's what they are, every time they indict me, I consider it a great badge of honor. I'm being indicted for you. Thanks a lot. I appreciate it. Think of it. I have to call our great First Lady. They love Melania. I have to call Melania. And I have to call my kids. I say, kids, and Melania, listen, got a little thing. We're going to be indicted. I'm going to be indicted tonight. What for did absolutely nothing. Nobody knows. You ever see the reviews, the legal reviews of these indictments? They say these indictments are ridiculous. Every single one of them. He protested the election. What about Hillary Clinton and everybody protesting the 2016 election? What about all of those crazy radical left Democrats? They're still protesting. Now they're keeping a little bit quiet. They're going a little bit lower. Never forget, our enemies want to stop us because we are the only ones who can stop them. They want to take away my freedom because I will never let them take away your freedom. That's true. I will never let them. I don't care. I don't care. I will never let them. They want to silence me because I will never let them silence you. And in the end, they're not after me. They're after you. I just happen to be standing in their way. Unfortunately for me, but fortunately for you. Together, we have fought for this country like no movement has ever fought before. This is the greatest movement in the history of the United States. There's never been a movement. MAGA, call it whatever you want. Biden's always said MAGA, MAGA, MAGA. If you said, what does MAGA stand for? I guarantee you he couldn't answer. I said, MAGA means Make America Great Again. I guarantee if you said, Mr. Biden, explain to me, what does MAGA mean? What does it mean? He would say, radical. No, it means make America great again. We want to make America great again. And now we have to do it all over again because they've destroyed large pieces of what we did. We created the most secure border in the United States history.
and built nearly 500 miles of border wall. When I said to Mexico, you will pay for the wall, they largely did because they supplied us free of charge 28,000 soldiers on our border, free of charge. That's a lot more than the cost of the wall. I said, nope, that's an easier way of doing it. There was hardly a mechanism for them to pay for the wall, but I said, you'll pay for the soldiers. And we had the best border, the safest border in history. Now we have the worst border in the history of the world. There's never been a country with a border like this. Not even third world countries, not even banana republics. No country would allow this to happen to them. No country. We appointed over 300 federal judges and 3 great Supreme Court justices. I fully rebuilt the United States military. By the way, much of it coming from South Carolina. We created Space Force, which everybody fought me on. We got it done. That was a big deal. Defeated ISIS. We defeated ISIS. Remember that? Everybody said, you can't do it, Marjorie. You can't do it. They said, Marjorie. You know that. Everybody was saying you can't. Sir, it'll take you years to do that. I did it in 2 months. Because we have the greatest military in the world, not these characters that go on television, and not the people that did this horrible, horrible, most embarrassing event in our history, Afghanistan, the most embarrassing event ever. We have great, great military. They wiped it out in less than a month. We hit them hard. I'll never forget, sir, we're going to have it done in about 4 weeks. I said, you got to be. I flew to Iraq, remember? And I came back. Remember that brave flight when we landed on a runway with no lights? And I said, I want the Congressional Medal of Honor for myself. I said, am I allowed to give myself the Congressional Medal of Honor, Russell? And they said, I don't think that would look too good, sir. I said, I agree with you on that. But I was the first president in decades who didn't start a war. Remember Crooked Hillary? Now it's Beautiful Hillary. Remember when Beautiful Hillary said, he's going to start a war because of my personality. I said, no, my personality is going to keep us from fighting in wars. And that's what happened. Russia and Ukraine would never have happened. China would never be talking about Taiwan, would never. Russia, so sad. Millions of people killed. I think when you find the real numbers, you're going to find they're much higher than anything that's being reported. When you knock down those massive apartment houses and they say nobody was injured, nobody was hurt, there were no deaths, they're lying to you. Millions of people are dead. Would have never happened. Those cities and those cultures are all destroyed. You can never rebuild them. You can never rebuild them, certainly not the way they were. But all of that was just the beginning. Here's just some of the agenda we will immediately implement when we become, we're going to become the 47th president of the United States. I will totally obliterate the deep state. We fired Comey, we got rid of a lot of scum. Before I even arrive at the Oval Office, shortly after I win the presidency, I will have the horrible war between Russia and Ukraine settled. It's going to be settled. I know them both. It's going to be settled quickly. It'll be done very quickly, and I'm the only candidate who can make this promise to you. I will prevent World War III, and we're a lot closer than anyone knows. We are a lot closer to World War III than anyone knows, and that will be a war like no other. That will be obliteration. This isn't army tanks going back and forth shooting at each other. This is weaponry like nobody can even imagine. You don't even want to talk about it. On my first day back in the White House, I will terminate every open borders policy of the Biden administration and begin the largest deportation operation in American history. And I will also use Title 42 to end the child trafficking crisis by returning all trafficked children to their families in their home countries, and that will be done immediately. They want to go home. They want to go home. Horrible what they've done to children. On day one, I will sign a new executive order to cut federal funding for any school pushing critical race theory, transgender insanity, and other inappropriate racial, sexual, or political content onto the heads of our children. And I will not give 1 penny to any school that has a vaccine mandate or mask mandate. No mandates. I will immediately close the Federal Department of Education, and we will move everything back to the states where they can individualize education and do it with love for our children. You know, we spend a fortune on education. We spend more than any other country in the world by far. It's not even close. And we're last. Out of 40, we're 38, 37, sometimes even 40. We're last. So we spend sometimes 3 times. You have Denmark, you have Sweden, you have Norway, you have China. It's at the very top of the list a lot. And we're like last, and yet we spend 2 and 3 times more money per pupil than they do. We're going to end that. South Carolina will run their own. Do you like that idea, Henry? You'll do a great job. If you have the right people, you're going to do a great job. It can't be worse than what's happening right now. So many people in Washington, building after building. We need maybe 2 or 3 people just to make sure they are teaching English in our schools. Say, is everybody teaching English? Okay, you qualify. I think South Carolina, as an example, in particular, a place like South Carolina would do an unbelievable job with education. And they do it with love. I will keep men out of women's sports. I've been talking about this for so long. And I will sign a law prohibiting child sexual mutilation in all 50 states. Can you imagine? Can you imagine, Yvette? Can you imagine even saying that? Having to even say, child, think of it. I was thinking the other night, I was making a speech. I said, I will not allow child mutilation. Child mutilation, the word is such a horrible word. And we won't allow it in our country. And can you imagine saying that 10 years ago? People would say, what the hell is he talking about? And actually today it's a big, they mutilize. I mean, they want to mutilate your children. These people are sick. Just as I did for 4 years, I will fully uphold the Second Amendment. They gained no traction. They're gaining traction now. They're playing with your bullets, your ammunition. They're gaining a lot of traction right now. But, you know, keeping men, by the way, just to go back, keeping men out of women's sports, it's the craziest thing I've ever seen. And you have to look at some of these records. A great one is weightlifting, where for years and years, 18 years, this record stood, and you had this great female athlete. She was going to break the record. Her parents were there. They were all so happy. They're so proud. And they put like a 1/4 ounce on each end, right? And she went up and up and up. Oh, and she didn't make it. Then a guy comes on stage. He just became, I guess, female, right? Is that a correct statement? He just became female. He lifted that sucker, ding, ding. I think broke the record by like 140 pounds. 1/8 of an ounce on each side. He broke the record by 140. It's not going to be broken anytime soon. Maybe in 1,000,000 years from now, if we're still around, because we have stupid people here that will allow everything to be obliterated. Don't kid yourselves. And I will secure our elections, because our elections, if you don't have great, free, fair elections and you don't have borders, you don't have a country. And right now, we don't have much of a country. We're laughed at all over the world. Our goal will be 1 day voting with paper ballots and voter ID. It's very simple. 1 day voting, paper ballots, voter ID. But until then, we have to make sure we win. We have to literally swamp them. We have to swamp them. We have to get so many votes out that they can't cheat, because they will cheat, and they will do things that Republicans don't do. They are very, very bad people in so many different ways. This is what we must do in conclusion to restore our country to greatness. The USA is a mess. Our economy is crashing. Inflation is totally out of control. China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea have formed together as a menacing and just a horrible, menacing and destructive coalition. Our currency is crashing and will no longer be the world standard, which will be our greatest defeat. In 200 years, our currency will no longer be the world standard. Look at what's happening. All these countries are going over to the yuan. That's China. What they're doing to us, I'll get that stopped in 1 day. I'll say, you get that stopped, or we're not doing any trading with you. There'll be no more trading. They'll be, oh, we would love to stop that, or we would like to stop that. But nobody talks to them properly. It won't happen with me, not even a little chance, just like Russia would have never invaded Ukraine, as I said, and China would not even thought about Taiwan. And you know what? He just said it. They didn't. They didn't. There was never a thought. And I'll tell you what, that was the apple of President Putin's eye. I spoke to him very well. I had a great relationship with him. It's good to have a good relationship. You know, the fake news, look at all of them back there. The fake news said he gets along with Putin. Getting along is okay.
But, you know, in many respects, he told me this. He said, there's never been anybody that treated us. I ended Nord Stream 2. Nobody knew what Nord Stream 2, they never heard. I ended the single biggest, most important economic development in the history of Russia. I ended it. It was over. When Biden came in 1 week, he approved it. Is that correct, Marjorie? 1 week, he approved it. I said, I can't believe it. And they built it. 1 week. And then they said, Trump is very soft on Russia. I was the one that put the big sanctions on. And actually, Putin once told me, he said, you know, if you're really good to me, like they say, I'd hate like hell to see you if you were bad to me, because there's never been anybody that does. But we did get along, and he would never have done that. And he wouldn't have done it for a second reason. Oil would not have hit $110 a barrel. So he wouldn't have been able to afford prosecuting the war. He wouldn't have been able to do it because oil went up to $100 and $115 and even more than that for a period of time. And he actually made a fortune, one of the few people ever to make a fortune on fighting a war. Wars you lose in lives and you lose money. He lost lives, but he made a lot of money. And if that would have been stable, if that would have been at $40, $50, $60 a barrel, he wouldn't have been able to even do it. And he never had the soldiers up there. He was never even thinking about doing it with me. He wouldn't have done it because I told him not to. I said, you have no idea what's going to happen to you if you do it. But he wouldn't have done it because of the oil prices, because oil was so low. That's why $1.87 a gallon. And it was even lower than that for a period of time. We would have left Afghanistan with dignity and strength and pride instead of our greatest embarrassment in history. I think Afghanistan was the greatest embarrassment in history. And I actually think that's why Putin went in. When he saw the incompetent, stupid people, the way they left, they took the military out first. I think Putin said, these people are really stupid. That's a different country than I've been dealing with for the last 4 years. Now this is our time to go in. I really believe that's a third reason. If you took the 5 worst presidents in the history of the United States and added them up, they would not have done near the destruction to our country as crooked Joe Biden and the Biden administration have done. You wouldn't have done. There's nobody. You could take your 5 worst presidents, add them up. I may have to change it to 10 because 5 is no longer appropriate because you can't even get close. I think I'll go to 10 from now on. Would people remember that, please? We're a failing nation. We're a nation in decline. And now these radical left lunatics want to interfere with our elections by using law enforcement. It's totally corrupt, and we can't let it happen. That's why you must show up to vote in the first. You have to you're the first in the South primary. Do you ever hear that term, first in the South? Do you know that, Russell? Is that a big deal, I guess, right? I kept you there, so you should be a big deal. I think I'll take credit. It's a big deal. But it is a big deal. You're highly respected as a state. Get everyone you know. Make sure they're registered to vote and get them out on Saturday, February 24th. It's a big time. Think of it. It's less than 4 months before the season starts. We start in Iowa. We go to New Hampshire. We come down here. You know, the beauty was when I came here, everyone thought Bush was going to win. And then they took a poll and they found out Trump was up by about 50 points. Everyone said, what's going on right here? They thought Bush, because Bush supposedly was a military person. Great. You know what? He was a military. He got us into the Middle East. How did that work out, right? But they all thought that Bush might win. Jeb. Remember Jeb? He used the word Jeb. He didn't use the word Bush. I said, you mean he's ashamed of the last name? And then they immediately started using the name Bush. Never forget it. But we came here and everyone thought, remember he brought his mother here, his wonderful mother. She was 94 years old and it was pouring. And they're wheeling her around and it's raining and horrible. I said, who would do that to your mother at 94 years old? How desperate are you to win? But we beat him by like 40 points. And we went on to a lot of victories. We won in New Hampshire big. We won here big. And we just went in and cleaned out the slate. And then 2020 we got, I guess, 100% of the vote. And now we're at levels that nobody's ever seen before with competition. Nobody's ever seen the levels that we're at now. And most importantly, we're at levels against Crooked Joe that nobody's seen, because you just don't see that with Republicans. They have certain advantages, as you know. They have certain areas of the country that, regardless of good or bad, they want to vote for these people. I actually think they're changing their tune also, because nobody can want to vote for this guy. Nobody. And maybe he makes it to the gate. I don't know if he makes it to the gate. I don't think it even matters anymore, because They have been so destructive to our country, what they've done as a party, that I don't even think it matters. Who are they going to put in? A guy from California that's destroyed that state? They're going to put in Kamala? Kamala. Actually, our numbers are better against Kamala than they are against Joe, so maybe we'd like Kamala too. But 2024 is our final battle. With you at my side, we will demolish the deep state. We will expel the warmongers. Get them all out of our government. We will drive out the globalists. We will cast out the communists, the Marxists, the fascists, and we will throw off the sick political class that hates our country. We will rout the fake news media. Those people right there, they're fake, so many of them. You know, when the Washington Post, ABC came out with their big numbers that I was leading by 10 points, do you know that ABC wouldn't put the numbers on? Do you know that ABC and the Washington Post said this must be an outlier, meaning the numbers that they spend millions of dollars on polling, the numbers must be wrong. It was their poll. And that I watched, they didn't want to put the numbers on, so they covered the minor numbers underneath, but they didn't want to put the numbers on, and they didn't. Now, these are corrupt people. We will evict Joe Biden from the White House. We will continue and we will finish the draining of the swamp once and for all. The great silent majority is rising like never before, and that is happening. I've never seen spirit or enthusiasm like we have this time. More so than 2020, more so than 2016, and we had a lot. We had it in records, but it's never, because now they see how bad these people are. They're evil, they're sick. And under our leadership, the forgotten men and women will be forgotten no longer. With your help, your love, and your vote, we will put America first, and we will make America great again, bigger and better than ever before. Thank you, South Carolina. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much, everybody. See you soon. Get out and vote. Thank you. God bless you all. God bless you. Thank you much.
From President Donald J. Trump here in Summerville, South Carolina. He spoke for about an hour. It's the Small Business Leaders for Trump initiative kickoff, talking to small business owners who are struggling in America right now, trying to make ends meet, keep their doors open. He talked about soaring interest rates, making it hard to buy boats. We are at a boating location here in Summerville. He was bragging about the beautiful boats and the different parts that they have here during his talk. But not only the boats, he says, for loans for homes, for cars. Everyone is struggling right now. He says he's supporting small business owners in their struggle with inflation. President Trump going on to say a vote for Trump is a vote for more jobs and more small businesses. Looking at some of the numbers, President Trump created more than 1.2 million manufacturing and construction jobs. He brought supply chains back from overseas, and he broke a 35-year-old record for small business optimism in 2018. And what I liked about today also, Matthew, is that he bought a gun, a Glock, while he was back there.
So I saw that on Right Side Broadcasting on the Truth Social. I didn't know he actually bought it. He did buy it.
He did buy it.
Wow, that's awesome. Speaking of that, President Trump said the left is gaining traction now, but I will fully uphold the Second Amendment as president. So speaking right in line with that kind of thing. And once again, it's a party in Summerville, South Carolina. It's going to be a party anywhere the president shows up because people are happy to see him. They know that he stands for truth, the Constitution, and the American way. That's what we're all about here.
Absolutely. The president saying that he brought jobs, factories, industries back to the United States and championed America's small businesses. President Trump, again, he created 1.2 million manufacturing and construction jobs during his first term and promises he will help the economy during his next term. So the Trump administration, it took historic action to empower small businesses, creating the greatest economy in the history of the world. So a lot of people here holding up signs as we kick off the Small Business Owners for Trump initiative.
Exactly. He also said, I will begin the largest deportation operation in American history on first day as president. Obviously, that's a big story right now, as you can see in Eagle Pass, Texas, and other areas across our country. A wonderful speech here. I mean, it was definitely hot in the sense of, 88 degrees and sunny, but not too humid. People stayed. They had a good time. They heard the president encourage them once again. It's awesome that you guys tuned in here at Right Side Broadcasting. We're actually going to have continuing coverage right now. We will toss to Brian Glenn in a bit from now. He is going to be in the motorcade with President Trump on the way to the airport, and then I guess they'll see the plane Trump Force One take off from there. So stick with us here while we continue to share with you some of the quotes from President Trump today. And also, if you'd like, follow us on Truth Social at RSBN. I'm at Matthew Alvarez, and then at Vanessa Broussard. Vanessa, you were talking before about small businesses, and as the president made that announcement today, or his team did, you being a former small business owner, tell us what it was like being a small business owner in Trump's economy versus what it would be like in Biden's.
Well, I wasn't a small business owner during the Trump economy, but I do have friends who were, and they were booming at the time. They weren't stressed and they weren't struggling like they are now. So I can't speak for myself personally, but I can speak for my friends who have small businesses, and they were able to do extra for their families and provide for their families, where now they have to go week by week and wondering if they can keep their doors open. Now, I did open a small business for about 2 years. Just, it wasn't my thing. I got back into news. That's when I got the job with RSBN last spring. But I opened during COVID, and I opened during the Biden administration, and it was rough. Here's why. Because the vendors that you use, they have to go up on their prices because everybody's, finding products that cost more. So that costs more. So that means that I had to pay more. So that means I had to raise my prices for my customers. And when people are struggling at home, just to put food on the table, they can't come in and just shop for extra. So it's a trickle effect. And so it was really hard to keep doors open for 2 years in a Biden economy, being a small business owner.
100%. And then, the gas prices now, and that trickles to everywhere, right? Every kind of industry. I want you to guess how much it was for apple cider, a gallon of apple cider at a grocery store the other day. Guess how much it was?
Oh, a gallon?
A gallon.
Had to be over $10.
$9.99.
How close is that?
But can you believe it?
But if I was on
though?
the Price is Right, I would have been kicked off.
Yeah, I'd be like, oh, you went over.
Yeah, I went over.
But I mean, $9.99 for apple cider. What? What world are we living in? That was insane. But I mean, that's just a reflection of what it's like with everything else, as we all know. So, the president, of course, here today, sharing a lot of thoughts about his Agenda 47 policy. He definitely always is saying about, obliterating the deep state in the sense of, taking care of business, not in a violent way, but of course a peaceful way. But at the end of the day, we want freedom in this country. And there's only a few of these people that are really trying to come against it, in these higher levels of government and media and other industries. But we're all awake now. A lot of us are. And just so share with your friends, Rumble, Right Side Broadcasting. We want to thank our sponsors as well. I mean, Birch Gold, always solid, doing great things. Moink Beef, the Moink Box, awesome stuff. And also the Patriot shirt, the Salute shirt company. thank you guys so much for being with us here at Right Side. Anybody else out there, if you'd like to assist with some of the costs that it takes to do all of this coverage. I mean, we're with President Trump in that motorcade. You'll see in a few minutes, Brian Glenn gets this great access. You know, I thought, Vanessa, when's the last time in general, you'd always think of a motorcade like that's something that's private and you'll never be able to see what it's like. But with Right Side Broadcasting Network, you see what it's like.
Absolutely. And again, we want to thank President Trump and his team for allowing Right Side Broadcasting to be a part of this wonderful experience, because not only are you getting the facts straight from President Trump live here on RSBN, you are also getting the behind-the-scenes look, and I love that. And so we're very appreciative to the team for allowing us to be a part of that. We were talking about Truth Social and where to follow RSBN and tell your friends. We also want you to join our newsletter. You can go to rsbnetwork.com. Again, that's rsbnetwork.com. Sign up for a newsletter. That way you'll get special behind-the-scenes information. Also, breaking news will come straight to you. So get all the latest up-to-date information of what's going on the campaign trail as we head into 2024 on rsbnetwork.com. Sign up for that newsletter.
Yeah, I mean, it's awesome to follow Right Side Broadcasting in every way. I mean, Telegram, locals, even on YouTube, Right Side Broadcasting is still there doing great things. On Rumble, on Truth Social, the newsletter. It's quite awesome. So just spread the word as much as you can. Just send the links, because Right Side's covering everything, you know, obviously Trump, but also everything political in the sense of what's the truth, what's the angle in D.C., you know, what is going on. I mean, the Ken Paxton hearings. Marjorie Taylor Greene was just live from Plainville, Georgia just the other day. There's just a lot of things happening. So keep following us. Also, if you'd like to donate, if you've got the extra few bucks, go ahead and share, because we're in the same boat. No pun intended. We're here at a boat kind of rally in a sense.
And President Trump says he may buy himself a boat. He bought himself a gun while he was here, so we'll see what happens. Yeah. So, yes, again, and also if you're watching us on Rumble, thank you for watching us there. You can sign up for locals there as well. So there's so many different ways to get great content from Right Side Broadcasting Network. If you want to follow us as well, you can follow Matthew Alvarez on Truth Social at Matthew Alvarez. I'm on Truth Social at Vanessa Broussard. Also Instagram. Love being on Instagram too at Vanessa Broussard News.
And thank you so much, everybody, for following. Listen, we're all on the same team with this out here. We do want to tell you about our good friends at Salute Styles. So get this, the shirt that we were talking about, Wanted for President t-shirt, that thing just flies off the shelves every time we make an announcement about it. So you could actually go right now to patriotshirtclub.com/Trump. You can go to that website, patriotshirtclub.com, to get yours today. You can join their Trump t-shirt club. It's a great t-shirt. We have to get one. We have to hold one up here. Next time, hopefully we can do that. But obviously a great sponsor right there for us here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're awaiting President Trump and the motorcade, where Brian is right now with our camera operator. It's about a 20 to 30 minute drive over there to the airport. So hang tight with us here. If you have any questions at all you'd like to have answered, if you want to hit us up on Truth Social in one of the comments below, maybe we could pick a question or a comment from you. Always love to hear from you guys. We're patriots just as you are. We're on the same team as you. And basically what it is, it's about the Constitution and freedom in this country, the truth, and everything that lines up with that. So that's why we're here.
Absolutely. And, you know, when you talk about the love for America and the love for our freedom, we just want what our founding fathers wanted. We just want a better America. There is no way, or reason, I should say, there is no reason why we should be, like you mentioned, the boat, no pun intended, the boat that we're in right now. Like, we're struggling. All Americans are, for the most part, and the Biden administration just doesn't care. They don't care. They care about taking care of these illegal immigrants coming across the border. They care about taking care of Zelensky in Ukraine and his people. And so that's all fine and dandy, taking care of them, but we need to be taken care of first. The immigrants coming across the border are coming illegally. We support legal migration
Right.
to the country. So come in the legal way, come in the proper way, be a good, law-abiding American citizen, and we support that. Work hard, live the American dream. But what is the American dream anymore? You know, it's really sad when you think about it. Like, you work hard to spread the wealth. You work hard to, you know, to preach God and faith and Christianity into your children. For what? For them to go into the real world, to be told, hey, there's a boy in the women's restroom, enjoy, or in your daughter's locker room. We don't know what they're going to see, but good luck with that. Where are we? What is happening?
The moral fabric of our nation, as you know, I know, and you guys watching know, I mean, they're just trying to tear it down. But at the end of the day, we know who wins. God. I believe in Jesus. I know Vanessa does too, and many of you do as well. But we know we win in the end. So what do we do until then? We have a peaceful movement. We have peace through strength. We vote. We talk truth. We get the narrative out there, right?
Yes.
Because that's so powerful, that information war. They want to keep saying all this. Well, guess what? They have never dealt with another side of it. They've always had the legacy media and the left talking points. They've never seen what's happening on this side of things, right?
Right. And you know, you talk about, for the Americans that are watching, make sure you vote. But we also want to encourage you to be a poll watcher, be a poll worker, because we don't want to let what happened in 2020 happen again in 2024.
Right.
A lot of speculation, a lot of second guesses, a lot of, you know, 2,000 Mules came out with evidence of what they're saying is voter fraud, a lot of irregularities. So what do we need? We need boots on the ground. We need eyes on the scene, making sure that everything is run smoothly. So go ahead now. I know we're over a year away from the 2024 election, but start getting involved in your local community organizations. Ask, you know, how can I become a poll worker? How can I be a poll watcher? And do that for your county, for your state, and for the country.
Exactly. And Mike Lindell and Steve Stern over at precinctstrategy.com. You can learn a lot about the poll watching, but also the precinct people. You know, they have the committeemen and women. This is being right there and talking with the secretaries of state and others to really keep a hawk eye on what's going on. Speaking of Hawkeye, the Hawkeye state in Iowa, I mean, President Trump has been there so many times that he's going to keep on going.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, and they love him there, too. That is also Trump country, and so it's just so fun to see him on the campaign trail and keep going strong. And I mentioned this earlier to the viewers. The more energetic he is, the more I want to keep pushing forward and keep coming out here every day on the campaign trail saying we can do this, we've got this. It's going to be a long road, but between us and you at home and the entire MAGA movement, I think that we're doing great, and the polls are showing that as well.
All right, we'd like to thank one of our sponsors as well. If you'd like to read the Moink box,
yes,
we have a sponsor.
Yes, and I love this because the town that this beef comes from is a town of 97 people in rural America. I think it's great. So Moink Beef Box, they deliver high quality, humanely raised meats raised on American family farms, shipped to your doorstep from the heart of rural America. The Moink difference is a difference you can taste, and you can feel good knowing you're helping family farms hold on to their land and providing hope to long forgotten rural America, where Moink again ships from their small town of 97 people. Just love that. They say that they are guaranteed that you will be satisfied. So keep American farming going by signing up at moinkbox.com/Trump. That's moinkbox.com/Trump. That's MOINK. And enjoy a free year of ground beef.
Not bad.
That is not a bad deal at all. That's a wonderful deal.
If anybody back at the studio knows the town that is the 97 people, please let us know so we can let the people know as well. That's quite an awesome story.
Yes.
A small town, I mean, extra small
Yes.
town, but doing, you know, wonderful things for the country, you know, and that's what we want. We want more conservative industry in every way, right?
Mm-hmm.
Wouldn't you rather buy a t-shirt or jeans or a hat or sports gear or maybe a phone someday or whatever from conservative industry? I would trust a conservative doctor over any other kind of doctor. I would want a conservative as my surgeon if I ever had, you know what I mean? So it's like, that's the kind of thing I'm looking for. Hopefully that grows and it continues to be something. I mean, just as conservative media has grown from infancy to what it's turning into now.
Absolutely. And, you know, made in America is so important. It hurts my heart, Matthew, to see a lot of women I know shopping for their kids online, and a lot of these websites and apps that they're using are straight from China. And I don't think they realize it. They see, oh, you know, it's a lot cheaper, but at the same time, you know, look at TikTok. They're getting your information. It's controlled by China.
Yeah.
So why are we supporting China? I'd rather spend a few extra dollars on quality clothing or quality anything, spend that few extra dollars and support the American dream, the American family, the small business owner. Get rid of China. They're bad news, right? And so we do not need to be supporting China at all. And you know what? I'll say it right here. I know TikTok is famous, known for the dances that they do and the cute little videos that they do, but I've gotten to where I see these posts on Facebook and Instagram. I don't have TikTok, by the way, but I do see these posts being shared on other social media sites, and I'll just keep scrolling. I won't like it just because it's TikTok and just because China's involved.
Exactly. And while you were talking there, listening to you about the TikTok, I'm glad you don't have TikTok. Either do I. There are three just personal apps or places to follow that are conservative. Old Glory Bank, you know, John Rich involved, the musician from Nashville. Old Glory Bank's a patriotic bank. You can go there. Red Balloon for jobs, and Public Square for, you know, purchasing all kinds of products. So those were unpaid sponsors right there, but I'm just, you know, being real with everybody because we really want to have that conservative upswing of purchasing and banding together. And it's not like it's a small group of people, right?
Yeah.
This is more than 100 million in this country, maybe more, maybe 200, who knows? But we know the majority of we the people are for the Constitution of this great land. And there are some Democrats and liberals, I really believe, are on that side too. They just might not be talking about it.
And they are starting to talk about it. You know, you look at the Dallas mayor who just switched to the Republican Party just this past week.
News.
You have the El Paso mayor who's Democrat saying that, you know, our city is on the brink of collapsing because of all of the illegal immigrants coming in. So the Democrats are starting to wake up. They're starting to switch parties. They're starting to voice their concerns because even they don't want this. The left has become so far left that even Democrats are saying, wait a minute, the more I sit down and think about this, I'm more, you know, leaning toward the Republican views. And that's also being shown in the polls as well. America is waking up. The latest ABC News, Wall Street Journal poll shows that, a Washington Post poll, I should say, shows that President Trump has 52% against Biden, 42%, up 10 points. Those are the latest numbers. President Trump talked about that a little bit in his talk and speech just now to the people of Summerville, South Carolina. When it comes to independence, I was actually happy to see this released last night too from the same poll. Shows that Trump is up 52% over Biden's 39%. That's a 13% difference there.
That's amazing statistics. Speaking of statistics, the studio sent the information about Moink. Okay, so the estimated population of Newark, Missouri is currently 54 people.
Oh, so it's less. Okay.
That's the headquarters of Moink Box, and farms are from all over the country, that according to our studio. So there you go. There's the facts on Moink Box, and now you know.
I love it.
And if you're wondering why we're still here, usually by now we'd be ending the broadcast, but the broadcast is still going on because we're going to be tossing to Brian Glenn, who's going to be in the Motorcade with President Trump.
In less than 5 minutes,
yeah,
I'm being
less
told.
than 5 minutes on the way to the airport. You're going to see that Trump Force One take off. It's a gorgeous day to stick around and watch coverage and to continue to follow us here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. Now I want to take a live look real quick just at the closing setup here, or the collapsing of everything here, and read you something from the Birch Gold Group. I mean, this is, you know, as we know with BRICS, the amount of nations that are trying to devalue the dollar, they're also inviting other countries like Argentina, Iran, Egypt, and others, Saudi Arabia. They're trying to get all these people to come against the American dollar, the United States dollar. So this is why birch gold is a wonderful thing as well. Vladimir Putin called the U.S. dollar's drop in dominance objective and irreversible during the recent summit in South Africa. So as Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa formally agreed to use local currencies instead of the U.S. dollar, so as demand for the dollar weakens, the buying power of the dollar weakens as well. That's why Birch Gold Group is busier than ever. Investors and savers are looking to harness the power of physical gold. This is held in a tax-sheltered IRA. So as you've heard, all you got to do is text Trump to 989898. You'll get a free info kit on gold with thousands of happy customers, an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, and countless 5-star reviews. You can count on Birch Gold to help you navigate transitioning an existing IRA or 401k into an IRA in gold. Now, finally, as the U.S. dollar continues to receive pressure from foreign countries, digital currency and central banks, arm yourself with information on how to protect your savings. Text Trump to 989898 to claim your free info kit now. You know, usually, Vanessa, we don't see this part of the process, but hey, this is awesome. The volunteers and others, you know, just tearing down the stage, tearing down and all the putting all the chairs away, that kind of thing.
And we're just 2 minutes away, Matthew, from going to Brian. So stick with us, stick around. We're just a couple minutes away from going to him as he departs with President Trump in the motorcade as they head to the airport. Some behind-the-scenes coverage you'll only see right here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Just a programming note as we move forward through the week. On Wednesday, we will be in Detroit, Michigan with President Trump as he speaks to auto workers there. And then next weekend, we'll be in California where President Trump will be speaking there as well. So those are the two events we know for sure that we'll be covering, and where you can find all of the information on the campaign trail from right here at RSBN. As we start to wrap up, right before we go to Brian, I want to remind everyone to go to RSBN Network, rsbnetwork.com. Sign up for our newsletters, sign up for RSBN notifications on YouTube and all of the social media channels. You can follow me on Instagram at Vanessa Broussard News, and also Truth Social at Vanessa Broussard. Matthew?
That's awesome. Got about 60 seconds before we toss it over to Brian Glenn. And what last couple things would you like to say to the people watching right now in the sense of keeping the hope and the faith that everything's going to be okay? You know, a lot of people are discouraged out there. What would you say to them?
God comes first. Absolutely. Number one, pray and then work hard. You know, don't let the Biden administration or what's happening in our country discourage you. It starts small, so start small in your town, in your city, where you live, and that progresses to your county, to your state, and then to the country. But Americans are waking up. They're doing a good job of fighting back, saying we're not going to stand for this. And I think that, like Matthew just said, continue to be encouraged, have hope, and first and foremost, pray for America.
In the name of Jesus, amen. Thank you, Vanessa. That was awesome. We're going to go to Brian Glenn now, live in the motorcade. Brian?
All right, thank you, Matthew and Vanessa. Great coverage there on the ground at the Sportsman Boat manufacturing facility. Now we're back out here live in the motorcade when one of the press vehicles headed back to the airport. The president, I got very impressed today, on time, actually was early on his speech and really ripped through a lot of the content and subjects that Americans are talking about. He touched on the border, touched on the economy, touched on the local economy, the state economy here in South Carolina, and the importance of boat manufacturing and some of the regulations that Biden was putting in place in this industry against boaters and fishermen. And of course, President Trump vowing to push back on all of that and keep the strong economy here in South Carolina. And you know, South Carolina is one of those states early in this primary. We go New Hampshire, South Carolina, Iowa, Nevada. They're all four of them right there as we make our way into 2024, which only seems like it's months away. It seems like we've been covering this race to the White House for about 2 years now, since the 2020 election. But we're glad you're joining us today. We are live here, departing from Summerville, heading south, going back down towards the Charlotte airport rather, and so we'll be going to an outside disclosure there for him to take off. And we appreciate you guys watching us today. And of course, he talked a lot about what's going on in the polls right now. The president having a commanding lead, not only in the primary, but in the general election. And we saw the ABC News poll that came out yesterday, putting him about 10 to 11 points over Biden head to head, and just maybe 3 weeks ago, that poll looked a little different. It was more of, depending on what poll it was, had him almost head to head, if not Trump only by a point or so. But this new updated poll simply has him taking a fairly commanding lead, even in a national head-to-head poll against Biden. And that's, well, one of the reasons why is because of the failing economy that we're seeing, and the border crisis out of control. And under President Trump, he laid this out earlier in his speech, that we had one of the most secure borders in our country, if not one of the in the world. And in a short amount of time, due to the policies of President Biden, those have been reversed, and the amount of immigrants coming in to our country right now is historical. And some cities getting 5,000 to 7,000 people a day coming in, and really putting a burden on local resources, as it takes a lot not only to process these people through the border, but also for an event, if they have to seek medical emergency attention, that the fact that our local hospitals there along the border don't have the facilities or the people to take care of the amount of people coming in. So it's putting us such a crisis on a local level, and then a national level. A lot of drugs, fentanyl coming into play. Over 300 people die a day of fentanyl overdose, and so a lot of that coming in from the drug cartels through our open border. So a lot to be discussed today. And of course, the war in Ukraine was also mentioned in this speech, and that he had the ability to make a peace deal, and only that he could do. And instead of searching for ways to end this war peacefully, we continue to send Ukraine to the tune of $1 billion a month to Ukraine. And this recently on 60 Minutes last night, they had a story where over 57,000 first responders were being hired, and we're paying for that with American tax dollars in Ukraine. And we only have about 19,000 border agents. And imagine what we could do if we had that type of budget to be able to come together and hire the people needed, as we see mass amounts of people, workers along the border. And not only that, but police officers around this country come up in this retirement age. We're losing a workforce right now that we need to focus on. But instead, we're focusing on rebuilding Ukraine, which now the Clinton Global Initiative is basically positioning the Clinton Foundation to help rebuild schools and infrastructure in Ukraine. So I said this earlier, Joe Biden in this proxy war with China through Ukraine is not only helping destroy that country that Russia is involved with, but now we're going to go back and pay for it to be rebuilt, and on the backs of the American taxpayers. And that's been a pretty big issue, not only on a national scale, but if you want to look at what's holding up a lot of the progress in Congress, that has been one of the main issues. Okay, as you can see, we just are making our way. Trump Force One is ahead of us. We're going to come up pretty much like we did when he landed here. We're going to drive on the other side of the plane. We're going to get out. We're going to run and get in position and capture that moment. And President Trump gets out of the motorcade. Perhaps he comes over, take a few questions from the media. I don't know if he's going to do that. We'll have to kind of see what's on his mind, and he'll make his way on to Trump Force One, which he is now residing in Mar-a-Lago, South Florida. So he's made that transition from Bedminster down to South Florida, where he now calls his home, so this time of year. So we're happy that you're joining us, and want to remind everybody, if you missed any of the broadcasts today, you can always scroll back and watch at the conclusion of this show and catch up on what happened earlier. We were here on the ground when he landed. We were in the motorcade for the first stop, the second stop, and then even the the speech. So we were with them the entire way. It looks like we're getting in position now. Just going to remind you, we're going to pile out of this press vehicle. Make sure he opens the door. And we'll make our way over to Trump Force One on this beautiful Monday here in South Carolina. We've got some of the guests and the staff members getting out of these vehicles. Marjorie Taylor Greene's getting out as they make their way to say goodbye to the president. We'll find out where we're going to be staged. At this point, I don't know. Maybe we'll hold in this position here to see if this is kind of where we want to post up. You can see law enforcement getting off the bikes, coming in over here. Now, traditionally, the president will stop, take a picture with the police officers, thank them for their service before he goes on to Trump Force One. As we wrap up a long day here in South Carolina, thanks to Vanessa Broussard, Matthew Alvarez for really doing a fantastic job. We're going to move to the wing, we've been told, but a fantastic job holding the broadcast down, doing a fantastic job covering the events on the ground there. Oh, it looks like we've got some of the military and police officers have lined up to show their appreciation. And the President Trump stepping out now. We'll just let this play out as we're live here in South Carolina. President Trump taking a moment, take a few pictures with the, they almost look like special forces there. Now the looks like we've got a lot of the local law enforcement coming in, highway patrol. Some of the officers are out on the motorcycles earlier that escorted us to and from the airport. It's a great picture. We certainly want to thank all of our presenting sponsors for today. Please go to the websites, support those guys. They have made a commitment to ensuring that we continue to do what we're doing like today. So this is an opportunity for you to give back to them. So you've been hearing about them throughout the broadcast, and I certainly want to encourage you to visit them on their website and support all of these Patriot-owned businesses that play a big part in our broadcast. President giving some thumbs up.
We gotta go past the wing.
Oh, we got to go past the wing here. We're going to reposition a little bit over this way. As we, sorry? You got to get out of the way.
Let's go back a little bit farther.
Okay.
Let me know where. One more step.
One more step.
Thank you.
All right, we'll stay shoulder to shoulder here. Speaking with a couple of Trump advisors right now. Today, in my opinion, far beat expectations of what this event would look like on a Monday in the middle of the day. President Trump has done this before, has gone to spoken at local businesses, as it has kind of been really pitched as a remarks, but my goodness, these are almost full-fledged rallies at this point. Some of those smaller events that you think are just going to be, well, smaller, they're not. They're major turnouts. From the people, no matter what day of the week. or what time it is, the people will come out to support President Trump. President Trump. Thank you.
Everybody very much. Thank you. You have a good time?
We did. We did. Thank you.
Why not debate Ron DeSantis?
President asking if we had a good time, and indeed we did. And there we have it. As we're going to head back. We're going to head back to the Motorcade. I want to remind everybody, if you missed any of the stuff today, simply go onto the website, rsbnetwork.com, rsbnetwork.com. You can also sign up for our newsletter. You can go back and watch previous rally events that we've had. It's all right there on our website. Don't forget to sign up for the newsletter, and don't forget to donate as well at rsbnetwork.com. You can also follow us on social media. Follow me as well at Brian Glenn TV on Twitter, on True Social at Brian, and at RSBN on True Social. Well, that's a great backdrop to end today's broadcast from South Carolina. Until next time, America, goodbye and God bless.
What's up, guys? My name is Jaden Hurd, and I have a Christian show called Let It Be Heard, where we analyze culture and current events from a biblical perspective. I highly recommend you guys check us out. We now have episodes every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And basically, what happens is we react to videos, we have talking points, we have on guests, and it's very exciting. Come check us out on Rumble on the RSBN channel. God bless you guys.
My employees and I are excited to announce it's our 20th anniversary, and to celebrate, we're bringing you a limited edition MyPillow. The Giza Elegance MyPillow is made with the most amazing cotton, 2-inch pipe gusset, comes in 4 custom loft levels, and it's machine washable and dryable.
When I got my pillow, I'm asleep almost immediately. I stay asleep at night and I wake up more well-rested in the morning.
My patented fill adjusts to your exact individual needs and helps keep your neck supported and aligned. That's why we've been around for 20 years, because MyPillow works.
Go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get your limited edition 20th anniversary MyPillow queen size. Retails for $69.98, now only $19.98. That's right, only $19.98.
With my 60-day money-back guarantee, you have nothing to lose. Sleep well, America!
Right Side Broadcasting is known for panning the crowds, showing the packed arenas, and allowing you to see the truth. We've covered hundreds of rallies, briefings, marches, CPAC, and the historic overturning of Roe v. Wade. Right Side Broadcasting was created in 2015 by our founder, Joe Seals, creating a unique broadcasting experience that allows you to make your own decision rather than force-feeding you an agenda. We don't cut or edit people's words or twist them to fit a particular point of view. We allow our correspondents to be open about their opinions while maintaining journalistic integrity. Right Side Broadcasting wants to continue our legacy with help from people just like you. Your donations and support allow us to continue to be the gold standard in live, unedited event coverage. Help our cause by sharing our broadcasts, subscribing on our social media platforms, and supporting us on our locals community. Your monthly or one-time contributions on our website are crucial in our fight for the truth. Thank you for all of your generous support.
Wow, it's so soft and smooth.
It's cool to the touch. How did you do that?
Well, we took MyPillow's patented fill and combined it with this new technology that we didn't have back then when I invented MyPillow to bring you the best pillow in history, MyPillow 2.0. Because of all of you, MyPillow 2.0 has been a huge success. And now we're bringing you our best-selling Go Anywhere MyPillows with the same temperature regulating technology. Made with my patented adjustable fill and brand new cooling fabric, they're truly the next generation of MyPillow. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to save over 60% on our MyPillow 2.0 4-pack special. You'll get 2 MyPillows and 2 Go Anywhere MyPillows, regular $259.92, now only $99.98. King size just $10 more. This is a limited time offer, so please order now.